Chapter 884. After listening to Du Gufeng's explanation, Li Wangyu realized that there was still a very primitive marriage-snatching custom among the officials. In Du Gufeng's words, the laws are lax, the marriages are improper, the villages are violent, they steal people's wives and daughters to escape, they move to other places and live in peace. They are called companions and Yan thinks they are companions. In other words, the marriage customs of these officials were no different from those of primitive societies. If they took a liking to someone, they would knock them out and carry them away. Not only that, the officials did not even know the etiquette of marriage and did not know the nature of father and son. Not to mention the Tang people, even Li Wangyu found it hard to accept the marriage customs of these officials. Chaotic, it was too chaotic. It was also because of this that Du Gufeng was too embarrassed to say these words in front of Su Changqing and the others. The rebellion of the officials was related to the marriage snatching that happened a few days ago. There were also thousands of officials living in the area under the jurisdiction of Jiulong County. Originally, the marriage snatching was only done in their own tribe. Even if Du Gufeng did not like it, he could not do anything about it. But a few days ago, when someone from the Jingren tribe went down the mountain to the city to sell mountain goods, it was unknown what was wrong with that Jingren's head, but he actually took a fancy to a young Han woman. That man actually colluded with several other men to use their weapons and directly snatched the Han girl up the mountain. When such a thing happened, the girl's family could only cry and complain to the county yamen. Du Gufeng didn't hesitate and immediately led 3 groups of bailiffs to the Farron tribe. Before the Farron tribe could react, they rescued the young lady. Although the girl was saved, she was already defiled by the officials. Fortunately, the people of the Great Tang were rather open-minded. Although the young lady was wailing miserably, she did not try to commit suicide. As for the victim's family, they knew that the officials were barbaric and did not even want Du Gufeng to punish them. They just wanted to accept their bad luck. However, when the victim's family was prepared to settle the matter peacefully, those people started to cause a ruckus. They even threatened Du Gufeng and demanded that Jiulong County send the person back to them. Otherwise they would come and snatch the person back. The Tang dynasty's attitude towards these officials had always been, even though they are in danger, they should be treated with kindness and trust. However, Du Gufeng did not completely agree with this. He had been an official in Jiulong County for a long time, so he knew the nature of these officials well. He knew that to deal with these officials, it was not enough to just show them kindness. He also needed to make them fear him. As the saying goes, villains fear authority but not virtue, and don't know what virtue is. This also applies to these subordinates. As a result, Du Gufeng ordered the bailiffs to arrest the man who had come to threaten him. He whipped him heavily and reprimanded him before letting him go. Du Gufeng also did not expect that he would actually poke a hornet's nest this time. Du Gufeng whipped the man who abducted the woman was the son of the leader of the Dugu-Ren tribe near Jiulong County. As a result, the leader of the Dugu-Ren tribe contacted the other officials to attack Jiulong County to avenge his son. This was the reason why the current situation occurred. After Li Wangyu heard Du Gufeng's explanation, he could only let out a long sigh. This matter could not be blamed on Du Gufeng, the county magistrate of Jiulong County. There was nothing wrong with his actions. It was purely those officials who did not know what was good for them and did not respect the law. It is this official's fault that the officials started a rebellion. However, I have implicated the Duke. Please forgive me, Duke. When this matter is over, this official will naturally submit a memorial to the imperial court to ask for forgiveness. Du Gufeng bowed and apologized to Li Wangyu. He had never expected that Li Wangyu, the county magistrate, would be trapped in Jiulong County. Du Gufeng didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences would be if something were to happen to Li Wangyu under his rule. He was afraid that when the emperor was angry, the officials of Yi province would be slaughtered by the Tang dynasty's army. Li Wangyu waved his hand. This matter cannot be blamed on the Dugu Ming house. It is all because those officials did not agree with the emperor. There is no need to worry about the Ming house. This matter will not be too big. When the Yi province army arrives, those officials will naturally scatter. Yes, this official is also thinking of this. As the two were talking, a yamen runner rushed in from outside the county office and reporting to the Ming house, the officials outside the city have appeared. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng heard this and immediately stood up. Let's go and take a look. Although Jiulong County was a lower county, the city walls were very sturdy. The city walls were 20 feet high and 10 feet wide. There was also a horse path connecting the city walls. Li Wangyu and his group rode up the city walls. They looked up and saw torches in the forest outside the city in the east, west and north of Jiulong County. However, the south gate of Qingdu County was completely dark. There seemed to be no movement at all. Dugu Feng revealed a suspicious expression in response to this. However, Li Wangyu and Yo Wu had mocking expressions on their faces. They smiled and didn't say anything. As Li Wangyu and Dugu Feng were observing the situation of the officials outside the city, they suddenly heard a voice. Duke, look at how powerful these officials are. Just by looking at the torches outside the city, there are at least a few thousand officials surrounding Jiulong County. There are no officials at all at the south gate. If I knew this would happen, I would have opened the gate and let the people out to take refuge. Li Wangyu turned his head and saw that it was Wang Yichuan from the Yi Province's Governor-General's manor. He had run up the city walls and was pointing outside the city as he complained. Clearly this fellow still held a grudge against Dugu Feng for not opening the city gates. Li Wangyu did not expect Wang Yichuan to be so thick-skinned. He had run away after being reprimanded, but he still dared to come up. Li Wangyu did not find it strange that Wang Yichuan would appear on the city walls. This guy was a major from the Yi Province's Governor-General's manor. He probably had eyes and ears in Jiulong County. If he wanted to go up the city walls, the Yamen runners and soldiers would not dare to stop him. Li Wangyu could not help but mock Wang Yichuan in response to his complaint. Major Wang, don't you understand something as simple as Surround 3 and Guard 1? How did you become a major from the Governor-General's manor? How can you understand something as simple as this? What do you mean by Surround 3 and Guard 1? Duke, are you saying that there are also barbarians in the south of the city? How is this possible? Do those barbarians know anything about the art of war? Li Wangyu did not want to waste time with this person. Nyo Wu, explain it to him. Nyo Wu also had a mocking expression. He pointed to the south of the city and said, Major Wang, did you not notice that the forest beside the official road in the south of the city is excessively quiet? There is not even the sound of insects or birds. If there is no one lying in ambush, I will cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Major Wang actually doesn't understand such basic military knowledge? Wang Yichuan's face turned red from Li Wangyu and Yo Wu's words, but he did not dare to continue speaking. Li Wangyu and Dugu Feng patrolled around the city walls on their horses. After confirming that there were no flaws in the defenses of the county, they went down the city walls and went back to rest. Tonight, those barbarians would not attack the city. They only needed to see if the reinforcements from the Yi Province's Governor-General's manor would arrive early and disperse those barbarians. Otherwise, if the barbarians attacked the city, it would be a tough battle to fight against the thousands of barbarians outside the city with just the 200 Yamen runners and the 200 Yamen runners. Chapter 885. The reason why Li Wangyu dared to go back to sleep and not worry about being attacked at night was also because of the way wars were fought in this era. Many people mistakenly thought that the lack of night battles in ancient times was due to the lack of vitamin intake, causing night blindness. This was actually not very accurate. Night blindness naturally existed in ancient times and was known as sparrow blindness or sparrow blindness. However, during the Sui and Tang dynasties, doctors had long known about night blindness. Using animal liver to treat sparrow blindness was very effective. Therefore, night blindness was not the main reason for not fighting at night. Night battles were rarely fought in ancient times mainly because of the lack of lighting. The illumination of torches was limited, making it difficult to distinguish between friend and foe during battle and even more difficult to command. Using cold weapons to fight, both sides were often tangled together and it was very easy to injure one another at night. Flag signals and banners were the main methods of command during the cold weapon era. However, at night, both sides could not see the flag signals, greatly affecting the efficiency of command and coordination. Therefore, unless it was a sneak attack, there were very few large-scale battles at night. Jiulong County was protected by tall city walls. Even if the guards wanted to launch a sneak attack, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, Li Wangyu was not worried about this at all. The reality was exactly as he had expected. Until the dawn of the next day, the guards outside the city did not launch any attacks on Jiulong County. When the sky gradually brightened, the guards outside the city began to beat the bronze drum, making a loud sound. Li Wangyu was awakened by the sound of the bronze drum. Listening to it, he could not help but reveal a worried expression. Su Changqing was also awakened by the sound of the bronze drum. Seeing that Li Wangyu's expression was not very good, he could not help but ask curiously, Wangyu, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the sound of the drum? It's nothing. Today you, Aphrodite, and parents stay in the inn and do not go out. I've already instructed Dugu Ming to arrange for 2 bailiffs to stand guard in front of the inn to ensure your safety. I will bring Nyo Wu and the Zhang brothers to the city walls to see the situation. Su Changqing knew that he was hiding something but did not continue to ask. He only nodded to show that he understood. Be careful and do not try to be brave. Okay, got it. Li Wangyu got up. With the help of Su Changqing, he changed into a set of capable Hu clothes. He kissed his beautiful superior's face before he pushed the door open and walked out. In the courtyard of the inn, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had been waiting for a long time. Husband, listen to the sound of the drum. Before Niu Wu could finish, Li Wangyu waved his hand, indicating that he understood. The reason why Li Wangyu's expression was somewhat unsightly was because he, Niu Wu and the others could clearly hear that there were at least 5 bronze drums being struck outside the city. The bronze drum was the symbol of the tribe to the winged ones. According to the Wei Shu Zhuan, often an elder is chosen as the king, but he cannot rule from afar. If the father dies, the son will succeed, just like the aristocrats of China. Each king Liao has a pair of horns so that his disciples can boast about them. The drum among them was the bronze drum. The bronze drums were both musical instruments and war drums. Every Fu Rin tribe had a bronze drum as the inheritance of the tribe leader. If the father died, the son would inherit the drum. These bronze drums were tall and had intricate patterns. When the drums were beaten, it often meant war. According to the Sui Shu geographical records, if you want to attack, sound the drum. Those who arrive are as numerous as the clouds. At this moment, the sound of 5 bronze drums could be heard outside of Jiulong County. This meant that at least 5 tribes were involved in this rebellion. And these tribes usually had more than 1,000 Gong clan members. As a result, even if each household only sent out 1 subordinate, there would still be at least 5,000 armed subordinates waiting outside Jiulong County. When Li Wangyu thought about how there were only 200 soldiers in the city, as well as 100 bailiffs and citizens, he felt a chill run down his spine. With such a huge disparity in military strength, even if those subordinates lacked weapons and equipment, and lacked siege weapons, if they were to go all out to attack Jiulong County, they might not be able to withstand it. Now, he could only pray that the reinforcements from the Yi Province Governor-General's manor would arrive soon. Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and the other 2 to the city wall, but Dugu Feng and Wang Yichuan had already arrived. Looking out, many people had already appeared at the foot of the Jiulong County city wall. Meanwhile, from the south of the city, which had been silent all night, close to 1,000 armed men emerged from the forest on both sides of the official road. Needless to say, these subordinates were the soldiers that had been lying in ambush at the south of the city last night. Wang Yichuan originally didn't believe Niu Wu's words, but when he saw these subordinates appear, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He didn't think that these barbarians would be so cunning. They had really set up an ambush at the south of the city and waited for the people of Jiulong County to fall for it. When they opened the south gate to escape, they would ambush them. Even Li Wangyu and Niu Wu felt a wave of fear. If they hadn't been trapped in the city by the fleeing crowd, they might have fallen into the subordinates' trap when they rashly rode out of Jiulong County. With just Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers, it would probably be difficult for them to protect Li Wangyu, Su Changqing and the other 2 girls. Dugu Feng's face was also quite ugly. As the county magistrate of Jiulong County and a deputy for 4 years, he had a good understanding of the subordinates. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have the 5 bronze drums outside the city at this time. Li Wangyu lightly patted his shoulder and comforted him. Dugu Ming House, don't panic. Although the subordinates are strong, they can't do anything to Jiulong County in a short period of time. When the army arrives, these subordinates won't be a threat. Yes, Duke is right. This lowly official also thinks so. While the 2 of them were talking, they saw a middle-aged man wearing a cloth skirt walk out of the woods outside the city. Dozens of strong men with weapons in their hands were guarding him from left and right. The middle-aged man stood 100 meters away, carefully guarding against the arrows shot down from the city wall. He loudly shouted at the top of the city wall. Li Wangyu naturally didn't understand what the subordinate was saying. He could only look at Dugu Feng. Dugu Feng had been an official in Shu County for a long time, so he understood the subordinate's language. After hearing the subordinate's shout, he couldn't help but show anger. Dugu Ming House, what did the subordinate say? Li Wangyu curiously asked. Duke, that person is the father of the subordinate who kidnapped the young lady. He is the leader of the tribe. This time, the siege of Jiulong County was initiated by this person. Just now, he shouted at the bottom of the city wall, asking me to offer 1,000 copper coins, 100 women, 100 cattle, and 100 horses. If they don't attack the county, they will retreat on their own. When Li Wangyu heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. These subordinates have big appetites. They aren't afraid of eating themselves to death. There is no need to pay attention to these subordinates. If they want to fight, they can come. When the reinforcements from Yi Province's Governor-General's manor arrive, we will settle the score with them. On the side, Wang Yichuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, he held back and closed his mouth. In his opinion, it was completely possible to have a good discussion with the subordinates. Other than the matter of giving away women, which was difficult to discuss, the other copper coins, cattle, and horses could all be discussed. However, he knew that Li Wangyu didn't like him. Therefore he could only endure and not provoke him. Du Gufeng nodded. Just as he was about to shout, an unforeseen event occurred at the bottom of the city. Chapter 886. The leader of the guards at the foot of the city wall waved his hand behind him. Not long after, a few guards dragged a person dressed as a bailiff out of the forest. The bailiff's clothes were filthy and there was a lot of blood on his body. It was obvious that he had been in a fight when he was captured. When Du Gufeng saw the bailiff, his face was filled with fear. How is this possible? When Li Wangyu saw his panic, he quickly asked, Du Guminghouse, what happened? Is the bailiff that was captured one of your men? Du Gufeng's face was as if he had seen a ghost and he stuttered. Yes, sir. That person is one of the bailiffs in the county office. Yesterday, I ordered him to leave the city and go to Qingdu County to ask for help. What? Li Wangyu and Wang Yichuan exclaimed at the same time. Everyone understood the meaning behind Du Gufeng's words. The bailiff that he sent to ask for help was captured by the guards. It was obvious that the reinforcements that everyone was looking forward to would not come. The Izhou Governor-General's manor located in Qingdu County would not know about the guards' rebellion in Pingzhou's Jiulong County. The situation was getting worse. Li Wangyu could not help but turn to look at Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to see if they had any suggestions. Without reinforcements, Li Wangyu was not confident that he could defend Jiulong County. 2 or 3 days was fine, but if the guards attacked for too long, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. After all, 300 against 5,000 was too much of a disparity. Niu Wu, a soldier of the Sui dynasty's White Army, and the Zhang brothers, 2 veterans of the Golden Guards, were frowning as they looked down at the city without saying a word. They knew better than Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng, the county magistrate, how dangerous the present situation was. Niu Wu began to look around, trying to find a weak point in the guards' defense. He also did not have much hope that Jiulong County could be defended. Although the guards lacked siege weapons, they had the advantage in numbers. The 300 soldiers and bailiffs would be able to hold the fort for a while, but without reinforcements, it was only a matter of time before the city was breached. Even if those subordinates were to waste time, they would be able to exhaust all the soldiers in the city to death. Therefore, if something went wrong and the city really couldn't be defended, Niu Wu couldn't care less about others. He could only fight with the Zhang brothers to open a bloody path and rescue Li Wangyu and Su Changqing. Therefore, when Li Wangyu looked at him, Niu Wu's face sank. He shook his head slightly at Li Wangyu, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Just as everyone was looking at each other, they heard the people outside the city shouting for a while. Du Gufeng's face turned even paler. Du Guminghouse, what did that official say? He said that he wanted to sacrifice that bailiff to the owl. Li Wangyu did not understand. What is offering to the owl? Du Gufeng gritted his teeth and said, it is a human sacrifice. After killing him, he will peel off his skin and put it in a bamboo cage to offer it to the gods. Du Gufeng's words caused an uproar and everyone started cursing. Bastard! How dare he do that? How dare he do that? Preposterous! Aren't you afraid that the heavenly army of the Tang dynasty will crush all of you into powder? Li Wangyu pointed at the leader of the subordinates and said angrily, Niu Wu, shoot that bastard to death. Hearing this, Niu Wu didn't say anything else. He took the bow from his back and knocked an arrow. With a so sound, he shot an arrow towards the leader of the guards. However, those subordinates were already on guard against the soldiers on the city wall. Therefore, they did not get close to the city wall. Although Niu Wu's arrow was fast and fierce, the distance of more than 100 meters was enough for the subordinates to react. The subordinates beside the leader of the subordinates had been paying attention to the movements on the city wall. When Niu Wu shot the arrow, they had already raised the simple shield in their hands and protected the leader behind them. The arrow made a soft sound and hit the shield. However, it did not hurt the leader of the subordinates at all. In fact, this was within Niu Wu's expectations. At such a distance he could only try his luck. After being shocked by Niu Wu's arrow, the subordinates immediately became rowdy again. They waved the weapons in their hands and made all kinds of strange noises towards the city wall of Jiulong County. The bronze drum of the subordinates was beaten again. The subordinates were shouting and praying with unknown meaning. The captured bailiff was forced to kneel on the ground by several subordinates. Immediately, the subordinates stood behind the bailiff with sharp swords in their hands. On the city wall, everyone, including Li Wangyu, was enraged by the scene in front of them. They were shouting and cursing loudly. There were even some excited soldiers who did not wait for orders from Du Gufeng and the commandant. They all drew their bows and pulled back their bowstrings at the subordinates 100 meters away. However, even the strong bow in Yo Wu's hand was unable to do anything to the distant bailiff, let alone the ordinary bows in the hands of the soldiers. After the arrows flew over 100 meters, they fell weakly on the ground in front of the bailiff. They did not pose any threat at all. This made the guards even more excited. Many of them even began to surround the unfortunate bailiff and dance to the beat of the drum that was becoming more and more urgent. The bailiff, who was forced to kneel on the ground, seemed to realize what was about to happen and immediately began to struggle with all his might. However, it was obvious that the poor bailiff's struggle was futile. After being held down by several subordinates, the subordinate holding the blade behind him slit his throat like he was killing a chicken. Blood immediately spurted out. Li Wangyu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his skin. He was completely unaware of it. His eyes were red as he stared at the subordinates. It was as if he wanted to engrave their every move into his mind. On the city wall of Jiulong County, the bailiffs let out heart-wrenching cries. How could the bailiffs of Jiulong County not feel grief and indignation when they saw their fellow bailiff's throat slit like a chicken in front of them? The blood spurting out of the bailiff's throat seemed to have stimulated the subordinates even more. They shouted even more excitedly outside the city wall and danced faster and faster. After the subordinates killed the bailiff, they actually did as Du Gufeng said. They used a small knife to skin the bailiff's entire face. Li Wangyu never imagined that he would actually see such a bloody scene with his own eyes. He also did not expect such a primitive and barbaric human sacrifice to appear in front of him. However, he did not feel nauseous. Instead, he felt a sense of grief and indignation in his chest. He pulled out his blade from his waist and slashed it on the city wall in front of him. He roared and suddenly sang the song, "Serve the country with loyalty." The smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north. The dragon rises and the horse neighs. I'm so angry that I want to go crazy. Where my blade points, how many brothers and sisters are buried in their hometown? Why not sacrifice 100 lives to serve the country? Ever since Li Wangyu brought this song to the Tang dynasty, everyone in the Lai Hot knew how to sing it. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers immediately unsheathed the sabers at their waists and hacked at the bricks of the city wall, producing a dong 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 sound, just like the sound of war drums. Following Li Wangyu, they loudly sang this tragic song. Soon, the soldiers and bailiffs on the city wall of Jiulong County all pulled out their blades and slashed the wall to suppress the sound of drums. They followed Li Wangyu and Niu Wu and sang the song, "Serve the country with loyalty." Chapter 887. The solemn atmosphere at the top of Jiulong County's walls did not affect the officials outside the city. After killing the bailiffs and stripping off their skulls to sacrifice to the heavens, the officials' bronze drums sounded once again. The officials dragged out many wooden ladders from the forest and prepared to attack Jiulong County. These so-called wooden ladders were simple and crude to the extreme. After removing the branches and leaves from the tree trunks, they would tie some short sticks to the tree trunks and step on them to create a set of wooden ladders. However, even with such crude wooden ladders, Li Wangyu and the others did not dare to underestimate them. When Li Wangyu saw that the officials were really preparing to attack the city, he turned around and looked at Jiulong County behind him. His expression immediately changed. Jiulong County was a lower county and was very small. However, no matter how small the county was, the square city walls were close to 4 kilometers long. At this moment, all the soldiers, bailiffs and able-bodied citizens were preparing to defend the city. However, there were only 300 of them. A simple calculation showed that there was only one government soldier or yamen runner guarding the parapet of the city wall every 10 meters or so. When Li Wangyu looked at the thousands of officials below the city walls, he felt his scalp go numb. He pulled Du Gufeng over and said, "Du Ming House, gather all the citizens in the city and mobilize all the able-bodied citizens to assist the soldiers on the city walls. We won't be able to defend the county with just the soldiers." Du Gufeng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His expression also changed greatly. Since ancient times, it was necessary to mobilize the citizens in order to defend a city. Although Du Gufeng was an honest official, he had never been on the battlefield. This was the first time he had experienced something like this. He actually forgot to mobilize the citizens to help defend the city. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he realized his mistake. Wait, aside from mobilizing the able-bodied citizens, gather all the doctors and prepare the medicine to treat the injured. Requisition all the servants of the major clans in Zhejiang County and have them immediately come to the city walls to assist in the battle. Li Wangyu continued to give out orders. Although he had never experienced war, he was familiar with such things. After Du Gufeng left with the order, Wang Yichuan sneaked over to Li Wangyu's side. "Duke, in this official's opinion, why don't you agree to the conditions of those officials? How could they defend Zhejiang County with only 200 soldiers? With the Duke's precious body, why should he take the risk to fight those barbarians head-on?" "Shut up." Before he could finish, he heard Li Wangyu shout. "A great battle is about to begin. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, be careful that this Duke will directly chop off your head and use it as a sacrifice." Wang Yichuan's face turned pale after being scolded by Li Wangyu, but he didn't dare to say a word. He could only bow and apologize. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this person, so he simply sent him down the city walls to assist Du Gufeng in mobilizing the citizens. After Wang Yichuan walked down the city wall, his eyes were filled with resentment. Zhejiang County wasn't big, but like Chang'an, it was divided into several squares. Apart from supervising the taxes and labor of the citizens, the square also had the job of supervising illegal activities and maintaining law and order. After Du Gufeng ordered the bailiffs to go to each square to inform the square, the sound of gongs could be heard all over Zhejiang County. Each square began to gather the youths in the square to prepare to participate in the defense of the county. This wasn't voluntary. Every household's youth, regardless of gender, had to participate. The men carried weapons and went up the city walls to assist in the defense. The women began to move resources under the guidance of the county yamen scribes. Outside the city, the drums of the officials became more and more urgent. The war was about to begin. Li Wangyu stood on the city walls and coldly looked at the officials preparing to attack the city. Obviously, the equipment of these subordinates was extremely simple and crude. Needless to say, they definitely didn't have any armor. The weapons in their hands were mostly short blades that were about the same length as the barricade sword. As for long-range weapons, only a few of them had bows and arrows in their hands. As for siege chariots, battering rams and trebuchets, they obviously didn't exist. The only thing that could allow the officials to attack the city walls of Zhejiang County was those crude wooden ladders. However, the equipment of the officials didn't make Li Wangyu feel at ease. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. Furthermore, he still had a question in his heart. Why did these officials rebel and attack Zhejiang County? Although Du Gufeng had whipped the leader's son, it shouldn't have caused the other 4 tribes to rebel. Were these officials really that united? This was obviously impossible. Although Li Wangyu didn't know much about the officials, he knew that they lived in a very primitive state. It was common for conflicts to occur between different tribes. Furthermore, the officials were more popular with slavery. The defeated captives were directly sold as slaves. The slave trade was not only popular but also cheap. A big dog can buy a lifetime of food. This meant that an adult dog could be exchanged for a captured slave. Furthermore, the relationship between the officials couldn't be said to be friendly at all. It was impossible to expect them to take revenge just because the other tribe leader's son was whipped by the Zhejiang County magistrate. There must be more to this than met the eye. Li Wangyu didn't suspect that Du Gufeng was lying to him. After all, although he had only known Du Gufeng for less than a day, since Du Gufeng had left his name in history, he should be trustworthy. Just as he was thinking about these things, a bugle horn sounded from below the city walls. The officials had started to attack the city. Niu Wu pulled Li Wangyu to the side. "Lang Jun, the officials have started to attack the city. Why don't you go back to the inn and accompany Lady Su? On the city walls, swords have no eyes. The Zhang brothers and I may not be able to protect you." When Li Wangyu heard this, he hesitated. According to his temperament, a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. However, the tragic death of the bailiff just now made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. "Niu Wu, don't worry. When I left today, I already wore the inner armor. Just find me a shield." Li Wangyu finally decided to stay and observe the situation. The inner armor that he was talking about was the protective deck that Li Er asked Yen Libin to make after the holy clothes were mercilessly looted by the group of dukes and big shots led by Li Er. The inner armor was also made of well-tempered steel. It was the same as when Niu Wu used it for his experiments. It was lined with silk and cowhide. The armor was divided into 2 parts, one protecting the chest and the other the back. The middle was connected by a cowhide buckle. When worn under clothes, it was like a bulletproof vest in the future. Li Wangyu asked Yen Libin to make more than 100 sets of inner armor like this. Each of the officials in the government had one set. Although he spent a lot of money, it was worth it. Everyone in the government, including Niu Wu and Niu Yong, loved this set of inner armor. It was even said that many of the officials were reluctant to take off the inner armor when they had sex with their wives. This made Li Wangyu speechless. Now the inner armor came in handy. At least he, Niu Wu, and the Zhang brothers all had the protection of the incomparably strong inner armor under their robes. Niu Wu tried to persuade Li Wangyu. Seeing that he insisted on staying on the city walls, he had no choice but to find a shield for him. He also instructed the Zhang brothers to protect Li Wangyu. At this time, outside Jiulong County, under the sound of horns and drums, the officials formed a messy formation and began to attack the city. Chapter 888. The solemn atmosphere at the top of Jiulong County's city wall did not affect the officials outside the city. After killing the bailiffs and stripping off their skulls to sacrifice to the heavens, the officials' bronze drums sounded again. The officials dragged out many wooden ladders from the forest and prepared to attack Jiulong County. These so-called wooden ladders were simple and crude to the extreme. After removing the branches and leaves from the tree trunks, they tied some short sticks to the tree trunks and stepped on them to create a set of wooden ladders. However, Li Wangyu and the others did not dare to underestimate these simple wooden ladders. When Li Wangyu saw that the officials were really preparing to attack the city, he turned around and looked at Jiulong County behind him. His expression immediately changed. Jiulong County was a lower county and was very small. However, no matter how small the county was, the square city wall was still nearly 4 kilometers long. At this moment, all the soldiers, bailiffs and able-bodied citizens were preparing to defend the city. However, there were only about 300 of them. A simple calculation showed that there was only one government soldier or yamen runner guarding the parapet of the city wall every 10 meters or so. When Li Wangyu looked at the thousands of officials below the city wall, he felt his scalp go numb. He pulled Dugu Feng over and said, "Dugu Ming House, gather all the citizens in the city and mobilize all the able-bodied citizens to assist the soldiers on the city wall. We won't be able to defend the county with just the soldiers." Dugu Feng was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His expression also changed greatly. Since ancient times, it was necessary to mobilize the citizens in order to defend a city. Although Dugu Feng was an honest official, he had never been on the battlefield. This was the first time he had experienced something like this. He actually forgot to mobilize the citizens to help defend the city. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, he realized his mistake. Wait, other than mobilizing the able-bodied citizens, gather all the doctors and prepare the medicine to treat the injured. Requisition all the servants of the major clans in Jiulong County and have them immediately come to the city wall to assist in the battle. Li Wangyu continued to give out orders. Although he had never experienced war, he knew this common sense. After Dugu Feng left with the order, Wang Yichuan sneaked over to Li Wangyu's side. "Duke, in this official's opinion, it would be better to agree to the conditions of those officials. How could they defend Jiulong County with only 200 soldiers? With the Duke's precious body, why would he take the risk to fight those barbarians head-on?" "Shut up." Before he could finish, he heard Li Wangyu's shout. "A great battle is about to begin. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, be careful that this duke will directly chop off your head and use it as a sacrifice." Wang Yichuan's face turned pale after being scolded by Li Wangyu, but he didn't dare to say a word. He could only bow and apologize. Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with this person, so he simply sent him down the city walls to assist Dugu Feng in mobilizing the citizens. After Wang Yichuan walked down the city wall, his eyes were filled with resentment. Jiulong County wasn't big, but like Chang'an, it was divided into several squares. Apart from supervising the taxes of the citizens, the squares also had the job of supervising illegal activities and maintaining law and order. After Dugu Feng ordered the bailiffs to inform the squares, the sound of gongs could be heard all over Jiulong County. The squares started to gather the youths to participate in the defense of the county. This wasn't voluntary. Every household's youths, regardless of gender, had to participate. The men carried weapons and went up the city walls to assist in the defense. The women started to move resources under the guidance of the county government clerk. The beating of the drums outside the city became more and more urgent. The war was about to start. Li Wangyu stood on the city walls and coldly looked at the people below preparing to attack the city. Obviously, the equipment of these subordinates was extremely simple and crude. Needless to say, they didn't have any armor. The weapons in their hands were mostly short blades that were about the same length as the barricade sword. As for long-range weapons, only a few of them had bows and arrows. As for siege vehicles, battering rams and trebuchets, they obviously didn't exist. The only thing that could allow the people to attack Jiulong County city walls was the crude wooden ladders. However, the equipment of the people didn't make Li Wangyu feel at ease. After all, the difference in numbers between the two sides was too big. Moreover, he still had a question in his mind. Why did these people rebel and attack Jiulong County? Although Dugu Feng had whipped the leader's son, it shouldn't have caused the other 4 tribes to rebel. Could it be that these people were really so united? This was obviously impossible. Although Li Wangyu didn't know much about the people, he knew that they lived in a very primitive state. They were naturally aggressive and liked to kill each other. It was common for different tribes to fight each other. Moreover, the people of the Gong tribe were more popular with slavery. The defeated captives were directly sold as slaves. The slave trade was not only popular but also cheap. A big dog can buy a lifetime of food. In other words, an adult dog could be exchanged for a captured slave. Even when Li Wangyu was in Chang'an City, he had seen slaves with their front teeth chiseled off for sale in the human market. Moreover, the relationship between the people of the Gong tribe couldn't be said to be friendly at all. It was impossible to expect them to take revenge just because the other tribe leader's son was whipped by the Jiulong County magistrate. There must be something hidden in this. Li Wangyu didn't suspect that Dugu Feng was lying to him. After all, although he had only known Dugu Feng for less than a day, since Dugu Feng had left his name in history, he should be trustworthy. Just as he was thinking about these things, a horn suddenly sounded from below the city wall. The people of the Gong tribe had begun to attack the city. Niu Wu directly pulled Li Wangyu to the side. Lang Jun, the people of the Gong tribe have begun to attack the city. Why don't you go back to the inn and accompany Miss Su? On the city wall, swords have no eyes. The Zhang brothers and I may not be able to protect you. Li Wangyu was a little hesitant when he heard this. According to his personality, a gentleman wouldn't stand under a collapsing wall. However, the tragic death of the bailiff just now made him feel uncomfortable. Niu Wu, don't worry. When I went out today, I already wore the inner armor. Just find me a shield. Li Wangyu finally decided to stay and observe the situation. The inner armor that he was talking about was the protective deck that Li Er asked Yen Libin to make after the holy clothes were mercilessly looted by the group of dukes and big shots led by Li Er. The inner armor was also made of well-tempered steel. It was the same as when Niu Wu used it for experiments. It was lined with silk and cowhide. The armor was divided into front and back, protecting the chest and the back. The middle was connected by a cowhide buckle. When worn under clothes, it was like a bulletproof vest in the future. Li Wangyu asked Yen Libin to make more than 100 sets of inner armor like this. Each of the soldiers in the Gong tribe had one set. Although he spent a lot of copper coins, it was quite worth it. Everyone in the Gong tribe, including Niu Wu, loved this set of inner armor. It was even said that many of the soldiers were reluctant to take off the inner armor when they were with their wives. This made Li Wangyu speechless. Now the inner armor came in handy. At least he, Niu Wu, and the Zhang brothers all had extremely sturdy inner armor under their robes. Niu Wu tried to persuade Li Wangyu again, but when he saw that Li Wangyu insisted on staying on the city wall, he had no choice but to find a shield for him. He also instructed the Zhang brothers to protect Li Wangyu. At this time, outside Jiulong County, under the sound of horns and drums, the people of the Gong tribe formed a messy formation and began to attack the city. Chapter 889. Zhang Dalong Erlang quickly take Lang Jun down the wall. Niu Wu slashed a subordinate who had just poked his head out of the wall. Seeing that a close combat was unavoidable, he immediately shouted at the Zhang brothers. The Zhang brothers responded and stepped forward to support Li Wangyu, ready to run down the wall. At this moment, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a surge of courage. He shook off Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian's arms and pulled out his saber with a backhand motion. Bullshit. I've also seen blood before. Zhang Dalong Erlang, don't worry about me. Go help those bailiffs. The wounded wailing beside him and the blood flowing everywhere on the wall aroused the ferocity in Li Wangyu's bones. Just like that day in the prison, Li Wangyu now had a fierce tiger in his heart. With bloodshot eyes, he held the saber with both hands and strode to Niu Wu's side. He raised the saber above his head and aimed at the gap in the parapet wall in front of him, ready to slash down at any time. He couldn't retreat and he didn't dare to retreat. Behind him was Jiulong County. Li Wangyu might not be so noble as to risk his life to protect thousands of people of the Tang dynasty, but behind him were Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin. When a subordinate with a steel saber in his mouth had just poked his head out of the parapet wall, Li Wangyu let out a beast-like roar from his throat. He aimed his saber at the subordinate's head and slashed down. The saber in his hand was also made of well-tempered steel. It was extremely sharp and could cut iron like mud. Li Wangyu used all his strength to slash down and instantly split the subordinate's head in half. Blood and white brain matter immediately burst out and splashed everywhere. Li Wangyu's face and body were also splashed with blood. Coupled with his ferocious expression, it was terrifying. Niu Wu pulled Li Wangyu behind him and grinned. Langjun, I'm afraid you'll scare Lady Su to death like this. Haha, be careful that Miss Su won't let you enter her room. Li Wangyu's muscles had become incomparably stiff after personally chopping down a person. But after hearing Niu Wu's teasing, he couldn't help but relax a lot. He kicked Niu Wu's butt and laughed, "Get lost, get lost, get lost. How much better are you than me? When we return to Dingzhou village, I'll get your wife to deal with you." Niu Wu was one of the elite soldiers of the Sui dynasty's White Army. What he knew the most was how to kill people. In Niu Wu's eyes, these helpers who were eager to climb the city walls were no different from slaughtering chickens. He swung his saber effortlessly and chopped down another man who was about to climb up the wall. Then he turned to Li Wangyu and explained, "Langjun, relax. Don't use too much strength. Yan Shaojin used well-tempered steel to forge these sabers. They are really sharp and unstoppable. Langjun, you don't need to use all your strength to chop them. This way you can save some energy." Li Wangyu nodded and used his sleeve to wipe off the blood on his face. Then he rubbed his palms on his clothes and gripped the saber in his hand tightly again. At this time, there were already many sections of Jiulong County's city walls that had been broken through by the helpers. After all, it was impossible for only 200 government soldiers to guard such a long city wall without any gaps. And the fighting strength of the Yamen runners and the people couldn't be compared to the government soldiers. On the city walls, the sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. The city was in a mess. There were people who were constantly hit by the saber and fell down screaming. There were helpers, Yamen runners, and government soldiers in full armor. Li Wangyu was able to hold on because Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were three people who were highly skilled in martial arts. After swinging his saber and chopping down another helper, Li Wangyu wiped the sweat off his forehead. He raised his eyes to look at the chaotic battle on the city wall and then looked at the helpers who continued to climb up the wall like ants. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. The disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. At this critical moment, a deafening sound of gongs and shouts could be heard from below the city walls. A black mass of people wielding all kinds of weapons charged up the city walls. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. This was clearly Du Gufeng. He had finally gathered the youths of the city to help defend the city. The Tang people loved martial arts and the common people didn't lack weapons. The youths mobilized by Du Gufeng were not completely powerless against the helpers. After all, these helpers were just ordinary mountain people. In terms of physique and weapons, these youths were even stronger than the helpers. Moreover, these youths knew that if they didn't fight with all their might today, their families and children in the city would definitely be slaughtered by the helpers after the city was breached. Jiulong County was a lower county with a population of less than 1,000 households. Even so, Du Gufeng had mobilized nearly 2,000 people to help the city walls. Almost every family had their father, son, or brothers. With the aid of these fresh soldiers and the fact that the helpers weren't all that strong, the precarious situation on the city walls was instantly reversed. Under the command of the estate soldiers, the common people began to surround and attack the helpers who were lucky enough to scale the walls. Even more commoners picked up rolling logs and stones and threw them down the city walls. The heavy objects falling down like hail instantly smashed the helpers who were trying to besiege the city walls, breaking their limbs and causing them to howl as they fell off the walls. This turn of events naturally caused the helpers to panic. They jumped off the wooden ladders and fled into the forest. Even those helper archers who had dared to stand below the walls and exchange fire with the estate soldiers also turned and fled. In just a few moments, the helpers were like frightened rabbits, fleeing into the forest. As for the helpers on the walls, they had nowhere to run even if they wanted to. Other than those who stubbornly resisted and were cut down to the ground, even more helpers threw down their weapons and kneeled in surrender. The small-scale siege came to an abrupt end with the retreat of the soldiers. In the battle just now, Li Wangyu had personally cut down at least 3 helpers. He panted heavily and used the saber in his hand as a crutch. Only then did he realize that the fierce battle hadn't lasted long, but it had caused his muscles to ache all over. Looking up, he saw corpses all around the city walls. Most of the corpses were helpers, but there was no lack of bailiffs and commoners. There were even armored corpses of estate soldiers. At this time, Du Gufeng had also scaled the walls. When he saw Li Wangyu covered in blood, he was also quite frightened. This lowly official deserves to die. I actually let the Duke take such a risk. Please forgive me. Are you injured? This lowly official will immediately inform the physician. Li Wangyu didn't even bother to speak. He waved his hand at Du Gufeng and said softly, "All right, I'm fine. Quickly arrange for people to treat the injured and clean up the corpses." Du Gufeng didn't dare to delay and immediately agreed. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was stopped by Li Wangyu. "Wait, look after those helper prisoners. Lock them up in the county prison. I'll interrogate them later." Yes, this lowly official obeys. Although Du Gufeng was a little surprised and didn't know why Li Wangyu wanted to interrogate these rebellious helpers, he didn't dare to disobey. After Du Gufeng left, Li Wangyu smiled bitterly at Niu Wu and said, "Niu Wu, come and help me. My leg is cramping. I can't walk." Chapter 890. After a fierce battle, the wingmen temporarily retreated to the forest outside the city and continued to besiege Jiulong County. Du Gufeng and his men busied themselves for more than half a day before they finally settled the injured prefecture soldiers, yamen runners and youths. They also rearranged the guards on the city walls and divided the citizens according to the different houses, leaving them under the command of the prefecture soldiers, sergeants and sergeants. They would take turns to guard the city walls to prevent the wingmen from launching a sneak attack. The corpses of the wingmen were all thrown down the city walls and shouted from the top of the city walls for the wingmen to come and collect the corpses. After all, the weather was hot, and if the corpses weren't disposed of as soon as possible, the hundreds of corpses piled up outside the city walls would easily spread diseases once they started to rot. This was hard for both sides to accept. Thus, many wingmen ran out of the forest outside the city. They didn't carry any weapons and started to move the corpses of their tribesmen. This siege didn't last long, but the wingmen had left 200 to 300 corpses behind, and the number of injured was several times more. In Jiulong County, 6 soldiers, more than 20 runners had died in the battle. There were about 10 citizens in the city and hundreds of injured. It could be said that the losses weren't small. The runners, and youths were all locals of Jiulong County. When their relatives learned that their loved ones had died in the battle, they all cried their hearts out in grief. Soon cries filled Jiulong County. Li Wangyu was carried back to the hostel by Niu Wu. Su Changqing, Aphrodite, and Perrin were so frightened that they almost screamed. He was covered in blood and carried back by Niu Wu. Anyone who saw him would think that he was seriously injured. Today Su Changqing and the other 2 girls were in the hostel. They heard the sounds of killing coming from all 4 sides of the city walls, and their hearts were already stretched taut. Not to mention Aphrodite and Perrin, even Su Changqing couldn't care less about the fact that she didn't believe in gods and bodhisattvas. She just silently prayed that the gods and Buddhas would protect Li Wangyu and that nothing would happen to him. Therefore, when he saw Li Wangyu appear in front of him like this, Su Changqing almost had the illusion that the world was falling apart. Li Wangyu hurriedly climbed down from Niu Wu's back and smiled at the 3 women, indicating that he was fine. I'm fine. I'm not injured. The blood on my body belongs to those subordinates. Just now I was just a little tired and my leg cramped. Niu Wu carried me back." Hearing Li Wangyu's explanation, Su Changqing did not care about the gazes of others. She rushed forward and hugged her man tightly. Li Wangyu never knew that his beautiful boss had such great strength. She even hugged him so tightly that he felt like he couldn't breathe. But before he could say anything, Su Changqing had already released him. Then the ancestral craftsmanship was used on him again. With Su Changqing's slender fingers pinching the soft flesh below his ribs, Li Wangyu could only raise his hands and surrender. "Changqing, it hurts. Be gentle. I was wrong, I know I was wrong." What did you do wrong?" Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by his beautiful boss's words. "I was wrong, what did I do wrong?" This extremely polemical dialogue was a nightmare for men in the future. She wasn't afraid that you made a mistake, but that you didn't know what you did wrong. This kind of question was simply a question of death. Supported by a strong desire to live, Li Wangyu simply ignored everything. In front of Niu Wu, the Zhang brothers, Aphrodite and Perrin, he directly reached out and hugged Su Changqing and kissed her fiercely. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers naturally widened their mouths in horror before retreating awkwardly. On the other hand, Aphrodite was chuckling while covering her mouth. As for Perrin, her face was already red with embarrassment. After a long time, the 2 finally separated. After rolling her eyes at Li Wangyu, Su Changqing finally stopped asking about that question of death. However, she looked at the bloodstains on him with disdain and turned to Aphrodite and Perrin. "Go and boil water so that Wangyu can take a bath and change his clothes. Look at how dirty he is." Aphrodite and Perrin responded with a smile and immediately went to prepare a bathtub for Li Wangyu. In fact, there were naturally chores in the hostel who were in charge of this. Before long, the bathtub in the wing room was filled with hot water. Li Wangyu didn't have to hide anything now. After taking off his blood-stained clothes in front of the three women, he soaked his naked body in the hot water. Stimulated by the warm water, the pores all over his body relaxed. Li Wangyu buried his head in the water and felt the strong beating of his heart in his chest. It wasn't until he couldn't hold his breath that he jerked his head up and took in deep breaths of fresh air. Li Wangyu couldn't help but heave a long sigh of relief, feeling that he was finally alive. It was great to be alive. 3 pairs of smooth palms landed on his body and began to help him rub off the dried blood on his body. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and silently enjoyed the massage from his women while thinking about what to do next. Although Jiulong County wasn't under Li Wangyu's rule, as the founding county duke of the Tang dynasty, he enjoyed a salary from the imperial court and was supported by the people of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, he naturally had to be responsible for the people of the Tang dynasty. Although many of them had died in today's battle, there were still several thousand of them surrounding Jiulong County, even if those who were injured were included. It was obviously unrealistic to send people through the blockade and report to Qingdu County's Izhou Governor General's office. However, Jiulong County was too close to Qingdu County. Moreover, there were many scholars trapped in Jiulong County. Even the chief of the Izhou Governor General's office was trapped here. As time passed, the officials might not be able to seal off the news even if they wanted to. As long as Jiulong County could hold on for 7 to 8 days, there was no need to worry about reinforcements not arriving. However, the problem was that it was too difficult to defend Jiulong County for so many days with the current strength of its defenses. If the officials attacked a few more times like today, Jiulong County would probably fall. The reason was simple. After today's battle, most of the remaining soldiers were injured. If they continued to fight, their battle strength would be affected. Moreover, the bailiffs and citizens had suffered even more losses and needed to rest. As for the youths in the city, they were only normal citizens and could only assist the soldiers. They could not truly be used as soldiers. Now, they had to think of a way to strengthen the defense of Jiulong County. Li Wangyu closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stood up from the bathtub, giving Su Changqing and the others a fright. "Wangyu, what are you panicking for? The officials have not attacked yet. I have been paying attention to the movements outside the city." Li Wangyu stepped out of the bathtub and carelessly put on his clothes. He explained, "Changqing, I am such a pig. How could I forget about the gunpowder? No, I have to find Dugu Feng and have him gather saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur in the city." When Su Changqing heard him say this, she also reacted and her face lit up with joy. Gunpowder, even the most primitive gunpowder, was a godly weapon in the Tang dynasty. Yesterday there was a bug in the system and chapter 887 and 888 were duplicated. If there is a duplicate subscription, please delete this book from the bookshelf and add it again to refresh. Chapter 891. Li Wangyu created gunpowder to make firecrackers and fireworks for fun. However, he did not give the gunpowder to Pai Lupi as a weapon because Li Wangyu felt that gunpowder was too overbearing and that it would be harmful to heaven and earth if it was turned into a weapon. However, after experiencing the battle today, he realized that his thoughts were too naive. Swords and spears could kill people, bows and arrows could kill people, and gunpowder could also kill people. Since the purpose was to kill people, it would be too stupid to say that using gunpowder to kill people was harmful to heaven and earth. From Li Wangyu's point of view, any weapon that could kill those people outside the city was a good weapon. He called Niu Wu over and told him to find Dugu Feng and collect saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal in the city to make gunpowder. "Langjun, you still want to make exploding rods at this time? Many people in the city are in mourning. Isn't it inappropriate to set off exploding rods at this time?" Niu Wu was puzzled. Although he was the one who created the gunpowder with Li Wangyu, Niu Wu knew that the purpose of gunpowder was to make exploding rods and fireworks. Now that Jiulong County was facing a huge crisis, how could his Langjun be in the mood to make these things? When Li Wangyu heard this, he was so angry that he wanted to kick Niu Wu. "Idiot, who told you that I want to make exploding rods? Then you want to make fireworks? Do you want to shoot fireworks into the night sky as a warning to the outside world?" Li Wangyu was almost angered to death by this uncultured fellow, but he was too lazy to continue explaining. "If I tell you to go, then go. Remember, collect as much as you can and transport it all. Yes, transport it all to the county government. I need it urgently, so do not neglect it. This is related to whether Jiulong County can be defended or not." Li Wangyu originally wanted to transport it to the hostel, but after thinking about it, it was safer to transport something as dangerous as gunpowder to the county government. Yes. When Niu Wu saw that Li Wangyu was serious, he knew that his Langjun was not joking. He quickly ran to inform Dugu Feng to collect the materials. After Dugu Feng received Niu Wu's notice, although he was suspicious in his heart, he did not dare to be negligent. When he heard that County Duke who wanted to collect these items, which were related to the defense of the city, he immediately led the bailiffs to collect these 3 items from all over the city. Charcoal was easy. Even if they didn't have enough, they could always order people to build a kiln to burn it. Sulfur was barely acceptable. After all, sulfur had many uses. Whether it was used as medicine or repelling insects at home, it was useful. Even paper mills needed sulfur to bleach paper. There was also a paper-making workshop in Jiulong County. Dugu Feng led a group of yamen runners to collect sulfur from all over the place. They collected all the sulfur stored in the medicine shops, paper mills, and the homes of the commoners. They managed to gather quite a bit of sulfur. The only thing they couldn't find was nitrate. Saltpeter could be used to make leather, but there were no leather workshops in Jiulong County. Saltpeter was mainly used to treat moisture and skin diseases. However, the amount used was not large. Therefore, the medicine stores in the county did not have much saltpeter in stock. Dugu Feng searched the entire county, but he could only find less than half a kilogram of saltpeter. When Li Wangyu found out about this, he also frowned. To make gunpowder, the amount of saltpeter needed was much more than sulfur. Now that Jiulong County was besieged, where could he find saltpeter? If he didn't have enough saltpeter, or in other words, potassium nitrate, how could he make gunpowder? Wouldn't that mean that he had the dragon-slaying skill but no dragon to kill? When Su Changqing found out about this, he originally hoped that Li Wangyu would be able to make gunpowder and kill everyone to save the people of Jiulong County. However, he didn't expect that he would be hit in the head by the lack of raw materials. Wangyu, what should we do now? Without enough saltpeter, it's impossible to make gunpowder. Let's make as much as we have. If we really can't, we can only use it as a trump card and use it at a crucial moment. Li Wangyu was also very depressed. With less than half a kilogram of saltpeter, he couldn't make much gunpowder. Moreover, the power of gunpowder wasn't very strong. As a result, its usefulness was even more limited. He could only make gunpowder to catch them off guard and see if he could scare those ignorant officials. After all, when gunpowder exploded, the sound and flames produced would be quite shocking. For the officials who had never seen gunpowder before, it would certainly scare them. Li Wangyu unhappily ordered Niu Wu to grind out the charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter first. They had to make gunpowder first. When it came to making gunpowder, Niu Wu was even more skilled than Li Wangyu. After all, this guy was very lazy. When he had researched how to make gunpowder, he had thrown it to the 2 brothers, Niu Wu and Niu Yong, to manage. After sending Niu Wu to the county yamen to make gunpowder, Li Wangyu stayed in the hostel with waning interest. He continued to ponder about what other methods he could use to win by surprise. While he was thinking hard, he felt a burst of discomfort in his stomach. He quickly got up and went to the outhouse. The outhouse of the hostel was relatively clean. However, no matter how clean the outhouse of the Tang dynasty was, it was still limited. There was no need to talk about the smell. It was unavoidable. Moreover, the floor and corners of the outhouse were often cleaned, but there were still layers of white crystals. Li Wangyu squatted in the outhouse and looked at the white crystals. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, causing him to immediately stand up. Immediately, Li Wangyu squatted down again. Damn, I forgot what I was doing and almost stained my pants. Li Wangyu quickly dealt with the aftermath. Like a whirlwind, he lifted his pants and rushed out of the outhouse. Zhang Dalong, Zhang Erlang. Quickly go and find Dugu Ming house for me. The 2 brothers of the Zhang family saw that their master was so anxious that he didn't even have time to tie up his pants. They didn't dare to ask any more and quickly turned to look for Dugu Feng. Not long after, Dugu Feng, who had received the news, rushed to the hostel. However, when he heard Li Wangyu's words, he was dumbfounded. Duke? Are you kidding? At this time, you want me to mobilize the people in the city to scrape soil from the outhouse and the pigsty? Why is this so? Li Wangyu squatted in the outhouse. When he saw the white crystals, he thought of scraping soil. When he was young, he heard from the elders in the village that in the old days, there was a popular business in the village called making salt. Every morning, the villagers would carry baskets and scrape soil from the outhouse, pigsty, and walls of the old houses in the village. After processing, they would boil the salt and sell it. Li Wangyu didn't know when this process of scraping soil and boiling salt appeared. It was recorded in the Ming dynasty's Tiangong Kai Wu, but the Tang dynasty definitely didn't have this method of extracting salt. The salt used in the Tang dynasty was extracted from natural saltpeter. In Jiulong County, there were naturally no saltpeter mines, but there were outhouses, pig feet, and old houses everywhere. The main thing was to mobilize people to scrape soil, so the problem of restricting the production of gunpowder was easily solved. However, Su Changqing could understand this matter, but Du Gufeng found it hard to understand. The dignified county duke who founded the country actually wanted to mobilize the people in the city to scrape white crystals from the outhouse at this time. Wasn't this a waste of time? Could it be that this county duke had some special hobby? Du Gufeng cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to refuse. He could only brace himself and agree. Chapter 892. As the county magistrate of Jiulong County, Du Gufeng was clearly a capable official. Even though he did not understand why the citizens were asked to scrape the white crystals, Li Wangyu said that this matter was related to the survival of Jiulong County, so he carried it out seriously. Thus, everyone in Jiulong County, from the elderly to the children, carried baskets on their backs and squatted in the latrines, pigsty, and old houses to scrape the white crystals. Regarding this, the commoners in the city complained. Who would be willing to go to such a dirty and smelly place to get these useless things? What's more, the sword of Damocles was still hanging over everyone's heads. At this time they were still asked to do such ridiculous things. Naturally, it would cause the common people in the city to complain. At this time, Li Wangyu did not care about how the citizens complained about him behind his back. He ran to the Jiulong County Yamen and ordered people to dig a saltpeter pond in the yard. He was going to extract the saltpeter from the saltpeter soil. This method was heard from the elders in the village. Because they were in a hurry, digging the saltpeter pond turned the perfectly fine yamen into a muddy mess. At this time Du Gufeng wanted to cry but had no tears. How could his perfectly fine yamen be ruined by this county magistrate who? The pond was half a meter deep and the four walls were built with bricks. The bottom of the pond was pounded with wheat straw to ensure that it would not leak. At one end of the pond, a hole was dug and a small urn was buried in it. At the bottom of the pond, a small hole was made and a clay pipe connected to the small urn. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu ordered people to mix the saltpeter soil with plant ash and put it into the saltpeter pond. After stepping on it, the pond was filled with water. After the water in the saltpeter pond seeped through the saltpeter soil, it would bring out the saltpeter from the soil and enter the small urn through the clay pipe. The dark red water was the saltpeter water. After that, Li Wangyu ordered people to set up a large stove in the yard of the county yamen. He directly took out several large iron pots from the county yamen kitchen and began to boil the saltpeter. This made Du Gufeng's face twitch, but he could only silently endure. The dark red nitric acid was poured directly into the iron pot and boiled over a large fire. Only when the white salt was boiled out from the bottom of the pot, and the nitric acid was boiled into a thick liquid, did the job finally come to an end. Li Wangyu ordered people to take out the boiled nitrate water and put it into the taopeng. He then placed it in a cool place to store it carefully. After the boiled nitrate water cooled down, the sides and bottom of the pot were filled with white crystals. This was the refined nitrate. When the saltpeter was extracted, Niu Wu, Du Gufeng, and the others were stunned. How could they have imagined that the soil scraped from the side of the latrine could actually produce saltpeter? This completely subverted their understanding. Langjun, this is really salt. Then how could the latrine produce nitrate? This is really an eye-opener. Du Gufeng even turned to Li Wangyu and bowed deeply. This lowly official only knows now that Duke knows everything from the heavens to the earth. You are truly a learned man. However, this lowly official still does not understand why Duke ordered this lowly official to collect things like saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Li Wangyu smiled at Du Gufeng and spat out two words. It's a secret. These words immediately made Du Gufeng, the county magistrate, speechless. He looked at Li Wangyu with a face full of hidden bitterness. Niu Wu, who was at the side, quickly pinched his thigh to prevent himself from laughing out loud and being recorded in a small black book by his narrow-minded Langjun. In fact, he still did not know what Li Wangyu wanted to do with gunpowder. In Niu Wu's understanding, gunpowder was used to make explosive rods and fireworks. As for using gunpowder to kill people, he would never have thought of that. The method of making gunpowder naturally needed to be kept a secret. Li Wangyu did not wish for such a dangerous thing to be spread all over the streets. Originally, only the two brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu knew how to make gunpowder. Li Wangyu had also repeatedly warned the two of them not to leak any information to the outside world. Now that they were in Jiulong County, Niu Yong was not by his side and he could not trust anyone else. Li Wangyu could only summon the two brothers Zhang Xian and Zhang Xin, and instruct them to learn how to make gunpowder with Niu Wu. Li Wangyu was not worried about his own troops. After repeatedly warning the three of them to pay attention to their safety and avoid using metal tools, Li Wangyu had Du Gufeng prepare a secluded courtyard for Niu Wu and the other two in the county yamen and began producing gunpowder. In less than half a day, Niu Wu and the other two used a roller to grind sulfur, charcoal and saltpeter into powder. They carefully mixed them together according to the ratio that Li Wangyu had taught them. After making a few caddies of gunpowder, Niu Wu went to ask Li Wangyu for instructions on what to do with the gunpowder. Li Wangyu had already thought about how to make these gunpowder into killing weapons. Making guns and cannons was out of the question. If he wanted a second-rate electronic business student to know how to make guns, it would be impossible unless Laozi appeared. Moreover, with the current level of metal smelting and processing in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu estimated that he would have to ask a deity to help him bring over a set of machinery from the future. Only then would he be able to make firearms. This was a complete industrial system. It was impossible for it to be as easy as it was written in novels, where the Tang dynasty of over 1,000 years ago could achieve industrialization. However, although he could not make guns and cannons, Li Wangyu still had other ways to make use of the gunpowder. Making explosive packs was one of the simplest ways. In movies and TV dramas, the kind of explosive that often appeared on screen, wrapped like a quilt, was actually also called a group of explosives. Spread loose powdered explosives in the middle of a cloth or paper, wrap it up like a package and then tie it up with a rope. A must-have explosive pack for home, traveling, murder, and arson would be complete. If one was a little crazy and buried some broken stones and tiles in the explosive pack, the effect would be even better. Li Wangyu directly asked Du Gufeng to bring silk and instructed Niu Wu and the others to tightly wrap the gunpowder in it. At the same time, he also, accidentally, sprinkled some broken stones inside. The several caddies of gunpowder that Niu Wu and the others ground were all wrapped in a square explosive pack. Langjun, what the hell is this thing? If it explodes, it will be too big. How big of a brazier do you need to light this thing? Until now, Niu Wu still thought that this thing that Li Wangyu had made was just a weird-looking explosive rod. Seeing Niu Wu throw the several caddies of gunpowder up and down like a toy, Li Wangyu's back was covered in cold sweat. *CK. This bastard Niu Wu who could scare people to death, did he really think that the thing in his hand was just for listening to the sound? Stop! Li Wangyu shouted loudly, scaring Niu Wu. The explosive pack in his hand almost fell to the ground, scaring Li Wangyu so much that his heart almost stopped beating. Although he knew that the gunpowder wouldn't explode even if it fell, who could say for sure about this kind of thing? If the several caddies of gunpowder in front of him exploded, there was no need to think about the consequences. He wouldn't even have to collect the corpse. He, Li Wangyu, could only pray that the heavens would let him transmigrate again. Li Wangyu could only angrily kick Niu Wu who had almost scared him to death. With a dark face, he signaled the Zhang brothers to carry the explosive pack and follow him. He had to find a place to test the power of the explosive pack. Chapter 893. Li Wangyu was a kind person. In order to extract the nitrate, he had already turned the Jiulong County Yamen upside down. If he were to test the power of the explosive in the Yamen, well, he was actually afraid that Du Gufeng would fight him to the death. If he accidentally blew up the Yamen, no matter how thick-skinned Li Wangyu was, he would not be able to face Du Gufeng. After asking Du Gufeng, Li Wangyu decided to go to the military camp's drill ground to test it out. Dugu Ming House, weren't you very puzzled when I asked you to collect sulfur and other materials? Now it's time to reveal the truth. I'll let you see what a divine weapon is. Haha, with this item, those subordinates are nothing to be afraid of. I can easily turn them into ashes. When Li Wangyu said this, he hated that he did not have a feather fan in his hand to show off. With a feather fan and a silk headband he could turn them into ashes while talking and laughing. Wasn't he talking about him? Li Wangyu did not hide it from Du Gufeng. After all, the explosive was made to be used. Only by letting Du Gufeng see its power could the Jiulong County magistrate be at ease. Du Gufeng looked at the explosive in the arms of the Zhang brothers, but he was still suspicious. A squarish package made of silk and linen was the so-called divine weapon? How was he going to kill the enemy? Was he going to throw it from the city wall to kill those subordinates? Wasn't that a joke? Du Gufeng racked his brains, but he still could not figure out what Li Wangyu was trying to do. Duke, may I ask what this item is called? What is it used for? Haha, Dugu Ming House, you may not know, but this item is called explosive. Well, thunderbolt sky-shaking thunder. Don't think it looks ordinary, but it can explode like a thunderbolt. Its power is so great that it can almost split the sky open. Using it to kill the enemy is as easy as chopping vegetables. Li Wangyu originally wanted to call it explosive bag, but he immediately felt that this name was not cool at all. Thus, he casually came up with the name Thunderbolt Rumbling Thunder. However, it was not only Du Gufeng who did not believe his words. Even Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers could not help but look at each other with smiles in their eyes. In Niu Wu's opinion, their Lang Jun was just spouting nonsense to fool the Jiulong County magistrate. What bullsh***t thunderbolt. The explosives in Zhang Xian's arms were personally made by the three of them. Niu Wu had also explained to the Zhang brothers that the mixture of sulfur, charcoal and saltpeter was used to make explosive rods and fireworks. The exploding rods and fireworks that were set off in the residence were made from these herbs. The explosion that Li Wangyu made was as loud as thunder. The Zhang brothers were naturally aware of this. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Niu Wu or the Zhang brothers, this so-called thunderbolt heaven-shaking thunder they made was actually just a big firework explosion. Thunderbolt rumbling thunder, at most this explosion only contained a little too much gunpowder. Normally the exploding rods that Niu Wu made would contain at most 1 or 2 grams of gunpowder. However, the explosives in front of them contained at least 7 to 8 kilograms of gunpowder. Niu Wu estimated that after this big explosive rod was ignited, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Could it be that Lang Jun was planning to use this loud noise to scare those people to death? In short, in Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' opinion, their Lang Jun was just fooling the honest people. In fact, Du Gufeng was also skeptical of Li Wangyu's words. How could he really believe in the thunderbolt rumbling thunder? The group walked to the drill ground in the city. Li Wangyu looked at the drill ground, which was about the size of a soccer field in his previous life, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Such a spacious area was perfect for testing the explosives. It would also prevent them from accidentally injuring other people due to the narrow space. Li Wangyu ordered people to set up a wooden stake in the middle of the drill ground and hung the explosives on it. He pondered for a moment, then turned his head to Du Gufeng and ordered, "Duga Ming House, get people to find a few more pigs. This duke wants to test the power of the thunderbolt rumbling thunder." Du Gufeng was even more confused about what Li Wangyu wanted to do. However, he could only helplessly order the bailiffs to find a few more pigs. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, the bailiffs tied up the pigs that were making a mess and placed them 5 to 6 meters away from the drill ground. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu led the group to the edge of the drill ground. He took out a match and had a smirk on his face. "Which one of you wants to test the power of this duke's thunderbolt rumbling thunder? This is an unprecedented feat. This duke will give the glory of releasing this thunderbolt rumbling thunder to all of you. Alright, find someone who can run fast. Don't get blown up by the thunderbolt rumbling thunder. That would be too unjust." "Husband, let me do it." "Hee, this explosive rod. I know it's the thunderbolt rumbling thunder. I haven't released such a big one yet. I think it will be very satisfying." Niu Wu rubbed his hands and smiled. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at him and ignored his words. Instead, he turned his gaze to the bailiffs behind Du Gufeng. To be honest, Li Wangyu wasn't very confident in the powder that he made, which was the fuse. Although it was simple to make a fuse, it was just a paper wrapped in gunpowder and twisted into a rope. Then, a layer of rice paste was brushed on the outside to prevent the paper from falling apart. However, after the fuse was made, Li Wangyu secretly tested it a few times. He discovered that the burning speed was not uniform. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. This was actually very normal. When the powder was twisted by hand, the gunpowder wouldn't be spread evenly. Even when he was setting off firecrackers in his previous life, Li Wangyu had almost burned his finger because the fuse of some firecrackers burned too fast. Therefore, Li Wangyu wasn't willing to let Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers do such a dangerous experiment. Although it wasn't very kind, he still decided to give this heavy responsibility to the bailiffs of Jiulong County. The bailiffs of Jiulong County looked at each other. Then someone immediately stood out. They did not know the dangers involved, but they were naturally willing to do such a thing to show their faces in front of the founding duke. Li Wangyu handed the match to that person and explained to him how to ignite the powder. He repeatedly told the man to turn around and run as fast as he could once the flame was ignited. Otherwise, if he was killed by the thunderbolt rumbling thunder, it wouldn't be his fault. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers looked at each other. In their hearts, they felt that Li Wangyu was making a fuss over nothing. Wasn't it just setting off fireworks? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? The bailiff in charge of lighting the fire was frightened by Li Wangyu's words, but he also felt some regret in his heart. However, it was too late to say anything now. He could only grit his teeth and walk towards the powder with the match. Following Li Wangyu's instructions, he found the long powder. His hands trembled as he lit the match. Then he gently moved to the side of the powder. Sizzle. A light sound was heard. Then a puff of smoke rose. The powder was ignited and quickly burned. The bailiff, who had never seen a fuse burn, was stunned. He didn't move for a long time. When Li Wangyu saw the smoke rise, he knew that the fuse had been ignited. Seeing that the bailiff was still standing there, he quickly shouted, "Run!" The bailiff was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and immediately turned around to run. After he ran 40 to 50 steps, he heard a loud bang behind him. Then there was a buzzing sound in his ears. After that, he couldn't hear anything. The bailiff, who was still running, felt as if someone had pushed him from behind. He immediately fell to the ground. At the side of the training ground, everyone including Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers only had one thought in their minds. This firework explosion was really exciting. A different kind of firework. Chapter 894. In the history of human firearms, black gunpowder was the beginning of the era of firearms. However, strictly speaking, the power of black gunpowder wasn't that great. In terms of physical data, the explosive speed of black gunpowder was only 500 meters per second. The explosive speed of TNT in the future was 6,920 meters per second. The explosive speed of nitroglycerin was 8,000 meters per second, and the explosive speed of C4 was 8,040 meters per second. All of them could instantly turn black gunpowder into dregs. Therefore, the explosive bag that Niu Wu and the others made wasn't that powerful. At least, it was much less powerful than the explosive bag used by the 8th Route Army during the anti-Japanese war. Even so, when the explosive bag made of 8 to 9 kilograms of black gunpowder showed the power of firearms for the first time in this world, the huge roar and the power of the explosion still shocked everyone present. In the mansion soldiers' drill ground, there was a loud roar and a flash of fire. The shock wave of the explosion blew up the yellow soil on the drill ground, and a huge dust column rose from the ground. After the black gunpowder exploded, a huge cloud of black smoke rose up into the sky. The deafening sound of the explosion caused everyone's ears to ring and hum. Li Wangyu was smart. When the Yamen runner lit the fuse, he had already covered his ears with his hands and opened his mouth to offset the shock wave of the explosion. Therefore, when the explosive bag was detonated, he was the first to recover. In fact, the explosion of the explosive bag also shocked Li Wangyu. After all, in the future, other than seeing explosive scenes in movies and TV shows, he didn't have the chance to experience the shock of an explosion at close range. As for Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers at this time, their mouths were wide open and their faces were full of horror. In their eyes, the explosive bag was just a large explosive rod. After it was ignited, it caused such a violent explosion. Naturally, the three of them didn't expect it. The shock of the explosion, which was like a thunderbolt, made the three of them finally believe that what their Langjun asked them to make wasn't a toy explosive rod, but a thunderbolt shocking thunder that could be used to kill people. Dugu Feng, the county magistrate of Jiulong County, was also stunned. He stared blankly at the column of smoke rising from the explosion, unable to speak for a long time. The few bailiffs behind Dugu Feng felt their legs go weak. They all knelt down and kowtowed to the location of the explosion. From their point of view, there was no other explanation for this thunderous fury other than the legendary magic of the immortals. The bailiffs looked at Li Wangyu with fear and reverence. After Li Wangyu came back to his senses, he couldn't help but laugh. The power of the explosives was completely in line with his imagination. As such, as long as they had the explosives in their hands, would they still have to worry about being surrounded? He was afraid that when those subordinates attacked the city again, they would throw down a few packs of explosives. After killing a group of people, they would be so scared that they would piss their pants and directly run back to the mountains. Who knows, maybe that would happen. Haha, Dugu Minghouse, what do you think? Are you satisfied with the power of my thunderbolt shocking thunder? Li Wangyu smiled pretentiously at Dugu Feng, waiting for the county magistrate of Jiulong County to worship and respect him. However, his words were like a blind man throwing flirtatious glances. Dugu Feng rubbed his ears hard and shouted, "Duke, what did you say? I can't hear you." Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. Damn it, he forgot to tell them to cover their ears. Obviously, there was only ringing in their ears. Whatever he said would be a waste of breath. After waiting for a while, when everyone's ears had recovered, Li Wangyu signaled for Dugu Feng to come with him to see the effect of the explosion. However, Li Wangyu felt that he had forgotten something. After looking around, he slapped his forehead. It seemed that he had forgotten about the brave warrior who lit the fuse. When he turned back to look for that person, he finally saw that Yamen runner struggling to get up from the ground. However, he seemed to have suffered some injuries. His face seemed to have been cut by the flying pebbles, and there was already blood flowing down. Li Wangyu hurriedly had Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers check on the Yamen runner. When the black gunpowder exploded, the shock wave wasn't very strong. However, the pebbles that Li Wangyu mixed in were fatal. Fortunately, the Yamen runner ran quickly. At a distance of 50 to 60 steps, the flying pebbles no longer had any lethality. They only scratched his skin. Although it looked like he was bleeding, it was only a superficial wound. After confirming that the Yamen runner didn't suffer any injuries, Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng encouraged him and ordered him to see a doctor. Only then did everyone continue to check on the effect of the explosion. The pillar that originally hung the bag of gunpowder had long disappeared. On the ground of the training ground, which was very sturdy, there was a 1 meter wide and half a meter deep crater from the explosion. As for the pitiful second senior brothers who were a few meters away from the explosion, there was no need to mention them. They were all dead on the ground, bleeding from their mouths and noses. Even the bodies of the pigs were riddled with holes from the flying pebbles. Blood flowed out from the holes. They looked very pitiful. These pigs are so pitiful. Li Wangyu said hypocritically. He turned his head to look at Du Gufeng. Du Guming House, get someone to kill these pigs. After today's fierce battle with the officials, use these pigs to reward the government soldiers and Yamen runners. Ah? Oh yes. I will immediately send someone to do it. Du Gufeng looked at the dead pigs and was already shocked to the point of losing his soul. Only when he heard Li Wangyu talking to him did he come back to his senses. Duke, this heaven-shaking thunderbolt was made from the saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal that you had me collect? This is too frightening. Could it be that the Duke used some kind of immortal magic? Li Wangyu naturally wouldn't reveal the truth to Du Gufeng. Gunpowder was the top secret of this era. Even though some monks, Taoists, and alchemists knew about gunpowder, no one had truly grasped the correct formula of gunpowder. The different ratios of sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal determined the explosive power of gunpowder. In history, it wasn't until the 13th century during the Southern Song dynasty that gunpowder was used in large quantities on the battlefield and became something that could be fatal. It was now the 4th year of Kai Jingguan, the year 630 AD. There were still 500 to 600 years before gunpowder was used on the battlefield. Li Wangyu pretended to be mysterious and nodded at Du Gufeng. He spat out 2 words in a very pretentious manner, yes. Worried that Du Gufeng would misunderstand, he added, of course, the main thing is the sulfur, charcoal, and other materials that the Du Guming house painstakingly collected from the city. Otherwise, this duke would be like a clever housewife who can't cook a meal without rice. I wouldn't be able to make this heaven-shaking thunderbolt. Du Gufeng was slightly stunned. He didn't even have time to greet Li Wangyu before he turned around and ran out with his official robes. Li Wangyu was stunned by his reaction and couldn't help but shout, Du Guming house, what are you doing in such a hurry? This official is going to supervise the people and continue to scrape the saltpeter from the city. Du Gufeng left these words and ran out of sight. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the others were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. Chapter 895. After testing the power of the explosives, Li Wangyu was finally able to relax after the incident of his subordinates surrounding the city. As long as he had the explosives in his hands, no matter how many people there were outside the city, he was not afraid. Jiulong County currently lacked charcoal and saltpeter. Although there was not much sulfur, the amount of sulfur used in the gunpowder formula was the least. Therefore, Li Wangyu estimated that with the sulfur that they had collected, Niu Wu and the others would be able to make almost 100 explosives. Li Wangyu did not believe that with so many explosives, those people would be able to overturn the situation. How could a body of flesh and blood be able to compete with explosives? After relaxing, Li Wangyu finally thought of the strangeness of the rebellion. Why did those people suddenly attack Jiulong County? Li Wangyu did not believe that just because the son of a tribe leader was whipped by Du Gufeng, it would lead to such a crisis. In his opinion, this was more like a premeditated attack. Li Wangyu had asked Du Gufeng before. When he received the news of the rebellion, he immediately ordered people to seal the city gates and sent out a bailiff to deliver the message. However, the bailiff had fallen into the hands of the people. This meant that there were already people lying in ambush on the official road leading to Chengdu County. Their goal was to prevent Jiulong County from calling for help. Including the tactic of surrounding 3-in-1 and the 5 people risking their lives to attack the city, this meant that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. There must be a mastermind behind this. Li Wangyu couldn't figure out the reason, so he decided to interrogate the captured subordinates to see if he could find any clues to understand why they suddenly besieged Jiulong County. There were about 40 to 50 people captured on the city walls. These people were all locked up in the county jail by Du Gufeng. Li Wangyu instructed Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to quickly make the explosives. He then called Du Gufeng back and prepared to interrogate the people. After all, he didn't understand their language. Without Du Gufeng's translation, it would be like a chicken speaking with a duck, and both parties would have no way of communicating. Duke, this lowly official understands those subordinates very well. They are a group of stubborn people. It is very difficult to get them to confess. The helpers' living environment was terrible, which made them fearless of death. They were very hard to deal with. Furthermore, this lowly official suspects that the subordinates that we have captured might not know what their leaders are trying to do. Du Gufeng first gave Li Wangyu a heads-up. In his view, it would be difficult to get these subordinates to confess. Li Wangyu was naturally aware of this, but he didn't know if he could get any useful information from his subordinates. However, since he had nothing to do, he might as well interrogate him first. When the Tang dynasty interrogated criminals, they used all kinds of torture to extort confessions. They used all kinds of cruel methods to torture the person being interrogated. Things like flogging, whipping, pinching fingers with bamboo sticks, burning with hot iron. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, looked down on these interrogation methods. Beating people until they were badly mutilated and using pure pain to extort confessions was too low-end. Li Wangyu couldn't bear to do it. He wanted to try out a few interrogation methods that he had seen when he was browsing the internet in his previous life. In his previous life, extorting confessions through torture had become the target of scorn. However, there were interrogation methods that didn't harm the body but could torture the mind. Dugu Ming House, order people to prepare some thick coffins. Li Wangyu instructed Du Gufeng. His words naturally gave Du Gufeng a fright. Why would he want coffins for no reason? Could it be that this duke was planning to bury those subordinates alive? Duke, why do you need coffins? Naturally, to interrogate those subordinates. Li Wangyu's words, which came out of nowhere, made Du Gufeng even more puzzled. However, it was not good for him to continue asking. He could only arrange for bailiffs to go to a coffin shop in the city and requisition a few thick coffins. Looking at the empty coffins that the bailiffs carried into the county office, Du Gufeng didn't know how to complain. How annoying. This is really annoying. His county office of Jiulong County had been tormented by Li Wangyu to the point that he couldn't even look at it anymore. The courtyard of the county office had been dug up into a mess. There were also a few iron pots and earthen stoves set up, and thick smoke was billowing out of them. Now, so many unlucky coffins had been brought in. It had completely overturned Du Gufeng's worldview. However, he was just a 7th-grade county magistrate. How could he dare to say no to Li Wangyu, the 2nd-grade county magistrate who had founded the country? He could only pinch his nose and endure. Li Wangyu directly ordered people to carry the coffins into the prison and find a secluded place to place them. Duke, the coffins are here. How do you want to interrogate those subordinates? I have already summoned all the experienced officials in the county office who are in charge of interrogation. All kinds of torture tools have been prepared. Duke, you only need to instruct them. Li Wangyu looked at the gloomy torture tools in the prison. There were even black bloodstains on the torture tools. He shook his head and said with a smile, there is no need to use these messy tools. When interrogating a person, there is no need to make it so bloody and messy. Go find a few subordinates and directly put them in these coffins. Why is this? Du Gufeng and the bailiffs behind him who were in charge of interrogation in the county office were all stunned. Li Wangyu didn't explain. He just let them do as they were told. In fact, Li Wangyu's interrogation method was a type of sensory deprivation. After putting the subordinates in the thick coffins, the lid of the coffins was closed, and they were sealed in a secluded space that was isolated from sound. Other than being able to breathe, they couldn't feel the slightest stimulation from the outside world. What seemed like an unremarkable punishment was actually quite terrifying. In the past, there was a research organization that did an experiment. They invited 17 people who volunteered to participate in the experiment and sealed them in a box. Almost no one was able to endure for long. Most people felt deep anxiety and panic when they were in the box. Being imprisoned for a few hours under sensory deprivation gave the prisoners the feeling of being locked up in an ordinary prison cell for weeks or even months. The reason Li Wangyu had Du Gufeng find coffins and not other sealed boxes was to increase the psychological pressure on the subordinates. He didn't explain the theory to Du Gufeng. As for whether this method, which he had seen on the internet, would be effective, Li Wangyu didn't know. He could only lock the subordinates in the coffins for a few hours before seeing the results. It didn't matter even if it didn't work. Li Wangyu was prepared to try other interrogation methods. For example, sleep deprivation. He wouldn't let the interviewee sleep for a few days. He would use fatigue to make the interviewee confess. This was a method often used by countries all over the world. Although this method was good, it was time-consuming. Li Wangyu didn't have the patience to spend a few days interrogating these subordinates. Li Wangyu felt that sensory deprivation, stress positions, and extreme temperatures were too cumbersome. Now, he wanted to try the quickest interrogation method on these subordinates. It was the CIA's infamous water torture. Chapter 896. The so-called water torture was a torture method that made the person being interrogated feel drowned. The person being tortured would not suffer any obvious physical injuries, but the pain would be unbearable. In the future, water torture was recognized as a form of torture. It was cruel, inhumane, and damaging to one's dignity, and was banned by many countries. However, the U.S. military and the CIA did not officially abolish waterboarding until 2009, when they were forced to do so. The tools of water torture were simple. The person would be tied up in a position where his feet were higher than his head. A wet towel would be used to cover his face, and water would be poured onto the towel. This form of torture would make the person feel suffocated and drowned. It was extremely cruel. Li Wangyu said that he could not bear to see his subordinates being tortured, but in reality he did not want to see a bloody scene. He did not think that there was anything wrong with torturing his subordinates. After all, if these subordinates conquered Jiulong County, they would not be merciful and let the civilians, Su Changqing and the others go. Li Wangyu ordered his men to drag out one of the subordinates from the prison and prepare to water torture him. The subordinate was very strong. His hands were tied behind his back by two yamen runners, but he did not stop struggling. His expression was ferocious and he was cursing. Even though Li Wangyu did not understand the language of the subordinates, he knew that this person did not have anything good to say. After ordering the yamen runners to tie the subordinate up, Li Wangyu ordered his men to bring a towel and a bucket of water. He was ready to torture the subordinate. However, Li Wangyu's water torture was seen as cruel by Dugu Feng and the other yamen runners. They did not think much of it. When Li Wangyu ordered them to lock the subordinate in a coffin, they did not understand what he meant. Now that they saw that the so-called tools of torture Li Wangyu ordered his men to prepare were just a bucket of water and a towel, they thought that Li Wangyu, the county duke who founded the country, was just messing around. The yamen runners, who had been torturing prisoners for years, looked at each other and saw a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Obviously, they thought that Li Wangyu's so-called interrogation was just child's play. It was simply a fantasy to expect these stubborn subordinates to confess with a bucket of cold water that didn't hurt them at all. Of course, they did not dare to say this in front of Li Wangyu. They also did not dare to show any strange expressions on their faces. After all, Li Wangyu was a god that no one dared to offend. Therefore, even though the yamen runners did not think much of it, they were still very happy. They followed Li Wangyu's instructions and prepared to torture of the subordinates. After tying him up from head to toe, they covered his face with a towel. Then, a few yamen runners lifted a bucket of water and slowly poured it on his face. Originally, the yamen runners thought that this kind of punishment was no different from washing the subordinates' faces. But they did not expect that when the bucket of water was only half poured, the subordinates who were fixed to the platform suddenly started to struggle violently. They seemed to be in great pain. Some sharp-eyed yamen runners even noticed that the subordinates' pants were wet. There was a foul smell. The subordinates actually lost control of their bowels. The yamen runners were stunned. They were all veterans who had been torturing prisoners for a long time. They knew that it was not easy to beat the prisoners until they lost control of their bowels. Moreover, these subordinates were known for their stubbornness. In the past, torturing them was a difficult task. Don't think that beating people would not be tiring. But now, did the subordinates see a ghost? Just half a bucket of water was poured on his face and he could not help but struggle in pain. He even lost control of his bowels. Could it be that this punishment was really that terrifying? Li Wangyu did not know what the yamen runners were thinking. Otherwise he would definitely laugh out loud. Water torture did not seem like much, but it was actually quite painful. He had seen a piece of information on a military forum in his previous life. A CIA official had once revealed that water torture was very efficient. 80% of the people who were interrogated by water torture would confess. As for the remaining 20%, it was not because they were heroes who would rather die than surrender, but because they were tortured to death. Perhaps the only people who could survive water torture were those who had the halo of a main character in a Hollywood movie. The reason why water torture was so cruel was that it was impossible to breathe during the process. This caused the person being interrogated to subconsciously open their mouth and swallow. This caused a large amount of water to be sucked into their stomach, lungs, and trachea. This would cause the person being interrogated to vomit, cough, lose control of their bowels, and experience indescribable pain. They would be tortured to the point of death. According to the information disclosed by the CIA official, if an ordinary person was subjected to water torture, they would confess within 16 seconds to 2 minutes. The efficiency was very high. The Yamen runners of Jiulong County naturally did not know about this, and Dugufeng did not know either. Everyone looked at the subordinate's painful appearance in horror, but they did not understand why. That's enough. Be careful not to drown him if you continue to water him. Stop. Duguming House, can I trouble you to ask him if he is willing to cooperate? Li Wangyu saw that the Yamen runners were still pouring water on the subordinates' faces and hurriedly spoke to stop them. Dugufeng was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Oh, yes. I will go ask him now. The Yamen runners hurriedly put down the buckets of water and removed the wet towel covering the subordinates' faces. At this time the subordinates could finally breathe again. He opened his mouth and greedily took in large mouthfuls of the not-so-fresh air in the prison. At the same time he violently coughed, causing his face to be covered in snot and tears. He looked very miserable. Dugufeng and the other subordinates' coughing subsided a little. They then used the subordinates' language to ask a few questions. The previously incomparably tough subordinates were now acting out of character. Not only did they not dare to show any fierce expressions, they were instead obedient and pitiful like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whatever Dugufeng asked, he obediently answered. This made the Yamen runners to the side all dumbfounded. The old officials in the prison finally realized that they had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. They had originally thought that Li Wangyu was fooling around with his interrogation methods, but now these old hands had opened their eyes. Compared to this efficient and easy interrogation method, the methods that they had originally used were indeed weak. What the county duke was doing was called interrogation. What he was doing was called an expert. If it weren't for the fact that the Yamen runner status was too low compared to Li Wangyu's, these old torturers in the county Yamen would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Li Wangyu to become his disciple. They would have wanted to learn some of these magical interrogation methods. Disregarding the shock in the Yamen runners' hearts, the subordinates that Dugufeng had questioned for a long time shook his head regretfully at Li Wangyu. Duke, I have asked this person. He does not know why their tribe is besieging the county. He only said that the leader of the tribe had promised them that after they took Jiulong County, they would be free to plunder the wealth and women in the county. This answer was not out of Li Wangyu's expectations. He nodded and ordered the Yamen runners to put down the subordinate. Then he grabbed a new subordinate. Chapter 897. After using water torture on several of them, the result was the same. No one could withstand such a cruel punishment. All of them began to beg for mercy. The county Yamen's torture veterans were like children who had just gotten a new toy. They were all in high spirits and couldn't wait to use the consummate skill they had just learned on these officials. In an instant, the county Yamen's prison, which was already gloomy and cold, was filled with endless screams. Of course, Li Wangyu wouldn't sympathize with these officials. According to the laws of the Tang Empire, these captured officials would be exiled for 3,000 miles even if they weren't beheaded. In short, their fate wouldn't be pleasant. However, he was a little disappointed. After interrogating several officials, no one knew why the 5 major tribes of officials had joined forces to attack Jiulong County. This was actually very normal. Thinking about it, only the leaders of the tribes of officials and those close to them would know the details. It was normal that these ordinary officials didn't know. Since he had nothing to do, Li Wangyu still ordered the Yamen runners to torture all the officials in the prison. However, they still didn't get anything. After spending 2 to 4 hours, it was all for naught. Li Wangyu felt very helpless about this result. He stood up and dusted his clothes, preparing to return to the hostel. Dugufeng naturally led a group of Yamen runners to respectfully escort Li Wangyu out of the prison. However, one of the Yamen runners hesitated and said, "Reporting to the Duke, you forgot about those coffins." Li Wangyu was reminded by him and suddenly remembered. Damn it, I completely forgot. Previously, he had ordered people to capture a few officials and lock them in the coffins. Their senses were cut off and they were confined. Now that a few hours had passed, he didn't know if those officials had broken down or not. He quickly ordered the Yamen runners to release those officials and check on the situation. If these officials were still unwilling to confess, Li Wangyu might have to ask the Yamen runners to torture them with water again for the sake of his reputation. Contrary to everyone's expectations, when the bailiffs opened the coffin lids and released them, the eyes of the people locked in the coffin were all lifeless, as if they had received a terrible shock. Li Wangyu's heart couldn't help but thump. These officials couldn't have been locked in the coffins for a few hours, right? Before Li Wangyu could say anything, the Yamen runners saw the muddle-headed appearance of these officials and directly raised their arms and slapped them a few times to wake them up. The unruly officials cried and knelt down. They kowtowed to Dugu Feng, who was wearing an official's robe. They were mumbling something that no one knew what they were talking about. Li Wangyu couldn't understand what the officials were saying, but the Yamen runners and Dugu Feng could. After listening to the officials' words, the Yamen runners looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at their ancestor. They were full of worship. It was no different from when the most fanatical obsessive fans saw their idol in the future. This group of experienced torturers felt that their worldview had been turned upside down. If it was water torture, then it would be fine. After a few attempts, everyone roughly understood why pouring water on the faces of the subordinates would cause such pain. But why were these people who were locked in the coffins so terrified? At this moment, the officials who were kneeling on the ground and kowtowing like they were pounding garlic were begging for mercy. As long as they weren't locked in the coffins, they would be willing to do anything. The Yamen runners even suspected that if they were thrown a knife at this moment and asked to kill themselves, these officials might immediately use the knife to slit their own throats. Strange, this was too strange. When the Yamen runners looked at the coffins placed in the prison, they couldn't help but shiver. They felt that these coffins were too strange. In their hearts, they were certain that this county magistrate who must have cast some kind of spell on the coffins to frighten these officials to such an extent. The Yamen runners made up their minds. In the future, these coffins couldn't be casually used by anyone who wasn't evil. In their opinion, locking people in these coffins that had been enchanted was even more terrifying than water torture. From now on, these thick coffins became the treasures of Jiulong County's prison. Every day, the Yamen runners would burn incense and worship these coffins. When new Yamen runners arrived, they would immediately be informed of the origins of these coffins and their evil nature. Whenever a vicious prisoner was caught in the prison, the Yamen runners would lock them in the coffins. After being locked up for a few hours, they would be released. No matter how vicious the prisoner was, they would all be as obedient as quails. This added a mysterious aura to these coffins, and it led to many legends. Putting aside the misunderstanding caused by Li Wangyu's sudden decision to get a few coffins to replace the confinement room, one of the officials told Dugu Feng something that caught Dugu Feng's attention after being interrogated by Dugu Feng and the Yamen runners. "Duke, this matter is rather strange." Li Wangyu's eyes flashed as he asked curiously, "Dugu Ming House, did you find out anything useful?" Dugu Feng pondered for a moment before replying, "I can't say that it's useful. However, according to this person, a Tang person appeared in their tribe a few days ago. He was led by the trusted aide of their tribe's chief. They carefully avoided the eyes and ears of others and secretly brought the Tang person to meet with their chief. Oh right, he also said that the Tang person had an extraordinary identity and wasn't a commoner." "Oh? Then how did he know?" "This person said that he was slacking off and was sleeping in a tree when he accidentally saw this matter. As for that person's identity, it was because when he had peeked from the tree, he had noticed that although that Tang man was wearing hu robes, he was also wearing a silk inner robe. Thus, he was certain that that person was not a commoner. This official isn't sure if this matter has anything to do with the official's rebellion. Because cotton had not been introduced to China in large quantities in the early Tang dynasty, the commoners mostly wore hemp clothing. Only the nobles and wealthy merchants had the ability to wear silk clothing. If the Tang person that the official saw was wearing a silk undergarment, it meant that the person was either rich or noble." Li Wangyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Dugu Ming House, ask this person again. When did he see the Tang person appear in their tribe?" Dugu Feng turned his head and asked a few more questions before replying, "Duke, he said that it was 10 days ago." "Then when did Dugu Ming House's official kidnap a commoner's girl happen?" Replying to the Duke, "That was 3 days ago." "Ah, that's interesting." Li Wangyu rubbed his chin and said, "Dugu Ming House, from what I know, these officials usually don't have much contact with the Tang people, right?" "Yes, Duke is right. The customs of the officials are poles apart from the Tang people. In addition, the Tang people mostly despise the officials for being vulgar and call them barbarians. Thus, other than those officials who come down the mountain to sell mountain products and buy goods, they rarely interact with them." Dugu Feng's words made Li Wangyu even more certain that the rebellion of the officials was a premeditated conspiracy. Chapter 898. Even the commoners of the Tang dynasty disdained to interact with the officials. Yet, the mysterious person went to the tribe of the officials and talked to the leader in secret. He even avoided the eyes and ears of the other officials in the tribe. Obviously, what they talked about was confidential. The mysterious Tang people, the rebellion of the officials, all these things happened within a few days. Li Wangyu would never believe that there was no connection between them and that it was just a coincidence. But if the officials rebelled because someone was behind it, what was the purpose of this person? Rebellion? That was obviously impossible. It would be good if the officials could at most take over Jiulong County. Once the Izhou Governor-General knew about this, they would send troops to surround and suppress them. There would be no chance for them to rebel. In history, there was a larger-scale rebellion in the beginning of the Tang dynasty. In the 7th year of Wuda, the rebellion of the officials in Shizhou was huge. Li Yuan sent Dou Gue to lead the army into Shu to quell the rebellion. In the Battle of Fang Mountain alone, he captured 20,000 Tujia men, and killed the Tujia men until their souls flew away and scattered. After that, Dou Gue stayed in Izhou and became the governor of the Izhou Governor-General. He suppressed the officials until the 1st year of Xinguan. After that, the officials in Shu were quite afraid of the military power of the Tang dynasty. Hundreds of thousands of officials rebelled, but it was to no avail. Li Wangyu did not believe that the officials in Pengzhou were stupid. They would be courting death if they dared to go against the Tang dynasty with just a few thousand people. In that case, the goal of the rebellion was obviously this small Jiulong County. The idea of the leader of the guards was to escape back to the mountains and disappear without a trace after conquering Jiulong County before the arrival of the Tang army. But what was so attractive about this small Jiulong County that someone would want to do such a thing? Was it for money and food? Li Wangyu denied this guess again. When the officials told him that the leaders of their tribes had promised them that after the city was taken, they could take whatever they wanted in the city. The leaders of the tribes did not want a single cent. If that was the case, why did the leaders of the 5 tribes still want to drive their people to attack Jiulong County? What was their purpose? He asked Dugu Feng again and confirmed that there wasn't any large amount of money or grain stored in Jiulong County. Jiulong County was just an ordinary county in the Tang dynasty. How could there be many benefits in it? For a moment, Li Wangyu didn't know what to do. He only knew that this matter was very strange. Since there was no clue for the time being, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think about it. In short, he had to guard the city well and wait for reinforcements to arrive. When the time came, he would capture the few deputy leaders and interrogate them. This would save him from wasting his brain cells here. After instructing Dugu Feng to look after the captives, Li Wangyu returned to the inn. After he told Su Changqing about what had happened today, his beautiful boss had the same opinion as him. There had to be some hidden reason behind the rebellion of the officials. Even she couldn't figure out what their goal was. The two of them pondered for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. However, they were too lazy to continue investigating. In short, with the explosives in their hands, they didn't have to worry about the officials playing any tricks. The night passed silently. The next morning, after experiencing a great defeat, the officials who had rested for a day beat the bronze drum outside the city. They planned to attack the city again. When Li Wangyu dressed up and climbed up the city wall with a sword in hand, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had already arrived. Lang Jun, last night the Zhang brothers and I worked through the night and made 30 thunderbolts. Hehe, today we'll let those damn officials have a taste of their own medicine. Niu Wu said to Li Wangyu proudly. In the turret behind him there were already many explosives. This scene made the corner of Li Wangyu's eyes twitch. This bastard, how could he just casually pile up such dangerous explosives? If someone outside the city accidentally ignited the explosives by shooting a fire arrow into the city, it would all be over. He immediately thought of Niu Wu's words and his face became even darker. Damn it, he forgot to tell them yesterday. Plus, he had been thinking about the rebellion of the officials and forgot that Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had been making explosives in the county office. It was fine if they were making explosives, but what did this bastard just say? Working through the night? Then what did these 3 bastards use to light up the place? There were no electric lights in the Tang dynasty. They either used oil lamps or candles to light up the place. When making the gunpowder there were oil lamps or candles next to them. How come these 3 bastards didn't die? Li Wangyu was so angry that he kicked each of them and scolded loudly, "You 3 don't want to live anymore? What did I say before? When making gunpowder there can't be a fire source. Are you King tired of living?" Niu Wu smiled and rubbed his head. Hehe, I was worried that the officials would attack the city today. Without these thunderbolts many people would die. Hehe, don't worry Lang Jun, we were very careful. Look, aren't we fine? Li Wangyu was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. You 3 just wait. When today's war is over, I will put you 3 in confinement. Now go find someone to move these thunderbolts further away and store them separately. Remember, don't get close to the fire source. He made up his mind to throw these 3 lucky bastards into the county office's prison and lock them in the coffins for an hour. Let's see if they still dare to act so recklessly in the future. Today he could still see the 3 of them alive and kicking. It was simply a blessing from the gods. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers' ancestral graves were smoking. Yes. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers saw that Li Wangyu was really angry, so they didn't dare to argue. They quickly ran away to move the explosives. Li Wangyu shook his head at the three of them. At this time he didn't have the energy to continue to cause trouble for them. In front of the city wall, more than 100 government soldiers were already on the battlefield. They led many of the city's youths and waited on the city wall. Accompanied by the deafening sound of the officials' drums, a black mass of officials appeared in the forest outside the city. Each of them held a weapon and looked at the people on the city wall, ready to attack at any time. Li Wangyu now had the explosives in his hands, so he wasn't too worried about this group of officials. Although Niu Wu and the rest only made 30 or so explosives, it was enough to make the officials suffer. Li Wangyu wasn't at ease with the others using the explosives, so he simply let Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers each take 7 to 8 explosives to guard one side of the city wall and support the government soldiers in battle. He personally led a few Yamen runners with the remaining explosives to guard one side of the city wall. As for the one responsible for igniting the explosives, it was a familiar person. It was the Yamen runner who was used as a guinea pig by Li Wangyu yesterday. The Yamen runner's face was only scratched by the gravel yesterday. After treatment by the doctor, it wasn't a big problem. At this moment, this bailiff was bragging to the bailiffs beside him about his glorious achievements yesterday. He was extremely proud that Li Wangyu had once again given him these quaking thunders, and his chest was puffed up high. He was even more disdainful of the bailiffs outside the city. Everything was ready. Just as another battle was about to begin, Li Wangyu heard someone exclaim behind him. He looked back in shock and saw that in Jiulong County City, there were billowing smoke in several directions. Chapter 899. Du Feng's face was full of fear. Duke, looking at the direction of the fire, it's my county hall and the granary in the city. This must be the work of a spy in the city. Li Wangyu's face was gloomy as he nodded silently. Needless to say, it would be strange if the county hall and granary in the city were on fire during such a big battle. As for Du Feng's claim that it was a spy, Li Wangyu could only sneer. It might not be a spy. He thought of what the spy said in the prison yesterday. That mysterious Tang person. Du Ming House, immediately take the bailiffs and mobilize the people in the city to put out the fire, Li Wangyu ordered. Du Feng looked at the people outside the city who were ready to attack at any time and hesitated. Duke, why don't I stay here? Li Wangyu waved his hand. That's enough, I'm here. You don't know how to use the quaking thunder, so it's useless for you to stay on the city wall. Don't worry, with my quaking thunder, those people won't be able to reach the city wall. Du Ming House just put out the fire. Yes. Then I'll leave the safety of Jiulong County to you, Duke. Du Feng knew that Li Wangyu was right and did not continue to insist. After bowing deeply to Li Wangyu, he led a few bailiffs and rushed down the city walls. He was prepared to gather the people in the city to put out the fire. Wait, Du Ming House, take 10 more bailiffs with you. Li Wangyu called out to Du Feng again. Since someone has set fire to the county hall, their target might be the captured subordinates. Be careful that they don't act rashly. Du Feng immediately nodded and led a group of bailiffs to leave. The fire in Jiulong County was naturally seen by the bailiffs and the young men on the city wall. Since they were the young men who came to help, their families were all in the city. When they saw the city on fire, it naturally caused an uproar. They were worried about the safety of their families in the city. There were even some impulsive young men who wanted to turn around and run down the city wall. The people on the city walls, who had been nervously guarding against the people outside the city, were in a state of chaos. Seeing this, Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. Stop. If anyone runs around and disturbs the morale of the troops, they will be charged with the crime of disobeying orders and executed. The group of Yamen runners behind him quickly followed and shouted, if anyone runs around and disturbs the morale of the army, kill them. Once their voices spread, the squad leaders and Dekarches on the wall knew very well that they must not let the young men run amok. They yelled one after another, anyone who runs around and disrupts the army's morale will be killed. In the blink of an eye, Li Wangyu's order was spread to all 4 sides of the city wall through the mouths of the bailiffs and soldiers on the city wall. The cold word / calmed the young men who had been panicking a little. The military orders of the Tang dynasty were strict. Although these young men were not soldiers, they knew this very well. Therefore, when the military order was passed down, even though the young men were worried about the safety of their relatives in the city, they dared not make a ruckus anymore. Li Wangyu did not have time to care about the situation in the city at the moment because the people outside the city had begun to attack the city. Naturally, the people outside the city could see the thick smoke rising from Jiulong County's county seat. How could the leader of the people let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately ordered his men to blow the horn and ordered the people in the tribe to attack the city amidst the chaos. The situation was basically the same as the day before. The fearless people on the city wall braved the rain of arrows from the soldiers on the city wall. After leaving behind dozens of corpses, they successfully leaned the crude wooden ladder against the city wall. The young men who were assisting in the defense of the city began to throw rolling logs and stones desperately to stop the people from climbing up. As for the archers outside the city, they had entered the range of their bows and were ready to suppress the defense on the city wall. Naturally, Li Wangyu did not give the archers a chance to do so. When the people gathered at the foot of the city wall, he immediately patted the shoulder of the Yamen runner next to him. Go, let these people see what it means to not offend the power of heaven. Let them have a taste of the sky tremor bomb. Yes. The Yamen runner with a bloody scab on his face was so excited that his face was flushed red. He stood up and saluted Li Wangyu with a fist and palm salute. Then he rushed out with a bag of explosives in each hand. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was distracted out of habit. The military salute of the Tang dynasty was really not that good. The fist salute was the military salute of the Tang dynasty. Compared to the common salute, the only difference was that they did not have to bow. He could not help but start to wonder if he should go back and suggest to Pai Lupi to come up with a standard military salute. The military salutes of the later countries were similar, but Li Wangyu felt that in the era of cold weapons, the chest-beating salute of the ancient Roman Republic was more domineering. When saluting, the right hand would beat the chest. Not only was it imposing, but it could also show off one's strength. He silently kept this in mind and planned to discuss it with Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda when he returned to Chang'an. While he was thinking, he heard a sudden thunderclap outside the city wall. It made the battlefield, which was originally filled with war cries, suddenly quiet down. Then, 3 more explosions sounded in the other 3 directions of Jiulong County. Obviously, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had made a move together. Several bags of explosives were thrown down the city wall. After the successive explosions, the people of the Tang dynasty roared furiously. The shock wave of the explosion and the flying gravel, with the explosives as the center, instantly cleared the area with a radius of 20 to 30 meters. The people who had been swarming toward the city wall like ants, were suddenly cleared out by the sudden explosion. The deafening sound, the flames soaring into the sky, the black smoke column, and the human body parts flying in all directions, deeply shocked everyone's heart. For a moment, whether it was the soldiers of the Tang dynasty on the city wall, the young men or the people outside the city, they were all dumbfounded. They stopped, twisted their stiff necks and stared blankly at the place where the explosion occurred. It seemed that they did not understand what had happened. On Li Wangyu's side of the city wall, the Yamen runner responsible for throwing the bags of explosives was flushed. He roared at the people below the city wall. He used so much force that even the blue veins on his neck bulged. He didn't care whether those subordinates were scared silly or not. After roaring angrily, he once again chose a place where the subordinates were gathered. With a sinister grin, he ignited the explosive in his hand with a match and threw it out with all his might. Boom! Another loud sound came. After being struck by the fury of thunder twice in a row, looking at their companions who had been blasted beyond recognition and were badly mutilated, the soldiers below the city did not dare to continue attacking the city. They let out terrified roars, turning around and fleeing toward the forest outside the city. Many of the people were scared out of their wits by the explosion. They did not run away but knelt on the ground and kowtowed incessantly. The soldiers on the city wall were not in the mood to shoot arrows to kill the people who fled. How could they not be shaken by this shocking explosion to the point that they were at a loss for what to do? Just like that, because of a few packs of explosives, the large-scale siege ended with a strong start and a weak finish just like that. Li Wangyu was naturally very satisfied with this result. He did not need to use a single soldier and he could solve the problem with a few bags of explosives. Why not? After the people outside the city retreated, the fire in the city was slowly extinguished due to the efforts of Dugu Feng and the people in the city. Recently, this old dragon has been updating 2 to 3 times a day, but there are still people who want to send me razor blades. It's too hard for me. Let's exchange the razor blades for tips. Chapter 900. The fire in Jiulong County was set on fire during the crucial moment of the siege. It was obvious that someone had done it on purpose. Needless to say, the motive was to create chaos in the county in order to coordinate with the siege. However, the people outside the city who had taken the opportunity to attack the county were scared out of their wits and fled in panic because of the variable that was Li Wangyu's explosives. After the crisis in Jiulong County was resolved, Li Wangyu ordered the two colonels to arrange the defense of the city wall. Then he led Niu Wu and the others to check on the fire in the county. When he found Dugu Feng, he saw that the county magistrate of Jiulong County was covered in dirt. His light green official robe was also full of holes from the fire. "Dugu Minghouse, how is it? Did you suffer a great loss?" When Dugu Feng saw Li Wangyu, he quickly bowed, reporting to the Duke. Fortunately, Major Wang was organizing the people nearby to transport supplies for the soldiers. He led the people here in time and prevented the fire from spreading. After I arrived, I organized the people and put out the fire. It was only now that Li Wangyu noticed the middle-aged man beside Dugu Feng. His face was covered in soot and even much of his beard had been charred. He was none other than Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yi Province's Governor-General's office, whom Li Wangyu disliked. When Wang Yichuan saw Li Wangyu looking at him, he hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. On his dark face, only a row of white teeth could be seen, which made Li Wangyu very amused. Wang Yichuan, who was previously afraid of death, led a group of people to put out the fire. This reduced Li Wangyu's dislike for him. Major Wang has worked hard. Wang Yichuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Duke is too polite. This lowly official just happened to come by at the right time. I was organizing the people nearby to move rolling logs and stones when I saw that the granary was on fire. I hurriedly led the people to put out the fire. I am ashamed to say that as a major, I did not dare to go to the city wall to supervise the battle. I could only do some small things within my ability." Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. "When this matter is over, I will definitely ask for a reward for Major Wang." "Thank you for your kindness, Duke." On the other side, Dugu Feng had already led the scribes of the county government to make a rough inventory of the losses in the granary. He returned to report to Li Wangyu. "Duke, this lowly official has already sent people to check. The loss of grain isn't too great. About a few dozen dawn were burned. It's not a big problem." "That's good. How's the situation at the county yamen?" "Your Highness, there are no major problems with the county yamen. It seems that the arsonist only wanted to cause chaos in the city and did not intend to rescue the officials locked up in the prison. Therefore they only burned some official robes." When Li Wangyu heard that, he also rejoiced endlessly. Luckily, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had already finished making the explosives and moved them to the top of the city wall. Otherwise, if the explosives were stored in the county yamen, it would be difficult to deal with them. However, he agreed with Dugu Feng's words. The arsonist's purpose in setting the fire in Jiulong County wasn't to burn the grain or rescue the officials. It was only to cooperate with the officials outside the city to attack the city and set the city on fire to cause panic. However, the arsonist would never have thought that the explosives made by Li Wangyu would turn the matter of the officials attacking the city into a joke. Furthermore, the arsonist's effort in setting the city on fire was completely in vain. Instead, he exposed himself. When Li Wangyu thought about what the officials told him yesterday, he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He asked, "Dugu Minghouse, are there many rich merchants in Jiulong County?" Dugu Feng shook his head. "This county is a lower county and the population is less than 1,000 households. There are only a dozen or so families in the city that can be considered rich merchants." When Li Wangyu heard that, he nodded slightly. Today's fire in the city confirmed one of his suspicions. The person who colluded with the officials was also in Jiulong County. According to the officials, the mysterious person wearing a silk undergarment gave Li Wangyu reason to suspect that the mysterious person was one of the rich merchants in Jiulong County. He thought about it from left to right, but he still couldn't figure out the purpose of the officials attacking Jiulong County. However, no matter what, the people who were related to Jiulong County must be the local tycoons of Jiulong County. There must be some secret that Li Wangyu and even Dugu Feng, the county magistrate of Jiulong County, didn't know. That was why the mysterious person took the risk and cooperated with the officials to attack Jiulong County to achieve his goal. Li Wangyu thought for a long time and came up with a solution that wasn't really a solution. "Dugu Ming House, today is another great victory. Why don't you invite the Ming House to choose a restaurant in the city and invite the rich merchants in Jiulong County to celebrate today's victory? What do you think?" When Dugu Feng heard that, he was slightly stunned. He didn't quite understand Li Wangyu's words. Now that there were thousands of officials surrounding the city, how could they invite the rich merchants in the city to a banquet? Then he suddenly understood. "Duke, are you thinking of?" Before he could finish, Li Wangyu nodded, indicating that he didn't need to continue. "Yes, this official understands." This official will order someone to send invitations to those country gentlemen. Du Gufeng and Li Wangyu looked at each other. They could tell what the other was thinking from the look in the other's eyes. Li Wangyu's idea was simple. The mysterious person probably didn't expect that his whereabouts would be discovered by one of the officials. He also didn't expect that the official would be captured by Jiulong County. As such, the most direct method was to capture the assistant and have him recognize the person in person. As long as the official could identify the rich merchants in Jiulong County as the Tang person he saw that day, he would be able to easily capture the mastermind. Du Gufeng, the county magistrate of Jiulong County, was also a clever person. He immediately understood Li Wangyu's idea. Wang Yichuan naturally didn't understand the conversation between the two, but he didn't care about it. After Du Gufeng left to arrange these matters, Wang Yichuan also cupped his hands and bid farewell to Li Wangyu. He returned to the hostel to wash up and change his clothes. This major of the Izhou Governor-General's manor was trapped in Jiulong County. He was also staying in the hostel in the city. Li Wangyu saw that the situation in the city had stabilized. The mastermind's plot had failed, so he led Niu Wu and the others back to the city wall. He needed to properly store the remaining bags of explosives. If they weren't stored properly and accidentally detonated, it would be very troublesome. These bags of explosives were dangerous items. Li Wangyu naturally couldn't bring them back to the hostel. After thinking it over, he decided that it was more appropriate to entrust the bags of explosives to the prefectural soldiers. After ordering people to find the 2 colonels of the prefectural soldiers, Li Wangyu explained to them how to store the bags of explosives. These 2 colonels had already been convinced by the power of the bags of explosives on the city wall today. When they heard that Li Wangyu wanted to entrust these divine items to them for safekeeping, they naturally patted their chests and promised that they would send the most elite prefectural soldiers to look after the bags of thunderbolt shaking thunder. There wouldn't be any mistakes. Li Wangyu also trusted the 2 of them. If even the prefectural soldiers couldn't protect the bags of explosives, then he didn't have anyone else to trust. After ordering the prefectural soldiers to carefully move the bags of explosives away, one of the colonels couldn't help but sigh. If we had the Duke's thunderbolt shaking thunder back then, we wouldn't have suffered so much in Songzhou. When Li Wangyu heard this, he asked curiously, "Aren't you the prefectural soldiers of Pengzhou? Why were you stationed in Songzhou before?" There's only one more update today. Perfecting the plot definitely isn't because of playing games. Chapter 901. In response to Li Wangyu's question, the colonel nodded and replied, "Duke, you may not know this, but all of us, including Pengzhou and Songzhou, are under the control of the Izhou Governor-General. Therefore, every year we have the opportunity to be sent to Songzhou to train." Hearing this, Li Wangyu understood a little. The Izhou Governor-General's office actually had the military and political power of Izhou, Mian, Jian, Jia, Lingya, Mei, Meng, Jian, Chang and Songzhou. Although the government soldiers were not professional soldiers like the imperial army, the Tang dynasty would still give them intensive military training every year to maintain their combat strength. Songzhou was an important city on the border with the Tuyuhun. In addition, the Tang dynasty and the Tuyuhun had small conflicts on the border from time to time. As such, the Yi Province Governor-General's manor took turns transferring these soldiers from the various provinces to Song Province for a period of time in order to achieve the effect of actual combat training. Li Wangyu asked curiously, "Based on what you said, did you fight with the Tuyuhun in Songzhou? And you suffered a big loss?" The 2 colonels looked at each other with a sad expression and nodded with a bitter smile. "Duke, to be honest, we were originally 3 brigades of government soldiers. A month ago, when we were stationed in Songzhou, one of the brigades was out on patrol and was ambushed by the Tuyuhun. The entire brigade died in battle." The colonel's words made Li Wangyu very surprised. There was actually such a thing happening? Immediately, he thought of the government soldiers he saw rushing to Songzhou when he departed from Yanzhou. It must have something to do with this. Is the Tuyuhun so arrogant? Aren't they afraid of the Tang dynasty's revenge? The colonel shook his head. "Duke, you may not know, but it is normal for the Tang dynasty and the Tuyuhun to attack each other. It's just that it's rare to see an entire brigade like us die in battle without even a messenger escaping." The colonel continued, "After this happened, we originally wanted to avenge our comrades, but we didn't expect to be immediately sent back to Pengzhou." Sigh. As he spoke, he angrily punched his own palm, his face filled with grief and indignation. Li Wangyu had never been in the army before, but he could immediately understand the mood of the 2 colonels. He sighed and comforted the 2 colonels. After the regiment commander left, Li Wangyu also returned to the hostel to prepare for the feast at Hongmen that night. After receiving Du Gufeng's invitation, the 10 or so wealthy merchants of Jiulong County were somewhat surprised, but none of them refused. They all arrived at the restaurant as scheduled. Dugu Feng had already ordered someone to bring the assistant out of the prison. After washing up and dressing up, he got him a set of restaurant doctor's clothes and had him follow the bailiffs to receive the rich merchants in front of the restaurant. His goal was naturally to find out who that mysterious Tang was. However, to Li Wangyu and Dugu Feng's surprise, even after all the guests had arrived, the guard was still unable to identify the mysterious Tang from the crowd. Regardless of whether it was the rich merchants themselves or their servants, none of them matched the description. After receiving Dugu Feng's report, Li Wangyu frowned. Could it be that his previous thoughts were wrong? The people who were spying on Jiulong County were not the rich merchants in the city? However, other than these people, Li Wangyu could not think of anyone else who would benefit if Jiulong County was taken over by the guards. What was the motive? Needless to say, the people outside the city must have been promised great benefits, which was why they were tempted. However, what was the motive of the mastermind behind the scenes? Who would benefit if Jiulong County was taken over by the guards? Li Wangyu thought until his head was about to explode, but he could not think of anyone who would benefit from it. This matter was 2F*King illogical. He even suspected Wang Yichuan, the major of the Izhou Governor-General's office. He ordered Dugu Feng to investigate in private to see if Wang Yichuan had any connection with Jiulong County. However, after Dugu Feng ordered the bailiffs to investigate, they confirmed that Wang Yichuan had no relationship with the rich merchants of Jiulong County. He did not have any relatives or old friends, nor did he have any family members. Wang Yichuan only liked Pengzhou's peonies. Whenever Pengzhou's peonies bloomed, he would come to Jiulong County to admire the flowers. This time he was trapped in Jiulong County just like Li Wangyu and company. Seeing the situation, Li Wangyu no longer suspected Wang Yichuan. Since he could not catch the mastermind behind the scenes, Li Wangyu could not be bothered to continue being a detective to solve the case. In the past few days, the guards outside the city did not continue to attack the city. It was as if they were completely scared out of their wits by the explosives. In fact, it was not just the guards. Even the soldiers and youths on the city walls were frightened by the power of the explosives. Even the commoners of Jiulong County took out their incense burners, burned incense and kowtowed to thank the god of thunder for his protection. In the eyes of the commoners, the sound of the explosives exploding was the god of thunder's wrath, striking those damned guards to death. Jiulong County and the guards outside the city were in a stalemate. Early in the morning, when the sun rose as usual, the soldiers on the city wall who were in charge of guarding the city were surprised to find that the shadows of their subordinates who had appeared from time to time outside the city had disappeared. The forest outside the city was silent. Li Wangyu and Dugu Feng, who had been notified, hurried over. When they saw the situation, they were very suspicious. Did the guards give up and retreat, or were they deliberately trying to mislead the enemy? After the two discussed for a while, they ordered people to use ropes to hang a hanging basket and let a group of guards go down the city walls to check on the situation. It didn't take long for the soldiers to return with good news. The guards had all retreated, leaving only a mess in the camp in the forest. When the news came back, it immediately attracted the excited shouts of the guards and youths on the city walls. This time, the crisis of Jiulong County was completely resolved. Soon, another guard came to report that dust was rising on the official road in the south of the city. It seemed that a large group of cavalry was approaching. This made the guards and youths on the city walls nervous. Li Wangyu and Dugu Feng looked at each other. They did not see any panic in each other's eyes. The cavalry that appeared on the official road was undoubtedly the reinforcements of the Yi province governor's mansion. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the cavalry to appear before everyone's eyes. The flag of the Tang army fluttering high in the air immediately caused the soldiers on the city walls to erupt into thunderous cheers. Dugu Feng was very cautious. He did not directly order people to open the city gates. Instead, he personally shouted at the cavalry below and asked for their identity. It was impossible for the guards to pretend to be the cavalry of the Tang dynasty. After all, the equipment of the Tang dynasty's cavalry could not be bought even if they pawned the guards' pants. After confirming the identity of the cavalry below, Dugu Feng immediately ordered people to open the city gates to welcome the reinforcements sent by the Yi province governor's mansion. This time, the Yi province governor's mansion had sent 3,000 cavalry to reinforce the besieged Jiulong County. However, they did not expect that the guards had already escaped by the time they arrived. Li Wangyu did not expect that the person leading the cavalry to be the Yi province governor's mansion governor, Shigao Shilian. Chapter 902. Because the power of the governor was too great, after Li Er ascended to the throne, He transferred all the governors of the various governor manors away. He only appointed Zhong Wangyao as governor. The actual power and responsibility of the governor's office was managed by the governor's office. Therefore the governor's office in Ezhou was the boss of Yi, Mian, Jian, Jia, Lingya, Mei, Meng, Jian, Jiang and Song prefectures. His position was equivalent to the Jidushi of the Tang dynasty. As for Gao Shilian, his background was even deeper. Although Li Wangyu had never met him, he knew the influence that Gao Shilian had in the imperial court. He was one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion, the wife of Pai Lupi, and the uncle of Empress Zhangsun. Gao Shilian came from a famous family. He was very ambitious, loyal, and could recognize talents. He was known as the prime minister of the early Tang dynasty. Zhangsun Wuji and Empress Zhangsun were both brought up by their uncle, Gao Shilian, and were educated into talents. Even Pai Lupi was chosen by Gao Shilian at first sight. He felt that Pai Lupi's temperament was different from normal people and that he would be able to achieve great things in the future. Therefore he decided to marry Empress Zhangsun to Pai Lupi. In the first year of Jingguan, Gao Shilian was punished for taking away the secret memorial that Wang Gui had given to Pai Lupi. He was demoted to the governor of an province and then transferred to the governor's office in Ezhou. In history, Gao Shilian was called back to Chang and city by Pai Lupi the next year and became the Minister of Personnel and Duke of Su. Li Wangyu naturally knew Gao Shilian's position, so he was very surprised that Gao Shilian personally led troops to rescue Jiulong County. Gao Shilian, the big shot of Yi province, had come here in person. Could it be that something had happened again? Li Wangyu did not want to meet Gao Shilian. It was fine if other people knew, but Gao Shilian might know that he ran away. If he met Gao Shilian and this guy insisted on escorting him back to Chang'an City, then it would be pointless. But now that he was in Jiulong County, it was almost a well-known fact. So, it was impossible to hide it. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu was unwilling, he could only obediently descend from the city wall and greet Gao Shilian. Sure enough, Gao Shilian was shocked when he heard that Li Wangyu was in Jiulong County. County Duke Hu, why are you in Jiulong County? Haha, this old man didn't expect that you would actually run to this old man's territory when the saints were searching all over the world for you. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly. Sure enough, Gao Shilian knew about this. In fact, ever since Mi Tuo and the other playboys failed to find Li Wangyu in Zhengzhou, Pai Lupi simply sent secret letters to all the governors of the Tang dynasty, asking them to keep track of the whereabouts of County Magistrate Hu. Once they found County Duke Hu, they would immediately send troops to escort him back to Chang'an. Wu Shixian had not received the letter when he arrived in Lizhou. Otherwise he would have been escorted back to Chang'an and given to Pai Lupi to kick his ass. He had considered this possibility that day, so he deliberately set up a deceptive formation and played the trick of a cicada shedding its shell on the river boat. When Wu Shixian received Pai Lupi's secret letter, he smiled bitterly. He had fallen for Li Wangyu's trick and sent people to chase him along the waterway. Gao Shilian naturally received Pai Lupi's secret letter. So, when Li Wangyu appeared in front of him, Gao Shilian could not help but stroke his beard and laugh. County Duke Hu, don't blame this old man for being rude. I finally found you. Let's go back to Qingdu County together. Later, this old man will arrange for people to escort County Duke Hu back to Chang'an. County Duke Hu, please don't make things difficult for this old man. Gao Shilian was only a secondary grade 3 official, slightly lower than Li Wangyu, a secondary grade 2 official who had founded the country. However, with Gao Shilian's experience, he did not need to call himself a lower official. He was on the same level as Li Wangyu. In terms of seniority, Li Wangyu could even be considered Gao Shilian's grandson. After all, Pai Lupi was Li Wangyu's uncle, and Gao Shilian was Pai Lupi's wife's uncle. Li Wangyu could only bitterly smile and shake his head at Gao Shilian's words. Duke Gao can just call me Zio. When this matter is over, I will return to Chang, and will not make things difficult for Duke Gao. Haha, then this old man will not be polite. Zio, you have been away for several months. His Majesty and Maid Guanyin have missed you a lot. Right, is Marquis Yanling also in Jiulong County? Marquis Yanling? Li Wangyu was slightly stunned, and then his face was filled with surprise. Duke Gao, did His Majesty give my Lady Su a title? Gao Shilian twisted his mustache and smiled. That's right. His Majesty has already given her the title of Marquis Yanling and announced it to the world. Speaking of which, Marquis Yanling is really amazing. The 3 female marquises in the former Han did not have any achievements. They were only given titles because they were close to Han Emperor Gaozu and Empress Lu. As for Marquis Yanling, she relied on her own merits to be given a title. She is a heroine, a woman amongst women. I really respect her. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed. He laughed and said, "You're exaggerating, Duke Gao." Ah. Since Pai Lupi had already given Su Changqing a title, Li Wangyu's goal had been achieved. In this way, returning to Chang and city would not be a difficult task. Although he would definitely be taught a lesson by Pai Lupi when he returned, Li Wangyu felt that it was worth it to run away. Knowing that Su Changqing had already been given a title, Li Wangyu no longer held any grudges and chatted happily with Gao Shilian. After the army entered the city, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were carefully invited to the county office by Du Gufeng. He also ordered people to invite Wang Yichuan, the major of the Yizhou Governor-General's manor, to the county office. After everyone talked, Li Wangyu found out that Gao Shilian was not clear about the situation in Jiulong County. However, after the rebellion, although they tried their best to block the news, there were still many scholars and ladies from Qingdu County who came to admire the flowers. Even Wang Yichuan was trapped in Jiulong County and could not leave. This matter could not be hidden for long. When people from Qingdu County went to the county office to report that their relatives had gone to Jiulong County and never returned, the matter was quickly reported to the Yizhou Governor-General's manor. The Governor-General's manor quickly sent out scouts and the matter of the rebellion was immediately exposed. After learning about this matter, Gao Shilian was naturally furious. Originally, this kind of matter did not require him, the chief of the Yizhou Governor-General, to personally deal with it. However, Gao Shilian was like an old man who had gone crazy. Frankly speaking, he was just bored in Qingdu County. Thus, he decided to personally take action. He planned to lead the army and crush these reckless subordinates into smithereens. Gao Shilian did not expect that he would make a wasted trip. Li Wangyu and Du Gufeng also told Gao Shilian about the rebellion from beginning to end. When Gao Shilian heard that there were Tang people who colluded with the rebels, he was also furious. To think that there was such a thing. Ziyu, do you know who is behind all this? Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Wang Yichuan and Du Gufeng also looked helpless. Obviously, the mastermind behind this was very well hidden. Other than knowing that there was such a mysterious person, they did not even know his purpose, let alone find out who he was. Gao Shilian pondered for a while and said, "Since that is the case, let's not bother about that person for now. When I lead the army to encircle the few tribes that the rebels are from, we will capture their leaders and interrogate them directly." Li Wangyu and the others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. That was the only thing they could do now. Chapter 903. The 3,000 soldiers rested for a day in Jiulong County. The next morning the army set off to attack the Farren tribe. After Li Wangyu and Su Changqing discussed, they led Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers and set off with the army. It wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to join in the fun, but because he heard that the Farren tribe was in the mountains. They usually chose places that were easy to defend and hard to attack. Thus, he wanted to bring the remaining packs of explosives to see if they could help. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers had spent the night making explosives, and there were still 20 or so left. Li Wangyu believed that there was no defensive power that could withstand the gunpowder. Gao Shilian naturally didn't want to bring Li Wangyu to attack the Farren tribe. From Gao Shilian's point of view, attacking the Farren tribe wasn't dangerous. However, if he had nothing to do, bringing Li Wangyu, the founding county duke, to the battlefield was still risky. Gao Shilian obviously didn't want to do something that didn't bring him any benefits. Li Wangyu's method of persuading Gao Shilian was simple. He just needed to detonate a pack of explosives in front of him and easily deal with the old man. In the era of cold weapons, there was no need to doubt the power of explosives. Gao Shilian, as well as the captains, were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. After personally witnessing the power of the heaven-shaking thunderbolt, Gao Shilian immediately changed his mind. "Zio, this heaven-shaking thunderbolt is truly incredible. I wonder if you can give me the secret recipe for this item? If we have such a powerful weapon, Tufan and Tuyuhun will be nothing but chickens and dogs." Li Wangyu didn't even think about Gao Shilian's words and shook his head to reject. What a joke, how would he dare to casually give away such a dangerous item? Even if the remaining explosives hadn't been used up by the time he left Yi Province, Li Wangyu was prepared to destroy them all and not leave them in Yi Province. As for how to use the explosives in the future, he would leave it to Pai Lupi and the other dukes to worry about. Gao Shilian could understand this, but he felt that it was a pity. Gao Shilian left behind 500 soldiers to defend Jiulong County, in case those damn Fu Rin tribe came back to attack. Then, with the guide sent by Du Gufeng to lead the way, 2,500 soldiers entered Jiulong Mountain to annihilate the Fu Rin tribe. However, to everyone's surprise, the army went to a few Farren tribes, but found nothing. There were a total of 5 Farron tribes that participated in the rebellion and lived in Jiulong Mountain near Jiulong County. However, when Gao Shilian and Li arrived at the Farron tribe, the tribes were already deserted. Other than the mess on the ground and the pots and pans that they didn't have time to take away, there wasn't even a dog in the tribe. Li Wangyu was speechless at this situation. When did these Farron? They actually knew that the rebellion had failed and that the Tang army would come to settle accounts with them, so they all patted their butts and ran away? If the Farron hid in the mountains, they would be dead. There was no way to find them. The current Tang dynasty wasn't like the future. Shu was filled with mountains and undeveloped forests. There were no roads or signs of human habitation. It was too easy to hide a few thousand people. However, when Li Wangyu thought about it carefully, he rejected this idea. The Farron tribe didn't only have young men. There were more than 1,000 Farron tribes, and there were countless women and children. If these people ran into the mountains with the young men, where would there be enough food to feed them? The guardsmen were not barbarians. Although they hunted like the Tang, they mainly relied on farming to support themselves. There were many farmlands around the Farron tribe. Under such circumstances, how far could the Farron tribe run when the rebellion failed? Gao Shilian tribe was so angry that he ordered people to burn down the empty Farron tribe. In truth, Li Wangyu tribe didn't think that there was anything to burn. The houses of the Farron tribe were simple thatched huts built on large trees. The Farron tribe called this type of house Hailang. They used wood as nests to avoid the miasma, and it was extremely simple. There was no difference whether they burned it or not. After missing twice, Gao Shilian tribe was so angry that he found the guide that Jiulong County sent over. The guide was an acquaintance of Li Wangyu's. He was the brave Yamen runner who was the first to detonate the explosives on the drill ground. Let me ask you, where can these Farron tribe run to? What do you think? The bailiff thought about it and replied, if these Farron tribe members didn't run into the mountains, then only Zhang Fei camp can hide so many Farron tribe members. Zhang Fei camp? Where is that? Gao Shilian tribe did not understand. Legend has it that during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhang Fei camp was where Shu country general Zhang Fei led his troops. There were very few people there and it was filled with forests and wilderness. Zhang Fei camp was about 700 to 800 steps tall, and the top of the mountain was flat. It was about 3,000 mu wide. It was surrounded by rocks and there was only one small path up the mountain. It was the best place to hide troops. The bailiff's words made Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu tribe members frown. If there was such a place, it wouldn't be hard for the Farron tribe members to hide in Zhang Fei camp. Gao Shilian tribe did not understand and asked, since there is such a good place to hide troops, why didn't they send troops to guard it? The bailiff gave a bitter smile. Lord Gao, the place where Zhang Fei camp is located is really deserted. It is also deep in the mountains, so there isn't much point in having troops there. During the Shu country there was an official road at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Fei camp guarded the mountain beside the official road, so it was naturally a place that military strategists fought over. However, the official road has long been abandoned, so there is no need for troops to be stationed there. His explanation allowed everyone to understand why the barracks that Zhang Fei had set up back then had been taken over by his subordinates. Since that is the case, then let's go directly to Zhang Fei camp. Gao Shilian tribe did not care what was special about Zhang Fei camp. As long as the Farron tribe members were there was no need to worry about them escaping. Even if it was easy to defend and hard to attack, Gao Shilian did not believe that he could not take down the camp with his 2,500 elite soldiers. Ever since they entered the mountains to encircle the Farron tribe members, the horses of these soldiers were all stored in Jiulong County. The mountain forest was dense, so they could only climb it on foot. The army changed direction and headed toward Zhang Fei camp, which the bailiff had pointed out. Marching through the mountain forest, Li Wangyu tribe members complained incessantly. He regretted joining in the fun. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close enough to kill a horse. Furthermore, they were marching through the mountain forest on foot. Not only was Li Wangyu tribe members tired, Gao Shilian tribe members also walked until they were out of breath. Fortunately, there were smart people among the soldiers. Seeing that the two nobles could not walk anymore, they chopped some bamboo and made 2 simple poles for them to carry Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian tribe members. After marching for about a day, the army finally arrived at the foot of the mountain where Zhang Fei camp was located. Li Wangyu tribe members and Gao Shilian tribe members got off the poles and looked up. Both of them could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The terrain in front of them was more dangerous than they had expected. Chapter 904. The stone mountain in front of Zhang Feiying was about 700 to 800 meters high and surrounded by cliffs. Only the top of the mountain was lush and green, and was as flat as a round table. As for the path up the mountain, it was just as the bailiff had said. There was only one narrow path that could be used. Li Wangyu took out a monocular from his pocket and opened it to look at the top of the mountain. Sure enough, he saw a vague figure flashing on the mountain top. Needless to say, those were the people who had disappeared. Li Wangyu was in awe of these subordinates for being so decisive. After failing to besiege Jiulong County, they retreated before the army arrived. Moreover, they retreated so decisively. The 5 tribes all ran to Zhang Fei Ying's camp to avoid being chased by the Tang army. They were really decisive. In this kind of terrain, even if the Tang army was well equipped, it would be extremely difficult to take down Zhang Fei Ying's camp. The saying "one man can hold back 10,000 men" described the terrain in front of them. Not to mention the thousands of strong men and close to 10,000 women and children on the top of the mountain. In this kind of terrain, as long as the people weren't stupid, they could send out hundreds of archers to seal off the entire path up the mountain. Even if the Tang dynasty soldiers had armor and shields, they wouldn't be able to charge through the hundreds of meters of narrow path to the people under the rain of arrows. The more Li Wangyu looked, the more shocked he became. In this kind of terrain, even if he had the bags of explosives, they wouldn't be of any use. No matter how strong the soldiers were, they wouldn't be able to throw the bags of explosives up 100 meters. Not to mention these 7 to 8 kilograms of explosives, even if Li Wangyu used to cheat and took out the grenades, no one would be able to throw the grenades up 100 meters, right? Li Wangyu looked through the telescope, and the more he observed, the colder his heart became. According to the bailiff who led the way, there was a water source at the top of Zhang Fei Ying's camp, so they wouldn't die. Moreover, the people definitely didn't move here in a hurry. If the top of the mountain had 3,000 mu of land, then they would be able to cultivate a lot of land and be self-sufficient in a short time. As for the Tang dynasty, if they were unable to take down Zhang Fei's camp in a short period of time, they would have no choice but to retreat. While Li Wangyu was observing with his binoculars, Gao Shilian was very curious about the binoculars in his hand. The telescope had been introduced in the Tang dynasty for almost 2 years, and Li Wangyu had given the manufacturing method to Pai Lupi. However, because there was no glass in the Tang dynasty, telescopes were made with colorless and transparent crystals that were manually polished. The production rate was extremely low. Nowadays, only the high-ranking generals of the imperial guards in Chang were given binoculars. Therefore, even Gao Shilian, the actual ruler of Yi province, had never seen such a novel thing as a telescope. He saw Li Wangyu holding the metal cylinder and constantly observing it. Out of curiosity, he asked, "Zio, what's that in your hand?" Li Wangyu looked at the binoculars in his hand in astonishment. He could not help but smile. "Master Gao, this is called a telescope. It's a gadget that I ordered people to make. It can magnify people or objects far away for observation." "That's interesting. I wonder if Zio can lend it to me to take a look?" Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. He smiled and handed the telescope to Gao Shilian. He even guided Gao Shilian on how to use it step by step. "This thing is really amazing. I can actually see the figures of the people on the top of the mountain clearly." After Gao Shilian learned how to use the telescope, he was so shocked that he sucked in a breath of cold air. Gao Shilian, this big shot, was like a child who had gotten a new toy. He held onto the telescope and refused to let go. This made Li Wangyu's heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, is this old man going to learn from Cheng Yaojin and borrow Jingzhou without returning it? Sure enough, after Gao Shilian finally saw enough, he put the binoculars into his arms with an indifferent expression. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. This old man's movements are very skillful. Gao Shilian's action of putting something into his arms reminded Li Wangyu of a doctor friend he had met in his later life. What was different was that his doctor friend was using his pen instead of his pen. No matter if it was a signature pen, a ballpoint pen, or a fountain pen, as long as he dared to give it to his doctor friend, the next thing he would do after using it would be to put the pen into his pocket. His movements were extremely skillful and natural. There was not the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was as if the pen naturally belonged to him. As for Gao Shilian's actions of taking his telescope, Li Wangyu opened his mouth but decided to endure it in the end. After all, this old man was Pai Lupi's wife's uncle. He was also the uncle of Empress Zhang Sun and Zhang Sun Wuji. He was 2 generations older than Li Wangyu. He could not afford to offend him. It was just a telescope. He would just treat it as a gift from this junior. Gao Shilian carefully observed the terrain of Zhang Fei's camp. He then gathered all the captains and colonels of the prefecture army to discuss how to attack. With regards to the unique terrain of Zhang Fei's camp, no one had any good ideas. There was no better idea. After the captains and colonels discussed, they decided to attack first. As the mountain path was narrow, at most 2 people could walk side by side. As such, they could not put in too many soldiers to attack. The captains and colonels picked out 100 of the strongest soldiers from the 2,500 prefecture soldiers. They all put on Mingguang armor and held heavy shields, preparing to attack. The fighting strength of the Tang prefecture soldiers was relatively strong. If these 100 or so prefecture soldiers were to fight on flat ground, even if there were 500 or 600 of them, they would not be afraid. However, due to the restrictions of the terrain, they could only wrap themselves in an iron shell to see if they could withstand the rain of arrows. After some preparation, the Tang army beat the war drums. The 100 or so fully armed prefecture soldiers started to attack Zhang Fei's camp. Behind them, there were a few hundred prefecture soldiers ready to provide support at any time. As long as the vanguard could open a gap, the army at the back would immediately charge in and take down the mountain. After the army set off, Gao Shurian once again took out the telescope and stared at every movement on the mountain. Li Wangyu was also a little nervous. He asked Niu Wu for another pair of binoculars and followed Gao Shurian to observe the movement on the mountain. They saw that the prefecture soldiers were holding heavy shields in their hands and cautiously walking up the mountain. Hundreds of people climbed up 500 or 600 meters in one breath, but they did not see any of the prefecture soldiers. It was as if the prefecture soldiers did not notice the attack of the Tang army at the foot of the mountain. Even through Li Wangyu and Gao Shurian's binoculars, they couldn't see anyone at the top of the mountain. Right when the mansion soldiers turned a corner and were about to charge through the last few hundred meters, they heard the sound of drums and horns coming from the mountaintop. Then, hundreds of arrows came from the dense forest at the top of the mountain towards the Tang army. Chapter 905. Even though these hundreds of Tang soldiers had wrapped themselves up like tin cans and were protected by the heavy shields in their hands, they still could not withstand the rain of arrows shooting from above. The hundreds of valiant Tang soldiers raised their shields and tried to charge up against the arrow rain. However, they did not expect that the soldiers would start to roll down the mountain path. This time the soldiers could not hold on any longer. They were knocked down by the stones on the narrow mountain path and screamed in pain. The colonel commanding the attack did not dare to be slow and immediately ordered a retreat. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 of the hundreds of Tang soldiers were killed, and more than 20 or 30 were injured. Gao Shurian and Li Wangyu both frowned at the foot of the mountain. It would be difficult to break through Zhang Feiying's tough bone. The Tang commandant and lieutenant were not willing to lose like this. They tried a few more times to test the waters but returned with no results. Instead, they lost many men for nothing. Gao Shurian saw the situation and had no choice but to order a retreat. 2,000 soldiers set up camp at the foot of Zhang Feiying's mountain. After arranging the defense and preventing the soldiers from sneak attacking the camp, Gao Shurian gathered the commandants and lieutenant in his tent to discuss how to break through the situation. Facing such a terrain, everyone was at their wits' end. Li Wangyu was also very angry. He thought that the explosives he brought would be able to win by surprise. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation where even the explosives in his hands were useless. He had thought that if they had siege weapons like trebuchets, they should be able to throw the explosives 100 meters away. However, the Tang army did not have any trebuchets. Even if they did, they could not transport them up the mountain to attack. Furthermore, there was no place to place trebuchets on the narrow mountain path. He also thought that if they had large ballistae, they might be able to tie the explosives to the arrows and fire them. However, like trebuchets, large ballistae were also very large and difficult to transport up the mountain. Usually, large ballistae were fixed on the city walls for defense. Other than this, Li Wangyu really couldn't think of any other way to throw the explosives more than 100 meters away. He couldn't help but think angrily that if they had modern weapons like mortars, this kind of terrain would be nothing. With just one round of cannon fire, those subordinates who were defending from above would scatter and collapse. But this was just a thought. It was impossible for the Tang dynasty to have such firearms as mortars. After all, Li Wangyu was just a fake military fanatic. He didn't really know how to fight a war. He racked his brains for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, so he could only give up. Gao Shurian and the commandant had no choice either. With the current situation, unless they hardened their hearts and used the lives of their men to fill in the gaps, they would not be able to attack Zhang Fei's camp no matter what. Thus the two sides were in a deadlock. The subjugation army was besieged at the foot of Zhang Feiying's mountain, but they could do nothing to the subjugation army at the top of the mountain. After being trapped here for several days, the mansion soldiers tried various kinds of attack methods such as night attacks, fire attacks, and archery. However, they all failed and even lost some men. Gao Shuyan had no choice but to gather a group of soldiers again and discuss the matter of retreating. Their 2,000 soldiers couldn't keep defending at the foot of the mountain forever. Who knew how long it would take to trap the subjugation army at the top of the mountain? Regarding this, although Li Wangyu was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He was too lazy to continue staying in Gao Shuyan's tent to listen to everyone discuss this matter. Thus, he simply said goodbye to Gao Shuyan and brought Niu Wu out of the tent to get some fresh air. Raising his head and looking at the steep cliff of Zhang Feiying, Li Wangyu could only sigh. Not being able to attack Zhang Feiying and capture the 5 tribe leaders alive to find out who the mastermind was made Li Wangyu very unhappy. Furthermore, these traitors hiding here was like a fishbone stuck in the throat for Jiulong County. Who knew when they would become a disaster? There was only 1,000 days of being a thief. How could there be 1,000 days of guarding against thieves? If they couldn't deal with the subjugation army, Jiulong County would have a hard time in the future. Thinking about it, Gao Shuyan could only send more soldiers to be stationed in Jiulong County to prevent the subjugation army from rebelling again. Niu Wu was also very unwilling. Lang Jun, why don't you let me take some men to sneak up at night? When we get close we can throw out thunderbolts to kill those bastards. No, the soldiers have already tried to sneak up at night, but it didn't work. Those subjugation army are already prepared for this. Once night falls they will light up a bonfire on the mountain peak. There are no trees on the mountain path to hide, so how can we sneak up? Are we just going to let it go like this? Wouldn't that be letting those bastards off easy? Niu Wu angrily pulled out his blade and chopped off a small branch beside him to vent his anger. Li Wangyu shrugged and comforted Niu Wu. He continued to wander around the camp aimlessly, thinking about how to get out of this situation. Unknowingly he walked to the camp's kitchen. Next to the kitchen tent, the squad leader was busy preparing food. When the squad leader saw Li Wangyu, the nobleman, he quickly gestured for everyone to greet him. Li Wangyu waved his hand, indicating that he was just looking around. He told them not to bother about him and to do their own things. After the cooks apologized, they busied themselves with their own affairs. Just as Li Wangyu was about to turn and leave, he saw 2 cooks putting something in a big wooden bucket. He couldn't help but be curious, so he went over to take a look. He saw a layer of cobblestones in the wooden bucket. The cooks at the side were constantly digging out hot cobblestones from the bonfire and throwing them into the wooden bucket. Seeing as Li Wangyu looked over, the cooks quickly explained with a smile that they were preparing to cook meat. The method of cooking meat with roasted cobblestones was famous in Sichuan. After the bottom of the bucket was covered with hot cobblestones, the cooks poured the condiments and meat on top of the cobblestones. Following that, a bucket of boiled bone broth was poured into the bucket. Sizzle, sizzle sounds were heard, and an aroma immediately gushed out of the wooden bucket. Li Wangyu nodded as he was pleased. Looks like I'm going to have a good lunch today. He had seen the method of cooking meat with cobblestones in his previous life, and the taste was very unique. After praising the cooks, Li Wangyu turned around and left. But he hadn't taken a few steps when he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the steaming hot wooden barrel. Immediately after, Li Wangyu's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning, and his thoughts became clear all of a sudden. Wow, wonderful, truly wonderful. Niu Wu reward these brothers. Li Wangyu raised his head and laughed loudly. Even Qing Yaojin's laughter could be heard. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers looked at each other. They didn't understand what their Lang Jun meant. The cooks were pleasantly surprised. They couldn't understand why their Lang Jun would reward them for no reason at all. Li Wangyu didn't pay any attention to them, and directly walked towards Gao Shuyan's tent with large strides. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your mother's Italian artillery? Pull it up for me. Chapter 906. During the War of Liberation, the People's Liberation Army had very few cannons at that time, so their weapons and equipment were at a disadvantage. In order to solve the problem of insufficient firepower, the soldiers invented a crazy weapon, the Heartless Cannon. It used a gasoline barrel as a barrel to launch explosives. The official name of the launcher should be the Flying Thunder Cannon. In the movies of later generations, Li Wangyu had seen this kind of extremely crude weapon many times. Its structure and principle were also quite simple. It was an empty gasoline barrel and the bottom was filled with propellant. Then bundles of explosives were stuffed into a round shape. After the propellant was ignited, the 10-kilogram explosives could be thrown a distance of 1 to 200 meters. The caliber of the Heartless Cannon was the same as the thickness of the gasoline barrel. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was definitely the cannon with the largest caliber. Although its firing range was not very far, the explosive power of the 10-kilogram explosives could not be underestimated. Everywhere it passed, the bunkers, people, and horses would be blown away. Many of the enemies who were killed by the explosions often did not have any wounds on their bodies, but they died with blood flowing out of their 7 orifices. They were killed by the shock wave of the explosives. It was also because of this that this kind of cannon, that could not be more crude, was called the heartless cannon. This kind of homemade cannon played a huge role in the Wuxia battle and the war of resistance against the United States and aid Korea. Li Wangyu had just seen the big wooden barrel in the cook's camp. When he saw the steam coming out of the barrel, the words "heartless cannon" unconsciously popped up in his mind. This naturally made him feel enlightened. That was why he was so excited and asked Niu Wu to reward the cooks. The principle of the heartless cannon was too simple. Now that he had the black gunpowder and the explosives in his hands, he could also fiddle with it. To launch the explosives, he did not even need something like a gasoline barrel. The earliest flying thunder cannon directly dug a round hole in the ground, stuffed the explosives and propellant into the hole, and fired. However, doing this was too inefficient, and the excavated barrel could only be used once. After that, the soldiers continued to improve and used the discarded gasoline barrel as the cannon barrel. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, didn't need to worry about that. All he needed to do was to toss the bag of explosives to the top of the mountain 100 meters away. Even if he wanted the mansion soldiers to dig the earth, he could do it too. When Gao Shuyan heard that Li Wangyu had a way to break through Zhang Feiying's defenses, he was naturally overjoyed. However, he was worried that Li Wangyu was just boasting, so he decided to provoke him. "Zio, there's no joking in the military. You must not speak nonsense. Otherwise, even if His Majesty is here, this old man will punish you for the crime of making a false report." How could Li Wangyu not see through the old man's thoughts? He couldn't help but silently roll his eyes. "Elder Gao, is it worth it for me to joke with you about this kind of thing? Since I said I can, then I am confident. Duke Gao, please don't be in such a hurry to withdraw your troops. Give me a day. Once I'm done with my experiments, I'll show it to Duke Gao and you'll understand." Gao Shuyan naturally agreed to this and agreed not to mention the matter of withdrawing his troops for the time being. After delaying Gao Shuyan, Li Wangyu led Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to a secluded area outside the camp with several bags of explosives. They were preparing to launch the heartless earth cannon. Now that there were only 20 or so bags of explosives, Li Wangyu felt that it would take too much time to transport the explosives back to Jiulong County. Therefore, the test firing of the heartless earth cannon needed to be successful as soon as possible. The fewer bags of explosives used, the better. Li Wangyu guessed that these subordinates had already been scared out of their wits by the explosives outside Jiulong County. When the time came, as long as 1 or 2 bags of explosives landed on their heads, these subordinates would lose their will to resist and run away like rats. However, no one could be sure about this kind of thing. Therefore, it was always good to save some explosives. Fortunately, Li Wangyu was also a fan of the military in the past, so he had a certain understanding of the heartless earth cannon. Normally, the barrel of the heartless earth cannon would be placed at a 45-degree angle to the ground to maximize its range. Between the propellant and the explosives, there would be a thick, circular wooden board. The purpose of this wooden board was to isolate and reduce the high temperature and impact of the explosives after the propellant was ignited. Secondly, it was to seal the propellant and increase the efficiency of the high-temperature gas produced after the propellant was ignited, thus increasing the range of the cannon. In the afternoon of this day, there were thunderous noises outside the camp of the Tang army. If it were not for the fact that the commandant, lieutenant, and colonel had already informed the soldiers that it was county magistrate who testing a new weapon, they would have been so scared that they would have exploded. As for the subordinates in Zhang Fei's camp, when they heard these sounds, they were all shocked. This was especially so for those who had personally experienced the explosion outside Jiulong County. They had personally seen the explosives blow up their comrades, so they were even more terrified. Many of the subordinates knelt on the ground and started to pray to the gods. Li Wangyu, Niu Wu, and the others were outside the camp. They exploded 5 or 6 times in a row before they finally stopped. The next day, Li Wangyu invited Gao Shuyan to a small hill outside the camp. He was ready to demonstrate his flying thunder cannon in front of everyone. Gao Shuyan led a group of commandants and lieutenants to follow Li Wangyu to the small hill. When they looked up, they did not see anything. Other than the 3 troops of the Li family standing not far away and greeting everyone, there was nothing else. "Zio, where is your method of defeating the enemy?" Gao Shuyan looked at Li Wangyu in confusion, wanting an explanation. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and said with a laugh, "Gao Gong, look at that hilltop, it's about 100 meters high. I'll use this place to replace Zhang Fei's camp, which is being guarded by my subordinates. I'll demonstrate to Gao Gong how to defeat the enemy." His words not only confused Gao Shilian, but also the captains of the Tang army looked at each other in confusion. Other than the 3 troops of the Li family, there was nothing else. County Duke who was going to attack that hill with just 3 troops? Could it be that this County Duke who really knew how to use immortal methods? Looking at the situation, could it be that he was going to show everyone how to use beans to create soldiers, or was he going to summon celestial soldiers and generals? He couldn't be joking and think that he could break through the hill with just 3 troops, right? Li Wangyu did not care about how confused Gao Shilian and the others were. He turned and waved at Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers, indicating that they could begin. Gao Shilian and the others saw Niu Wu and the other 2 take out matches from their bosoms. After lighting them, they turned and squatted on the ground as if they were burning something. Then, in the next moment, the 3 of them turned and ran back. Their speed was so fast that Gao Shilian and the others were shocked. They did not understand why the 3 of them were running. Niu Wu and the others could not be blamed for running so fast. It was because Li Wangyu's Heartless Earth Cannon was not reliable at all. Yesterday he had tested it 5 or 6 times. Although it was a great success, there was still one time when the explosive pack did not fly out of the barrel and exploded. Fortunately, Li Wangyu also knew that this thing was not reliable enough. He had Niu Wu and the others immediately retreat after lighting the fire. In the end, the explosive pack only drenched Niu Wu and the others in a layer of mud. Fortunately, they were not injured. So today, after demonstrating this Heartless Earth Cannon to Gao Shilian and the others, the 3 of them immediately ran back after lighting the fire, fearing that it would explode again. Just as Gao Shilian and the others were feeling suspicious, they suddenly heard 3 loud explosions in a row from the flat ground in front of them. Then, 3 black objects shot out from the ground and flew toward the small hill not far away. There's one more later. Chapter 907. Needless to say, what flew out from the ground were 3 pancake-shaped explosive packs. The homemade Heartless Cannon used an earthen cylinder to fire. In other words, a round hole similar to a cannon barrel was directly dug out from the ground to replace the cannon barrel. Therefore, when Gao Shilian and the others arrived, they did not see any weapons. They had all hidden their achievements and names under the ground. The 3 explosive packs that were thrown out did not fly very fast. They could be seen with the naked eye. Under the surprised gaze of Gao Shilian and the others, the explosive packs slowly fell from the sky and landed on a small hill 100 meters away. However, the explosive packs seemed to have lost their effect. There was no movement at all. Gao Shilian looked at Li Wangyu suspiciously. He did not understand what was going on. Li Wangyu shrugged helplessly and spread out his hands. There was no other way. There were no detonators and no triggering devices. Even the burning speed of the powder was different. Therefore, it was very difficult to know when the explosive packs would detonate. In order to prevent the explosive packs from being detonated in the air, Li Wangyu could only let Niu Wu and the others make the powder longer so that it would burn for a longer period of time. It was better to detonate it later than to detonate it earlier. Zio, what is the meaning of this? Why? Gao Shilian waited for a while, but there was still no reaction. He could not help but ask. However, before he could finish his words, 3 thunderous sounds came from the small hill 100 meters away. Everyone looked over in horror, only to see that on top of the hill, following the explosion, flames suddenly appeared, black smoke rose and trees fell one after another. As for the birds that were resting in the forest on the hill, they were so shocked that they flew into the sky and fled in all directions. This is the sky-shaking thunderbolt. It's the sky-shaking thunderbolt. Zio, how did the sky-shaking thunderbolt fly to the top of the hill by itself? You still say that you don't know magic? Gao Shilian was so shocked that he almost pulled his beard off. The Tang army's commandants and lieutenants also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Who would have thought that the sky-shaking thunderbolt would fly to the top of the hill 100 meters away and explode by itself? Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. However, he would not explain the theory to Gao Shilian and the others. It was best to keep gunpowder a secret. Therefore, Li Wangyu avoided answering Gao Shilian's question and only asked with a smile, "What does Duke Gao think of my idea? Is it possible to break through Zhang Fei's camp?" "But, of course. Haha, I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. As long as this heaven-shaking thunderbolt can explode on the mountain guarded by my men, they will definitely lose." Gao Shilian was too lazy to care about how Li Wangyu did such an incredible thing. As long as Li Wangyu was able to deliver those thunderbolts to the heads of his subordinates, the Tang army under his command would be able to take advantage of the chaos to attack Zhang Fei's camp and wipe out this group of lawless subordinates in one fell swoop. The group of commandants and lieutenants were surprised, but they were also pleasantly surprised. How could they not understand what Li Wangyu's demonstration of this scene to them meant? For a moment, flattery flooded in like a tidal wave. Duke Gao is truly a celestial being, to be able to come up with such a godly method. Haha, let's see how those subordinates will defend themselves. That's right, Duke Gao's method is naturally extraordinary. Those rascals will naturally be captured easily. Duke, you were able to turn those damn barbarians into dust without any effort. That is what you call a thunderous method. Duke Gao is mighty. Duke Gao is domineering. The soldiers of a certain generation kowtow to the Duke. With regards to these flattery, Li Wangyu accepted it all without blushing. He smiled and nodded pretentiously at the crowd. With Li Wangyu's heartless cannon as their backing, the previously frowning crowd immediately became interested and began to offer suggestions on how to use the heaven-shaking thunderbolt to quickly eliminate Zhang Fei's rebel subordinates. After a round of discussion, Niu Wu and the three Zhang brothers led hundreds of soldiers and the remaining packs of explosives up the mountain. They pushed until they were 100 steps away from Zhang Fei's camp, where they set up camp and set up an attack position. At the same time, Niu Wu led a group of soldiers and began to dig out the earth to shoot the explosives. After several tests by Li Wangyu, there weren't many explosive packs left. There were less than 20 of them. However, including Li Wangyu, no one was worried about the lack of ammunition. As long as these explosives flew to the top of the subordinates and exploded, it would be enough to solve the problem. On this day, the Tang army did not attempt to attack Zhang Fei's camp. Niu Wu led the soldiers and used half a day to dig out more than 20 earth cylinders. The thick wooden planks and the explosives were all prepared. They were only waiting for the sun to rise tomorrow to officially attack. Early the next morning, the Tang army soldiers ate breakfast and prepared their armor and weapons. They began to climb the mountain, preparing to take down Zhang Fei's camp in one go. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu stayed in the camp at the foot of the mountain. They held binoculars and looked at the top of the mountain nervously. At 7 in the morning, the war drums sounded in the camp, giving out the order to attack. When the war drums sounded at the foot of the mountain, the subordinates of Zhang Fei's camp also followed suit. The subordinates held bows and arrows and prepared all sorts of rocks and rolling logs. Although the continuous sounds of thunder at the foot of the mountain had frightened them for a while. However, when the subordinates realized that there were only sounds, they did not think much of it. In these few days, they had effortlessly forced back the Tang army's attacks without any injuries. This caused the subordinates to go from fear to underestimating the Tang army. In their eyes, as long as they occupied the advantageous terrain of Zhang Fei's camp, even if there was a huge army, they would not be afraid. The 100-meter-long mountain path in front of Zhang Fei's camp was a dangerous place, and no one would be able to attack it. Needless to say, the subordinates were at the end of the mountain path, using stones and thick tree trunks to build a small pass. In this way, even if the Tang army charged through the 100-meter mountain path, they would not be able to threaten the subordinates above the pass. Instead, they would become targets for them to shoot at. Therefore, when the subordinates heard the war drums of the Tang army, they did not panic. Instead, they laughed and picked up their weapons, waiting for the Tang army to come and die. Through the binoculars, Li Wangyu looked at the mountain 500 to 600 meters away. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers stood up at the same time and signaled for the soldiers to retreat. Because there was no time to train the soldiers to fire the cannons without conscience, all the lighting of the cannons were done by Niu Wu and the other two. Therefore, on the mountain path, the cannons dug by the soldiers were arranged in groups of 3. Niu Wu and the other two simultaneously blew on the fire and ignited the cannons. Then they quickly retreated to the next cannons and ignited the cannons again before retreating. When they ignited the third cannons, they heard 3 loud explosions in front of them. Then, everyone watched as the cannons slowly flew toward Zhang Fei's camp 100 meters away. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers did not have time to admire the results of their battle. They ran all the way and ignited the cannons. When all the cannons were ignited, the first thunderous sound finally came from the top of the mountain. The soldiers who had been waiting impatiently immediately pulled out their swords and led the soldiers to charge toward the top of the mountain. Chapter 908. Zhang Fei's camp, where one man could hold off 10,000 men, was broken after the first explosive pack exploded. The appearance of explosive packs in the era of cold weapons was something that could not be solved. Whether it was the power of the explosive packs or the strong impact brought about by the shock, it was something that the subordinates could not handle. In fact, not to mention these uncivilized subordinates, even the Tang army would most likely collapse in the face of such a dimensional attack. Following the sound of dozens of explosive packs exploding like thunder, hundreds of Tang soldiers surged over the 100-meter mountain path like a tidal wave and surged into Zhang Fei's camp. As for those subordinates, they had already thrown down their weapons and fled like rats when the explosives exploded. When the fully armored Tang soldiers charged into Zhang Fei's camp, there was no longer any suspense in this battle. Although Zhang Fei's camp was about 3,000 mu in size, it would still take some effort to capture all of them if they wanted to escape in all directions with just these 2,000 soldiers. But the subordinates had already lost their will to fight after being shocked by the explosive packs. They ran back to their camp like frightened birds returning to their nest. This saved the prefecture soldiers the effort of capturing them from the top of the mountain. When the Tang army arrived, the subordinates of the 5 tribes quickly put down their weapons and surrendered. Knowing that the battle on the mountain had ended, Gao Shurian could not help but laugh and invited Li Wangyu to go up the mountain to see the captives. Li Wangyu was naturally interested. He wanted to know if the leaders of the 5 tribes had been captured. But when he and Gao Shurian, one old and one young, finally reached Zhang Fei's camp, they received a piece of bad news. According to the captives, the 5 tribe leaders and their trusted subordinates had all escaped into a wooden house on the mountain top after the Tang army had attacked Zhang Fei's camp and never appeared again. As for that wooden house, Li Wangyu looked in the direction of the Tang lieutenant's finger, only to see a wreckage that had been burned to the ground with smoke rising from it. What was going on? Li Wangyu was dumbfounded by this scene. Were all these subordinates so unyielding? He would rather commit suicide than be captured by the Tang army? Even if they would certainly be killed after they were caught, even ants would struggle to survive. Li Wangyu did not believe that the leaders of the tribes would be so righteous and brave as to sacrifice their lives for justice. This was too freaking illogical. Could there be a secret passage in the house? Did those deputy leaders escape through the secret passage? Li Wangyu asked, unwilling to give up. The Tang military officer shook his head, replying to the Duke, "This humble one has already led people to check that house and did not find the existence of a secret passage. Furthermore, I found more than a dozen charred corpses in the house. Just now, I've already asked those subordinates to identify them. They're confirmed to be the chief of their tribe as well as the chief's trusted aides." These words immediately blocked Li Wangyu's stomach of words, and he didn't know what to say. What the F***ck? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart and turned around to leave. Immediately, he stopped and turned his head to ask, "Those subordinates, did they burn themselves to death or were they killed by someone?" This humble one does not know. The officer's face was troubled. He was a military officer, not a coroner in the yamen. How would he know about these things? Suddenly, someone spoke, "Duke, why don't this humble one go down and take a look? Although this humble one is not a coroner, this humble one works in the yamen and roughly knows how to distinguish the wounds on a corpse." Li Wangyu looked up and saw that it was the yamen runner from Jiulong County who was sent to lead the way for the Tang army. Naturally, he agreed and nodded with a smile, indicating for the yamen runner to quickly check the charred corpses. Li Wangyu now had a suspicion in his heart. He felt that these subordinates did not commit suicide, but were killed to silence them. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that these subordinates and their trusted aides all burned themselves to death just as the Tang army broke through Zhang Fei's camp? Even if these subordinates were not afraid of death, they would not be so brave. The bailiff quickly ran to examine the corpses and quickly returned to report to Li Wangyu, replying to the Duke, "This lowly one has examined the corpses and confirmed that there are no sword wounds on them. They should have been burned to death." His words did not dispel Li Wangyu's suspicion. After pondering for a moment, Li Wangyu suddenly recalled the plot of a case that he often saw in TV dramas. There was a plot of how to identify whether the victim died in a fire or was murdered. His eyes lit up and he ordered the yamen runner, "Go, cut open the trachea of these subordinates' corpses and see if there are ashes inside." These words stunned the yamen runner and the Tang army officer. They looked at each other and did not understand the meaning of Li Wangyu's order. "Duke, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Although these subordinates are despicable, the dead are more important. Duke, why don't you let these people go?" The Tang army officer hesitated and persuaded. He and the yamen runner both thought that Li Wangyu hated these subordinates and wanted to humiliate their corpses. In Chinese tradition, stabbing corpses and beheading people was against morality. Even if they were enemies, they would not purposely destroy their corpses under normal circumstances. This was also the reason why the Tang dynasty hated Goguryeo so much. The reason was that Goguryeo piled up the heads of the Sui army's fallen soldiers. When Li Wangyu heard this, he was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he understood the meaning of their expressions and couldn't help laughing. "Do the two of you think that this duke has nothing better to do? The reason why I asked you to cut open the trachea of these corpses is to determine if they died in a fire or were killed and burned." The yamen runner and the officer were stunned. They could not understand how cutting open the trachea of the corpses would reveal this point. The yamen runner bowed and asked, Duke, please forgive this lowly one for being slow-witted. I really don't understand what Duke means. Cutting open the trachea of these corpses would reveal if they were burned or killed. Li Wangyu pretended to pull out a fan from his waist and flung it open with a schwa sound. He fanned himself with the fan in his hand and explained unhurriedly, dead people can't breathe. Naturally, there won't be any ashes in their trachea. If they were burned alive, then there will definitely be ashes in their trachea. How can you not understand such a simple principle? In truth, his words were something that he had seen in television dramas. In the era of information explosion in the future, people would unconsciously accept any useful or useless information. In the future, this was naturally useless. But in the Tang dynasty it came in handy. But if his words were heard by the forensic doctors of the future, they would probably laugh their heads off. Naturally, this was not completely correct. Some of the dead would quickly go into shock and stop breathing due to the pain of being burned. Naturally, there would not be any ashes in their trachea or lungs. Of course, the method he spoke of was also feasible to examine the corpses of these subordinates. After all, it was impossible for all the subordinates to go into shock from being burned alive. Therefore, as long as they examined the corpses, they would definitely find something. How could the Yamen runner and the officer know about this? They only felt that Li Wangyu really knew everything from heaven to earth. As expected of a celestial figure, they hurriedly agreed and ran to examine the corpses. Taking a break over the weekend, only one update today. Chapter 909. Li Wangyu thought about the many movies he had watched in his previous life, and they all had plots where people passed off as genuine. For example, in Lyon, the killer Leon took advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a police officer and sneak out of the encirclement. In Ocean's 11, a group of highly intelligent criminals also disguised themselves as police officers and stole large amounts of cash from the casino's vault. There were quite a lot of similar plots. Then was it possible that the wretched mastermind, the Tang man who killed the leader of the Farron tribe, was in Zhang Fei's camp, among the 2,000 soldiers? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, these 2,000 soldiers belonged to more than 20 brigades. It was impossible for all of them to know each other. If there was really a Tang man who put on the armor of the soldiers, it was entirely possible for him to sneak into the army during the chaos. Everyone's attention, including Gao Shilian, was focused on the Farron tribe. Who would have thought that there would be a fake among them? At this thought, Li Wangyu immediately found Gao Shilian and told him his guess. Gao Shilian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyu's idea. Zio, I'm afraid your worry is not possible. Why is that, Duke Gao? Seeing that he did not understand, Gao Shilian simply called over a lieutenant beside him. He pointed at the lieutenant's uniform and explained, Zio has never come into contact with the military, so you don't know. Not everyone can impersonate a government soldier. Not to mention, where would that person get the armor and uniform in such a hurry? Even if he could get it, he would have a waist token to identify his identity. It's not that easy to impersonate a soldier. After Gao Shilian's reminder, Li Wangyu noticed that the lieutenant and the other soldiers who passed by all carried a waist token around their waist. This waist token was equivalent to the identity card of the soldiers. Moreover, even if these soldiers do not know each other, there is a system in the way they speak, walk, sit, and lie in the army. Unless one has been a soldier before, otherwise even if he or she managed to sneak in, it would be very eye-catching and impossible to hide. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers also nodded their heads. Langjun, Duke Gao is right. My brothers and I were all born in the army, but this is how it is. The army has its own way of distinguishing between our own people and those who are not. Otherwise, wouldn't any spies be able to sneak into the army to gather intelligence? When Li Wangyu heard what everyone said, he realized that he had watched too many movies and thought that it was easy to sneak in with makeup. However, he was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was not that this sort of possibility did not exist. It was just that the probability was very small. Duke Gao, as a precaution, why don't we order the soldiers to do a head count? It won't take much effort anyway. Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Gao Shilian pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Most of the government soldiers of the Tang dynasty were from the same hometown, so it was not difficult for them to confirm each other's identities. Following Gao Shilian's order, the government soldiers immediately divided themselves into brigades and began to count the number of soldiers in each squad. Following the orders, more than half of the 2,000 government soldiers were accounted for in no time. There were no abnormalities. Gao Shilian smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, you worry too much. This old man has already said that it is impossible for anyone to sneak into the government soldiers. You Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden commotion not far away. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian looked up in shock, only to see a person suddenly jump out from the government soldiers. He held a saber and went straight for Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian. Seeing that person's ferocious expression, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little nervous. He and Gao Shilian, one old and one young, did not have any ability to protect themselves. If this person really came up to them, it would be terrible. However, Li Wangyu did not panic or dodge. After all, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were beside him. Li Wangyu was confident that this government soldier, who suddenly rushed out, could not threaten his safety. The reality was no different from what he had expected. Without waiting for that government soldier to reach them, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers drew the weapons at their waists and went up to meet him. With Niu Wu and the other two's abilities, they knocked away the saber in that person's hand without much effort and placed 3 barrier sabers on his neck. Niu Wu, don't kill this person. I have something to ask him. Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. All of this happened rather quickly. Gao Shilian's words were still ringing in his ears when this sudden change occurred. By the time the old man reacted, Niu Wu's saber was already on that government soldier's neck. Gao Shilian's words were blocked and he almost choked to death on his own saliva. After a long while, the old man finally reacted to what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he felt lingering fear. If not for Li Wangyu's insistence on doing a head count of the government soldiers, this person would certainly have sneaked away. He might even have quietly snuck up beside them and suddenly attacked. The commotion just now was obviously due to the mansion soldiers doing a head count to expose this person's whereabouts. That was why this person had no choice but to resort to desperate measures and wanted to kidnap him and Li Wangyu as a protective talisman. After thinking this through, Gao Shilian couldn't help but blush. Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise we might have been fooled by this guy. You're too kind, eunuch Gao. Seeing that the person was caught, Li Wangyu was also in a good mood. Just as he was about to turn around and order someone to fetch a rope to tie up this fake government soldier, another change occurred. The man whose arms were being held by the Zhang brothers suddenly roared. Everyone was startled by his sudden roar, and his body abruptly rushed forward. Moreover, there were 3 shining steel sabers on this person's neck. Niu Wu's reaction was rather quick. He immediately withdrew his saber and slapped down with the back of his saber at that person's neck. However, the Zhang brothers didn't expect this person to have such a reaction. They were caught off guard and didn't have time to withdraw their sabers. That person straightened his neck and just like that, crashed straight into the sharp edge of the saber. With a soft puff, a stream of red blood gushed out from that person's neck. This change shocked Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian so much that they were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that after the murderer was caught, he would choose to commit suicide? Looking at the person who collapsed on the ground with blood gushing out from his neck, Li Wangyu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was obvious that this person couldn't be saved. In the future, if the emergency treatment was timely, even if the artery at the neck was cut off, it could still be saved. However, with the medical technology of the Tang dynasty, even if the medicine king Sun Simiao was here, he probably couldn't save this person. Under everyone's silent gaze, that person collapsed in a pool of blood. After twitching for a while, he lost all signs of life. Li Wangyu didn't expect that after finally catching the person, this would be the outcome. Chapter 9-10. Li Wangyu thought about the many movies he had watched in his previous life, and they all had plots where people passed off as genuine. For example, in Lyon, the killer Leon took advantage of the chaos to disguise himself as a police officer and sneak out of the encirclement. In Ocean's 11, a group of highly intelligent criminals also disguised themselves as police officers and stole large amounts of cash from the casino's vault. There were quite a lot of similar plots. Then was it possible that the wretched mastermind, the Tang man who killed the leader of the Farron tribe, was in Zhang Fei's camp, among the 2,000 soldiers? The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, these 2,000 soldiers belonged to more than 20 brigades. It was impossible for all of them to know each other. If there was really a Tang man who put on the armor of the soldiers, it was entirely possible for him to sneak into the army during the chaos. Everyone's attention, including Gao Shilian, was focused on the Farron tribe. Who would have thought that there would be an impostor among them? At this thought, Li Wangyu immediately found Gao Shilian and told him his guess. Hearing this, Gao Shilian frowned. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head and rejected Li Wangyu's idea. Zio, I'm afraid your worry is not possible. Why is that, Duke Gao? Seeing that he did not understand, Gao Shilian simply called over a lieutenant beside him. He pointed at the lieutenant's uniform and explained, Zio has never come into contact with the military, so you don't know. Not everyone can impersonate a government soldier. Not to mention, where would that person get the armor and uniform in such a hurry? Even if he could get it, he would have a waist token to identify his identity. It's not that easy to impersonate a soldier. After Gao Shuyan's reminder, Li Wangyu noticed that the lieutenant and the other soldiers who passed by all carried a waist token around their waist. This waist token was equivalent to the identity card of the soldiers. Furthermore, even if it's impossible for all of these soldiers to know each other, there is a system in the way they speak, walk, sit, and lie. Unless one has been a soldier before, otherwise even if one were to sneak in, it would be very eye-catching and impossible to hide. Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers also nodded their heads. Langjun, Duke Gao is right. My brothers and I were all born in the army, but this is the case. The army has its own way of distinguishing between our own people and those who are not. Otherwise, wouldn't any spies be able to sneak into the army to spy on them? When Li Wangyu heard what everyone said, he realized that he had watched too many movies and thought that it was easy to sneak in with makeup. However, he was still unwilling to give up. After all, it was not that this sort of possibility did not exist. It was just that the probability was very small. Duke Gao, as a precaution, why don't we order the soldiers to do a head count? It won't take much effort. Seeing Li Wangyu so insistent, Gao Shuyan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Most of the government soldiers of the Tang dynasty were from the same hometown, so it was not difficult for them to confirm each other's identities. Following Gao Shuyan's order, the government soldiers immediately divided themselves into brigades and began to count the number of soldiers in each squad. Following the orders, more than half of the 2,000 government soldiers were accounted for in no time. There were no abnormalities. Gao Shuyan smiled at Li Wangyu. Zio, you're worrying too much. I've already said that it's impossible for anyone to sneak into the government soldiers. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden commotion not far away. Li Wangyu and Gao Shuyan looked up in shock. They saw a person suddenly dash out from the government soldiers with a sword in his hand, heading straight for Li Wangyu and Gao Shuyan. Seeing that person's ferocious expression, Li Wangyu could not help but feel a little nervous. He and Gao Shuyan, one old and one young, did not have any ability to protect themselves. If this person really came up to them, it would be terrible. However, Li Wangyu did not panic or dodge. After all, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers were beside him. Li Wangyu was confident that this government soldier, who suddenly rushed out, would not be a threat to his safety. The reality was no different from what he had expected. Without waiting for that government soldier to reach them, Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers drew the weapons at their waists and went up to meet him. With Niu Wu and the other two's abilities, they knocked away the sword in that person's hand without much effort and placed 3 barrier swords on his neck. Niu Wu, don't take his life. I have something to ask him. Li Wangyu hurriedly shouted. All of this happened rather quickly. Gao Shuyan's words were still ringing in his ears when something strange happened. By the time the old man reacted, Niu Wu's swords were already on that government soldier's neck. Gao Shuyan's words were blocked and he almost choked to death on his own saliva. After a long while, the old man finally reacted to what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his back in lingering fear. If not for Li Wangyu's insistence on doing a head count of the government soldiers, this person would surely have sneaked away. He might even have quietly snuck up beside them and suddenly attacked. The commotion just now was obviously due to the mansion soldiers doing a head count to expose this person's whereabouts. That was why this person had no choice but to resort to desperate measures, wanting to hold him and Li Wangyu hostage as a protective talisman. After thinking this through, Gao Shuyan couldn't help but blush. Zio, it's all thanks to you today. Otherwise we might have been hoodwinked by this guy. You're too kind, eunuch Gao. Seeing that the person was caught, Li Wangyu was also in a good mood. Just as he was about to turn around and order someone to fetch a rope to tie up this fake government soldier, another strange change occurred. The man whose arms were being held by the Zhang brothers suddenly roared. Everyone was startled by his sudden roar, and his body suddenly rushed forward. Moreover, there were 3 shining steel sabers on this person's neck. Niu Wu's reaction was rather quick. He immediately withdrew his swords and turned them around, slapping down with the back of his swords at that person's neck. However, the Zhang brothers didn't expect this person to have such a reaction. They were caught off guard and didn't have time to withdraw their swords. That person straightened his neck and just like that, he bumped straight into the sharp blades. With a soft puff, a stream of red blood spurted out from that person's neck. This change shocked Li Wangyu and Gao Shuyan so much that they were dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the culprit would choose to commit suicide after being caught? Looking at the person who collapsed on the ground with blood spurting out from his neck, Li Wangyu couldn't help but sigh deeply. It was obvious that this person couldn't be saved. In the future, if the emergency treatment was timely, even if the artery at the neck was cut, it could still be saved. However, with the medical technology of the Tang dynasty, even if the king of medicine, Sun Simiao, was here, he wouldn't be able to save this person. Under everyone's silent gaze, that person collapsed in a pool of blood. After twitching for a while, he lost all signs of life. Li Wangyu didn't expect that after finally catching the person, this would be the outcome. Chapter 909, If there's a mistake, please refresh. Chapter 911. After spending so much effort to take down Zhang Fei's camp, this was the result that Li Wangyu got. This made Li Wangyu feel very depressed. For this murderer to be able to kill himself so cleanly, it was certain that he was not the real mastermind. At most, he was just a knife in the mastermind's hand. Originally, they thought that they could catch the real murderer, but who would have thought that the clues would be cut off again? Everyone examined the murderer who had pretended to be a government soldier, but they found something strange about him. The government soldier's waist tag on this person was actually real. The wooden waist tag was engraved with complicated patterns. These patterns that were difficult to imitate were the key to identifying the authenticity of the waist tag. Although there was no name on the Tang soldier's waist tag, there was basic information engraved on it. From the waist tag of the deceased, it could be seen that this person was also a government soldier of Ezhou and his official position was a colonel. Elder Gao, could this person really be a government soldier? Li Wangyu asked curiously. Gao Shuyan nodded. It is very possible. I have already ordered everyone to check. No government soldier lost his waist tag. This means that this waist tag must be something that he always carried with him. This is interesting. A government soldier's colonel actually colluded with his subordinates to commit treason. I wonder who this person is? Gao Shuyan snorted. Zio, you don't need to worry. When I return to Qingdu County, I will immediately order people to check all the government officials and see which one has a missing colonel. If he really is a government soldier of Ezhou, then this kind of thing cannot be hidden from others. Li Wangyu also nodded in agreement with Gao Shuyan's words. Now they could only take things one step at a time. First, they had to find out the identity of this person and then investigate his background to see who could possibly command a government soldier of the Tang dynasty to do such a thing. At this point there was no point in thinking too much. The army stayed at Zhang Fei's camp for a night and then escorted the 20,000 captives down the mountain towards Jiulong County. As for how to deal with these captives, that was Gao Shuyan's problem. Li Wangyu was too lazy to get involved. It was troublesome either way. Most of the 20,000 captives were women, children, and the elderly. This was an even more difficult burden to deal with. Fortunately, these trivial matters had nothing to do with Li Wangyu, so he naturally wouldn't meddle. The army escorted more than 20,000 people. After a few days of arduous travel through the forest, they finally returned to Jiulong County. As soon as they returned to Jiulong County, Li Wangyu mercilessly left Gao Shuyan behind and led Niu Wu and the others back to the inn in the city. After being away for a few days, he missed his wife. Su Changqing, Afra, and Perrin were naturally happy to see that Li Wangyu had finally returned safely. They hurriedly took care of bathing, changing his clothes, and preparing food for him. Li Wangyu didn't tell the three girls about the details of the battle, so as not to scare them. He only briefly mentioned that the matter of the assistants had been resolved, so they didn't need to worry. Su Changqing knew that things weren't as simple as he made them out to be, but she cleverly didn't ask too much. She only disdainfully urged Li Wangyu to hurry and bathe. After staying in the forest for a few days in the scorching summer, Li Wangyu's body had long since stank. No wonder the beauties disdained him. Even Li Wangyu felt uncomfortable when he smelled the rancid odor on his body. After allowing Niu Wu and the Zhang brothers to take a bath and rest, Li Wangyu comfortably soaked in the bathtub. He then enjoyed a beautiful massage and bath with a clear conscience. Finally, all the hardships of the past few days had been dispelled. After bathing and changing his clothes, Li Wangyu sat in the room feeling refreshed, and tasted the delicious food and wine that the three girls had prepared for him. Thinking back to the hard life of marching in the army, Li Wangyu very cleverly recognized one thing. A lazy person like him was definitely not suited for the battlefield. He couldn't eat well, he couldn't sleep well, and there were also mosquito bites. It was simply killing him. A gentleman labored with his mind, while a villain labored with his body. Li Wangyu felt that he could be considered a gentleman now, and his status was high enough. In the future he would politely decline this kind of labor. He couldn't help but think of the ambition he set when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Beautiful wives and concubines, thousands of acres of fertile land, countless cows, horses, pigs and sheep, and servants as many as the clouds. Sure enough, one shouldn't forget one's roots. One must not forget one's original intentions is the right path. Li Wangyu self-reflected in his heart about the experience of asking for trouble this time. He made up his mind that he would never do such a stupid thing again in the future. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, this guy looked at the two beauties beside him, Su Changqing and Aphrodite. Some men know how to be careful. Just as he was about to find an excuse to send Perrin, the little girl who was in the way out, there was a knock on the door of the side room. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel angry. Why was it so difficult to do something shameless? What's the matter? Being disturbed, Li Wangyu's tone was also very unfriendly. It was Niu Wu who knocked on the door. Lang Jun, Gao Gong sent someone to invite you to the county yamen to discuss something. Since Gao Shilian invited him, he naturally couldn't refuse. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly and stood up with a long sigh. Fortunately, Su Changqing didn't know what he was thinking, otherwise he would definitely make fun of him. Until he went to the county yamen and saw Gao Shilian, Li Wangyu's mood was not very high. He lazily greeted Gao Shilian. Gao Gong, you invited me to the county yamen, is there something you need? Gao Shilian didn't know the thoughts of a dissatisfied man. He twirled his beard and smiled. I've long heard that Zio is a master of both painting and calligraphy. This old man wanted to draw a portrait of the dead colonel and wanted to see Zio's painting skills. Therefore, I'd like to trouble Zio to draw a portrait of the murderer. How about it? When the time comes, this old man will order someone to make a copy and take it to the various prefectures to find out the murderer's identity. When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. He immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Was this old man crazy? For such a trivial matter he actually sent someone to disturb him. This was an unforgivable sin. Li Wangyu was now a master of both painting and calligraphy. After all, sketching was the most lifelike art. Since it was a portrait, even the Tang people loved it. Since he transmigrated to this world, there weren't many paintings that had been circulated. However, those who obtained these paintings all treated them as treasures and carefully kept them. They wouldn't easily show them to others. Fortunately, Li Wangyu's identity was noble enough that not many people could ask him for a painting. Otherwise he would be annoyed to death. As for calligraphy, he copied the thin gold body of Emperor Huizong of Song. Now it was the famous thin muscle body of the Tang dynasty. Many people imitated his calligraphy. As the original creator, Li Wangyu's reputation went without saying. Even a famous calligrapher like Yu Shinan could write better than Li Wangyu after some practice. However, the world still believed that the thin muscle body of the county magistrate Li Wangyu was the orthodox one. Therefore, it wasn't wrong for Gao Shilian to say that he was a master of both painting and calligraphy. However, how could Li Wangyu be willing to draw a sketch of the murderer? Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't it be nice to have someone at home? Running to the county magistrate's office to draw a sketch of a bloody person's head? How stupid would he be to do such a thing? 2 chapters were published yesterday. Chapter 909 has been changed to Chapter 910. It has been amended. Chapter 912. The murderer who committed suicide was unfortunately beheaded by Gao Shilian. Not even a complete corpse was left. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the weather was hot and if the corpse was left there for a few days, it would definitely start to smell. As such, Gao Shilian could only order people to cut off the head and preserve it with salt before burying it in Zhang Fei's camp. The reason why he wanted to keep the head was so that he could bring it back and find an artist to paint it so that he could find out the identity of the murderer. Gao Shilian did not know what he was thinking. Just because he wanted to see Li Wangyu's painting skills, he actually made such a request. Regarding this, Li Wangyu naturally rejected it and found an excuse to brush it off. Duke Gao, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. My painting skills cannot be copied by normal artists. It is better to find an artist to paint it. Seeing that Li Wangyu was unwilling, Gao Shilian could only smile and drop the matter. He invited Li Wangyu to take a seat and have a chat. Then he ordered someone to inform Du Gufeng to find an artist in the city to paint. The two of them chatted for a while before they saw Jiulong County Magistrate Du Gufeng leading a white-haired old man into the hall. Greetings Duke Gao. This person is the best artist in Jiulong County. What do you need him to paint? After confirming that the person who died was the colonel of the house soldiers, Gao Shilian did not want this matter to spread. After all, if this matter was spread out, it would damage the reputation of the Tang army. As such, Gao Shilian ordered everyone in the house soldiers to keep their mouths shut and not talk about this matter. Even Du Gufeng did not know why Gao Shilian wanted him to find an artist. When Gao Shilian saw that the painter had arrived, he immediately dismissed the servants and maids in the hall. Other than the painter, only Du Gufeng was left. There was no need to hide this matter from the Jiulong County magistrate. Gao Shilian's bodyguard took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. When he opened the box and revealed the head inside, Du Gufeng and the artist were shocked. Du Gufeng was still fine. At least he had seen blood before. Although he was shocked by the head, he was still calm. As for the painter, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would be brought to the county yamen to draw a portrait of a bloody head. Gao Shilian comforted the painter for a long time before he finally calmed down. His fingers trembled slightly as he unfolded the drawing paper and began to draw a human head. Du Gufeng stared at the head for a long while before hesitantly asking, Duke Gao, may I know who this person is? Why do I find him so familiar? His words made Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian's spirits rise. Dugaming House, is this true? Are you sure you know this person? Looking at his appearance, this lowly official found him somewhat familiar, but I can't recall where I've seen him before. Li Wangyu hurriedly said, Dugaming House, this matter is very important. Try to recall where you've seen him before. This person is very likely to be a colonel of the prefecture troops. Du Gufeng frowned and thought hard for a long time. I can't recall where I've seen this person before. However, since Duke said that this person could be a colonel of the prefecture troops and I find this person familiar, why don't Duke call the 2 colonels stationed in the city over to identify the head and see if they recognize this person? Li Wangyu felt that this was a good idea and immediately ordered people to call the 2 colonels to the county yamen. When the 2 colonels were called to the county yamen and saw the head, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They froze on the spot and couldn't speak for a long time. When Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian saw their reactions, they immediately knew that they had found the right person. It was obvious that the 2 colonels recognized this person. Gao Shilian immediately had the artist leave before asking, Do the 2 of you recognize this person? The 2 colonels looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. One of the colonels swallowed hard and replied anxiously, Sir, we do. This person is the colonel of the Gung Brigade from the Zhichong House in Pengzhou. His name is Wang Hu. When Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian heard this, they were also slightly shocked. If this person really was a colonel of the Tang dynasty's prefecture troops, then this matter was worth pondering. The Zhichong House in Pengzhou had a total of 1,000 prefecture troops and was split into 10 brigades. They were named after the heavenly stems, and were respectively A, B, C, D, E, F, G, X, N, Ren, and Gue. Just as Gao Shilian was about to ask, he heard the colonel say something that made Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian shiver and their hair stand on end. But this Wang Hu and the Gung Brigade all died in battle in Songzhou half a month ago. Where did you find Wang Hu's head, senior officer? Died in battle? Songzhou? Li Wangyu immediately remembered that when he was chatting with the 2 colonels on the city wall, they seemed to have mentioned that their 3 brigades had been sent to Songzhou for training. One of the brigades was attacked by the Tuyuhun when they were out patrolling. The entire brigade of 100 people was completely wiped out, and not a single one escaped. The owner of the head in front of them was the colonel who had already died in battle, in Songzhou? How was this possible? Li Wangyu was completely confused. If what the colonel said was true, then how did this colonel named Wang Hu come back from the dead and run to the mountain where Zhang Fei's camp was and get involved with his subordinates? Gao Shilian's face was also green, and his expression was serious. One of the brigades of the Zhe House in Pengzhou was attacked by the Tuyuhun when they were sent to Songzhou for training. As the Izhou sir, he knew about this matter. Because of this matter, he even ordered the soldiers of the Zhe House to be transferred from Yinzhou, Jianzhou, and other places to Songzhou as reinforcements. However, the colonel who should have died in battle actually came back to life. Are the 2 of you really not lying? This person is really the colonel of the Gung Brigade of the Zhe House in Pengzhou, Wang Hu? The 2 colonels nodded without hesitation. Sir, we are not lying about this matter. Wang Hu has been with us all the time, so how could we not recognize him? On the side, Du Gufeng also slapped his head. That's right, I also remember. This person is the colonel of the Gung Brigade, Wang Hu. Because I don't have much contact with the prefecture soldiers, I didn't remember. Now that the 2 of them have said this, I am also certain that this person is Wang Hu. Gao Shilian immediately ordered people to bring the dead colonel's armor and waist token for the 2 colonels to identify. Sir, there's no mistake. This waist token is Wang Hu's. It can't be wrong. One of the colonels pointed at a crack on the side of the waist token and said, This crack was left on his waist token when I was drinking. I wasn't paying attention and my machete hit his waist token. Because of this, Wang Hu complained to me for a long time. When Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian heard this, they no longer had any doubts about the identity of the dead colonel. It seemed like this person really was the colonel of the Gung Brigade, Wang Hu. However, after confirming his identity, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian became even more confused. Why did a person who died in battle in Songzhou run back to Jilong County half a month ago? Whose orders did he listen to? What was his motive? Chapter 9:13. After Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian figured out the identity of the culprit, they became more and more confused. Not only did the fog in front of them not dissipate, but it became even thicker, making Li Wangyu completely lose his train of thought. The foreign tribe was tempted by someone to try to conquer Jilong County. What was their goal? Why did the colonel who had died in battle half a month ago appear in Zhang Fei's tribe again? Whose orders did this Colonel Wang Hu listen to? Wang Hu? Wang family name? Li Wangyu suddenly asked. This Wang Hu, is he from the Taiyuan Wang clan? His words made Gao Shilian freeze. He didn't understand why Li Wangyu would ask such a question. The two colonels also froze. They looked at each other and shook their heads. I don't know, but it shouldn't be. If I remember correctly, Wang Hu's ancestral home is Izhou, not Taiyuan. Duke, how could Wang Hu be from the five families? Even if he was from a branch family, he couldn't be a colonel in the Jitsong house, the other colonel replied. Li Wangyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. A colonel was just the captain of a 100-man squad. It was similar to a company commander in the future and didn't have any status. If Wang Hu's ancestral home was Izhou, it meant that he was thinking too much. In reality, Li Wangyu thought of Izhou's Governor-General Manners Sima Wang Yichuan and thought that since Wang Hu's surname was Wang, he might be from an aristocratic family. He thought that the aristocratic families were playing tricks, which was why he asked such a question. After learning that Wang Hu's surname was only Wang and he had nothing to do with the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 watches, Li Wangyu also laughed self-deprecatingly. He felt that he had become a little paranoid because of the mastermind behind the scenes and was making wild guesses. However, Wang Hu's so-called death in battle in Songzhou seemed to be more worth investigating. Li Wangyu asked, the entire Gung Brigade died in battle in Songzhou. Did you see this with your own eyes? The two colonels shook their heads and nodded. Duke, the Gung Brigade was ambushed and killed by Tuyuhun. Naturally, we didn't see it with our own eyes. But after that, I led my brothers to collect the corpses of the comrades of the Gung Brigade. Is Wang Hu's corpse among them? This? Your humble servant and the others did not confirm it one by one. The colonel hurriedly explained, Duke, after we found the battlefield where the Gung Brigade was ambushed, the scene was chaotic. Not only were there the corpses of the Gung travelers, but there were also the corpses of the Tuyuhuns that they had killed. The brothers of the Gung Brigade are less than 100, but the Tuyuhuns also left over 100 corpses. It is too difficult to identify them one by one. That's right, Duke. On the battlefield, missing an arm, a leg, or a head is a common occurrence. Many of the corpses of fellow soldiers are hard to identify. We could only piece together the broken limbs of our brothers and count the number of people. It matched the number of people in the Gung Brigade. That's why we concluded that the entire Gung Brigade had died in battle. I didn't know that Wang Hu. The two colonels were both old prefecture soldiers. How could they not see that the head in the box had clearly been cut off not long ago? If Wang Hu had really died in battle in Songzhou more than half a month ago, then his head would have rotted long ago. Although they did not know where Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian had obtained the head, it still made the two of them panic. They were afraid that this matter had something to do with them. Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu did not reprimand the two colonels for their explanations. Was this not the case in the era of cold weapons? Even in the future, the soldiers all had identification plates on them. However, there were still people who went missing on the battlefield. In reality, there were no corpses left, so it was impossible to identify them. If Wang Hu had purposely concealed it and pretended to be dead, it was normal for him to fool the Songzhou prefecture soldiers and the two colonels. However, this matter was worth thinking about. Li Wangyu quickly deduced the illogical points from this information. Had Wang Hu fled because his troops had been defeated, or did he have other motives? It was obvious that he had not fled because his troops had been defeated. This was because the two colonels had already said that when they were cleaning up the battlefield after the battle, they had counted the number of people in the Gung Brigade and confirmed that the number of corpses they counted matched the number of people in the Gung Brigade. Since they could be sure that Wang Hu had not died in Songzhou, then who were the extra corpses? Therefore, the only logical explanation was that Wang Hu had purposely used the attack on the Gung Brigade in Songzhou to escape. It It was even more likely that the deaths of all the members of the Gung Brigade had something to do with Wang Hu. When the prefecture soldiers of the Tang dynasty went out on patrol, they all rode war horses and were not weak at all. Although they were not cavalry and had to dismount during battle, if they wanted to retreat, it was not to the extent that none of them could escape and were surrounded by the Tuyuhun. The most likely possibility was that Wang Hu had colluded with the Tuyuhun people and purposely led the 100 or so Tang dynasty prefecture soldiers of the Gung Brigade into the Tuyuhun people's encirclement and then faked his death to escape. However, there was something that did not make sense. Li Wangyu could not understand. If Wang Hu wanted to escape by faking his death, there were many ways. Why did he have to go through so much trouble and even drag the entire Gung Brigade down with him? Did he have nothing better to do? He just randomly found a corpse, changed into his own clothes and then burned the corpse. Would it attract the attention of others? Could it be that Wang Hu's goal was... A bold conjecture suddenly popped up in Li Wangyu's mind, and even he himself was shocked. If his guess was correct, then his previous thoughts were misguided. No wonder he could not figure out the motive of the mastermind behind the attack on Jilong County. Previously, Li Wangyu could not figure out the motive of attacking Jilong County. No matter if it was for money or food, it did not make sense. Jilong County was just a normal county in the Tang dynasty. There was no conflict of interest in it at all. However, according to his guess, although it was a little unbelievable, it did make sense. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more shocked he became. However, this was just a guess. Whether it was the truth or not, it still needed to be proven. The mastermind had always been hiding in the dark. He might even be in Jilong County. Li Wangyu felt that he could not be so passive anymore. He had to think of a way to find the mastermind. Looking at the hideous head in the wooden box, Li Wangyu thought of a way that was not really a way. Since Wang Hu committed suicide immediately after being captured, it meant that the mastermind must know a lot of inside information. Although Wang Hu was dead and they could not find out who the mastermind was, other people did not know. Gao Shiyan did not want to damage the reputation of the Tang army. Only a few people knew about Wang Hu, and they were all ordered to keep their mouths shut. Therefore they might as well create a fake Wang Hu. They could create the false impression that Wang Hu was captured and locked in Jilong County's prison to be interrogated. Li Wangyu did not believe that the mastermind would not be anxious after knowing that Wang Hu was captured. I caught a cold. Seems like a fever. My whole body is sore and weak. I was not in the mood to write and only finished this chapter at 7 p.m. Chapter 9:14. Li Wangyu pondered for a while and felt that he could give this idea a try. Since there was nothing to lose, he might as well hit the nail on the head. Even if the mastermind did not fall for it, there was nothing to lose. However, if the mastermind did something out of fear of the captured Wang Hu, it would be easy to give himself away. After thinking about this, Li Wangyu pulled Gao Shiyan to the side and whispered his idea to him. When Gao Shiyan heard this, he raised his eyebrows and revealed a joyful expression. The old man and the young man whispered to each other for a while and occasionally let out strange laughter. Hearing this, Du Gufeng and the others got goosebumps. Ziyu, this is a good idea. I think it will work. Leave this matter to this old man. Gao Shiyan stroked his beard and laughed heartily as he swept away the haze that had hung over him for the past few days. Li Wangyu was naturally happy and relaxed. It couldn't be better if Gao Shiyan took over this matter. Instead of scheming against the mastermind behind the scenes, he still felt that it was more relaxing to go back and whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful superiors. That afternoon, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard in the small Jilong County. The people walked out of their houses to see what was going on. They saw a large group of government soldiers escorting a prisoner carriage from outside the city. In the prisoner carriage was a man with blood stains on his face and messy hair. He was wearing a tattered Tang army armor. The commoners didn't know what was going on. They couldn't understand why they were captured and locked up in the prison carriage even though they were all prefecture soldiers. Just as they were discussing, a government soldier shouted to the people around them, "Everyone, come and take a look. This man is a government soldier of the Tang dynasty. He colluded with the Sun people and tried to break into Jilong County and kill the people. Such a greedy bastard deserves to die." Luckily his scheme was seen through. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been killed. The people who were watching the commotion became excited when they heard the government soldier. When the Sun people besieged the city, the people in the city were terrified and could not sleep at night. They were afraid that the Sun people would break into Jilong County and kill their way into the city. At that time, what kind of hell would Jilong County become? The commoners didn't even dare to imagine. As for those who had young and strong men in their families who had gone to help defend the city, they were even more furious at this moment. Everyone immediately stared at the person in the prison carriage. their eyes almost spitting fire. No one knew who was the first to shout, "Beat this bastard to death." The crowd of onlookers immediately surged towards the prison wagon. The mansion soldiers who were escorting the prison wagons broke out in cold sweat when they saw the situation. They quickly raised their shields and blocked the prison wagons. The captain's back was drenched in sweat as he stole a glance at the prison wagon beside him. As Gao Shulian's trusted aide, he naturally knew the inside story. The person in the prison carriage was just a fake. If he was beaten to death by the angry citizens, it would be a real joke. In a moment of desperation, he shouted loudly, "Don't move." This person was a wanted criminal. He needed to be interrogated carefully before being executed. At this moment, anyone who approached the prisoner's carriage would be considered an accomplice of this person. Kill without mercy. The mansion soldiers around him also shouted, "Anyone who approaches the prisoner's carriage will be killed without mercy." With the threat of the mansion soldiers, the angry citizens finally managed to control their emotions and didn't continue to rush forward. No one knew who started it, but all kinds of rotten vegetables, rotten eggs and other junk flew out from the crowd and were thrown at the prisoner's carriage. Many of the junk were thrown at the mansion soldiers around the prisoner's carriage, causing them to be in a sorry state. When the captain saw this, he knew that the show was almost over. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that something bad would happen. He hurriedly ordered the mansion soldiers to open a path and rush into Jiulong County's government office with all kinds of junk flying in the air. The news of the Tang dynasty's mansion soldiers colluding with others to attack Jiulong County spread like wildfire. In less than half a day, the news had spread to the entire Jiulong County. Many of the families who lost their lives because of the collusion all ran to Jiulong County's government office and knelt in front of it, begging Jiulong County's magistrate Du Gufeng to uphold justice for them. Regarding this, Du Gufeng could only helplessly lead a group of bailiffs out to comfort the people. He promised that he would interrogate the real culprit and submit a memorial to the imperial court to behead the culprit. This was to appease the souls of the deceased in heaven. After persuading all the citizens to go back, Du Gufeng wiped the sweat off his forehead and walked back to the government office. He smiled bitterly at Li Wangyu and Gao Shulian. Duke Gao, this idea of yours is putting me in a difficult position." "Haha, sorry for the inconvenience of the Dugu Ming house," Li Wangyu said with a smile. Du Gufeng shook his head. "I don't mind, but I'm worried that the mastermind behind the collusion might not be fooled. That will depend on whether or not that person is afraid that Wang Hu will confess and reveal his identity. That person might be driven to desperate measures and do something. If he gives up, we can't do anything to him for the time being. But as long as he makes a move, the more he does, the more mistakes he makes. We don't have to worry about not being able to catch him." "That's right. Dugu Ming House, you have to arrange this government office well. Even if it's just a show, don't let anyone see through it." "Yes, I know. In the government office, only I know the truth. I won't leak it." Li Wangyu nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. Now we just have to wait and see." In fact, Li Wangyu had no idea whether the mastermind would take the bait. He was just giving it a try. If there was no movement, then so be it. After all, there was nothing to lose. But if the mastermind was afraid of exposing himself and did something, then it would be an unexpected gain. Amidst the drumming, the sky darkened and night fell. Jiulong County, which was noisy during the day, slowly fell into silence. It was peaceful everywhere. Jiulong County was the same as the other counties of the Tang dynasty. There was a night curfew. Other than the patrolling soldiers, the streets were very quiet. On the wall of the square, a stray cat meowed a few times. Under the night sky, it was very creepy. Someone in the square cursed twice before it returned to silence. After another group of patrolling soldiers passed by, a few black shadows sneaked out from the darkness and headed straight for the government office. These black shadows carefully avoided the patrolling soldiers and quickly climbed over the wall of the government office. In the prison of the government office, two yamen runners who were on night duty were chatting. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the prison. "Who is it? It's so late. What's the matter?" The yamen runner grumbled unhappily and asked outside. San Lang opened the door. "It's me. I'm here to bring you some food." When the bailiff in the prison heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. He immediately got up and opened the thick prison door to let the person in. The yamen runners all knew the person who came. It was the head of the yamen. "Head Lu, hee, why are you so nice today? You're even bringing us food? Oh, there's wine too. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to eat or not? If not, I'll take it away." Of course. How can we not eat? Hee, it's the middle of the night and we're feeling hungry. Head Lu, you're really considerate of us. The two Yamen runners didn't say anything and quickly took the food and wine from him. Chapter 9:15. The two Yamen runners who were on night duty took the food and wine. After happily thanking Head Lu, they began to eat and drink without any scruples. However, after a short while, the two of them fell to the side of the table, unconscious. Head Patrol Officer Lu, who had been joking with the two of them a second ago, lightly kicked them a few times. When he saw that there was no reaction, he smiled contemptuously and got up to open the door of the prison. A few black figures immediately flashed into the prison. Lang Jun, the two Yamen runners who were on night duty, drank the knockout drug and fainted. Should we go and rescue Brother Wang Hu? There were a few torches lit in the prison. Under the illumination of the torches, the leader's face could not be seen clearly due to his dark clothes and hood. However, the leader slowly shook his head and said, "No. When I ordered you to set the county on fire, I wanted to cause chaos in the county so that we could attack the county with the help of the people outside. However, I didn't expect that county magistrate who would come up with something called the thunderbolt shaking thunder. Not only did we not succeed, but we also aroused county magistrate Hu's suspicion. The gains did not make up for the losses. I didn't expect that county magistrate Hu to be so capable. He was even able to create something as heaven-defying as the thunderbolt shaking thunder. However, this is also a good thing. It doesn't matter if we break into Jiolong County or not. The most important thing now is to get the recipe for the thunderbolt shaking thunder." The leader in black looked into the dark depths of the prison and sighed regretfully. Wang Hu's identity has already been exposed. There is no point in saving him. Now we just have to make him shut up. He waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "Go and bring the things in." Yes. A few people immediately brought in a large wooden bucket from outside the door. Pour this alchemical fire oil all over the prison. Old Lu, accompany this official to see Wang Hu. No matter what, he has worked hard even if he didn't make any contributions. This official will personally see him off. His words clearly meant that he was going to kill Wang Hu. From the looks of it, it seemed that they were going to burn down the entire county jail and destroy the corpses. The reason why they chose to set fire to the county government prison instead of rescuing Wang Hu or killing him in the prison was that the man in black was still delusional enough to pretend that it was an accident. If the prison accidentally caught fire and all the prisoners were burned to death, it would not be easy to arouse suspicion. If they rescued Li Wangyu or brazenly killed him in prison, it would definitely attract the attention of Gao Shilian and Li Wangyu, which might lead to even more trouble. Of course, this was only the black-clothed man's wishful thinking. Lu Ban felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He bowed slightly and led the way with the torch in his hand towards the depths of the prison. The two of them walked to the cell where Wang Hu was locked up. Under the light of the torch in Chief Lu's hand, the man in black looked at Wang Hu in the cell. His hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood and heavy shackles. "Wang Hu, I'm here to see you. This official didn't expect that you would actually be captured alive. You've really disappointed this official. You promised me that Zhang Fei's camp was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if it was surrounded by 100,000 soldiers, it would not be taken down. However, in just a few days I received news that Zhang Fei's camp was breached. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to me?" The Wang Hu in the cell didn't seem to hear him. He just sat on the ground with his head lowered and didn't respond. This Wang Hu naturally couldn't respond. He was just a person who Gao Shilian ordered to find among the soldiers who had a similar build to Wang Hu. He changed into Wang Hu's armor and messed up his hair so that people couldn't see his face clearly. He just pretended to be Wang Hu and acted as bait. No one expected that they would really catch a big fish. Seeing that the Wang Hu in the cell didn't speak, the black-clothed man didn't continue to say anything. He just said indifferently, "Wang Hu, I will keep my promise and take good care of your relatives. You can go in peace." After saying this hypocritically, he turned around and was about to leave. However, the Wang Hu in the cell wanted to fish for more information. He deliberately said in a hoarse voice, "You're just going to abandon me like this? I've risked my life for you." When the black-clothed man heard this, he suddenly turned around and stared at the Wang Hu in the cell. "You're not Wang Hu. Who are you?" Then he abruptly dashed out of the prison. At this time, as long as he wasn't too stupid to be saved, he would know that he had been fooled. However, since this was a trap set up by Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian, how could they give him a chance to escape? Before the black-clothed man could run to the prison door, the originally closed cell door was forcefully pushed open from the outside. Outside the cell door were hundreds of fully armed soldiers with torches in their hands. How could the black-clothed man not understand now that he had fallen into a trap? He saw Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian walking out from among the soldiers and looking at the black-clothed man with smiles on their faces. "Major Wang, the night is long. Are you also not in the mood to sleep?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but tease as he recalled the lines in the Chinese novel Journey to the West. Under the illumination of the firelight, the face of the black-clothed man under the hood was revealed. It was the major of the Yi Province's Governor-General's office, Wang Yichuan. The muscles on Wang Yichuan's face twitched uncontrollably a few times before he finally forced himself to calm down. This humble official also didn't expect that Duke and Duke Gao would still be awake even though it's already so late. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian looked at each other, then raised their heads and laughed. "Aren't we waiting for Major Wang to walk right into our trap? I didn't expect that a fake Wang who would be able to trick Major Wang so easily." This humble official also didn't expect that Wang who was actually a fake. In that case, Wang who must be dead. "Am I wrong?" Wang Yichuan asked. Gao Shilian twirled his beard and smiled. "That's right. When Wang who was captured, he had already committed suicide." When Wang Yichuan heard this, he laughed bitterly. It seems that this humble official really did think himself clever. "It's a pity that I didn't see through Duke Gao and Duke's plan. Otherwise, how would I have walked right into your trap?" Li Wangyu shook his head and laughed. No, Major Wang, you're wrong. Even if you didn't appear tonight, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to hide for much longer. I've long suspected that you were the mastermind." "Oh? How did this humble official give myself away? How did I make Duke suspect me?" Wang Yichuan asked curiously. At this moment, Wang Yichuan and his subordinates had already become turtles in a jar. There was no need to worry that they would be able to escape from the county yamen. Li Wangyu was also in the mood to say a few more words to Wang Yichuan so that he could understand why he died. Li Wangyu's first sentence scared Wang Yichuan so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. "Major Wang, not only did I guess that you were the mastermind, but I also guessed that your goal was clearly related to Lizho. I wonder if I guessed correctly?" Wang Yichuan looked as if he had seen a ghost. This is impossible. How did you know?" Chapter 9:16. Li Wangyu did not understand why the protectors wanted to attack the small Jilong county. When he found out that Wang Hu faked his death and dragged the entire Gung brigade into making dumplings for the Tuyuhans, Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that when he left Mianzhou, he saw a large group of soldiers heading to Songzhou. When Li Wangyu thought about how all the soldiers in Mianzhou were mobilized because of this, he suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that all of this was to attract the attention of the Yi Prefecture Governor-General and mobilize all the soldiers in Yi Prefecture? He couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he hadn't come to Jiulong County by accident and brought the explosives to help defend the city. Without a doubt, the defenseless Jiulong County would have been broken through by the protectors and then massacred. Close to 1,000 Tang dynasty citizens would have been massacred. Even the scholars and ladies who came from all over Yi Prefecture to admire the peony flowers would not have been able to escape. If such a thing happened, when the news spread to the Yi Prefecture Governor-General, Gao Shilian would be furious. He would definitely lead the army to attack the protectors. The protectors would definitely escape to Zhang Fei's camp and use that dangerous pass as a barrier to face off against the Tang army. If Jiulong County was massacred, Gao Shilian naturally could not withdraw his troops. Otherwise, he would not be able to answer to Pai Lupi and the imperial court. Thus, after being stopped by Zhang Fei's camp, Gao Shilian could only mobilize soldiers from all over the Yi province and forcefully take down Zhang Fei's camp to take revenge for the people of the Great Tang. Previously, Gao Shilian had already mobilized many soldiers from all over to Songzhou to prevent the Tuyuhans from suddenly attacking. In order to recruit more protectors, he would continue to gather soldiers from all over Yi Prefecture. This would cause all the states in Yi Prefecture to be in a state of a military vacuum. When he thought of this, Li Wangyu could not help but break out in cold sweat. The word, rebellion, immediately popped up in his mind. However, Li Wangyu immediately denied his guess. After all, in history during the 4th year of Jingguan, there were no rebellions in Shu. In the 1st year of Jingguan, the county king of Yin, Li Yi, rebelled and was executed. Li Prefecture's governor Li Shaochang committed treason and was executed. After that, there was peace for 10 some years until the 16th year of Jingguan, when Hou Junji rebelled and was executed. Li Qingqian plotted a rebellion and was deposed. Then where did this rebellion come from in the 4 years of Jingguan? Li Wangyu felt that he was thinking too much, but he didn't dare to completely dismiss this idea. Because since he and Su Chongqing traveled to the Tang dynasty, too much history had changed. What if the butterfly's wings fluttered and triggered a chain reaction, causing things that had never happened in history to appear? After all, in history, Li Qingqian and Li Tai did not acknowledge him as their master. Li Qingqian had never had appendicitis, and when Li Ji was born, there was no such thing as a leopard cat swapping the crown prince. Therefore, even if there was no rebellion in Shu during the 4th year of Xinguan's reign, Li Wangyu could not be sure that there would be no rebellion in Shu today. However, this was just Li Wangyu's personal guess, and there was no real evidence, so he did not tell Gao Shilian about it. As for Wang Yichuan, Li Wangyu had always had suspicions in his heart, but Wang Yichuan had always concealed it well, so he only had suspicions in his heart. Today, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were sitting in the county office, waiting for someone to walk into the trap. While chatting, the two of them talked about Li Prefecture's governor Wu Shiqin. Gao Shilian unintentionally said something, but it attracted Li Wangyu's attention. Speaking of Li Prefecture, Duke Wu has really worked hard. After Li Xiaochang was executed for treason, there were still remnants of Li Xiaochang causing chaos in Li Prefecture. After Duke Wu took office, he stabilized the situation in Li Prefecture and contributed greatly to the country. Oh right, speaking of which, I am Wang Sima of the governor's office, and I also held the position of Sima of the governor's office in Li Prefecture. It is said that in stabilizing the situation in Li Prefecture, I also put in a lot of effort. Li Wangyu was slightly startled. Sima Wang also held a position in Li Prefecture? That's right, but Sima Wang was not involved in Li Xiaochang's treason, so he was not implicated. Instead, because of his contributions, he was promoted to the position of Sima of the governor's office in Yi Prefecture. When Li Wangyu heard this, his heart could not help but beat like a drum. Wang Yichuan really had nothing to do with Li Xiaochang's treason? His heart moved slightly and he summoned Niu Wu and gave him a few orders. After Niu Wu understood his words, he nodded his head and immediately walked out. After Niu Wu returned, he whispered a few words into Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu told Niu Wu to ask the two colonel commanders whether or not Wang Hu had anything to do with Li Prefecture. The answer he received was something he did not expect. Wang Hu was actually the colonel of the Zhichong Manor in Li Prefecture. Because he was implicated in Li Xiaochang's treason, he was moved out of Li Prefecture and demoted to colonel. Li Wangyu did not believe that this was all a coincidence. At this moment he started to suspect that Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu were the trusted aides of Li Xiaochang in Li Prefecture. Therefore, after Wang Yichuan had been captured, Li Wangyu had purposely said this to trick Wang Yichuan and verify his guess. Who would have thought that he would be right? Just looking at Wang Yichuan's expression like he had seen a ghost, Li Wangyu knew that his guesses were right. This Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu really did have something to do with Li Xiaochang. However, Li Wangyu was still confused. Did that Li Xiaochang really have such great charm? He had already died for 4 years, and there was still someone who wanted to inherit his dying wish, and try to start a rebellion in the Shu lands? Such a huge scheme, Li Wangyu did not believe that Wang Yichuan alone could do it. It was not that Li Wangyu looked down on him, but Wang Yichuan did not have the ability to be the mastermind. At most, he was just a knife in the hands of the mastermind. Furthermore, a secondary grade 4 major of the Governor-General's manor did not have the ability to make Wang Hu and the others work for him. Not to mention, he still had to convince the leaders of the 5 tribes to listen to his commands. However, Li Wangyu was not in a rush. Since he had captured Wang Yichuan, he could slowly ask him about these things. Li Wangyu did not believe that Wang Yichuan was someone like Wang Hu who would not hesitate to commit suicide just to keep a secret. For an old official like Wang Yichuan who was used to living like a prince, not to mention torture, once he was locked up and saw the torture tools, he would immediately confess. Major Wang, this duke knows a lot of things, but there are still many doubts that I need Major Wang to clear up. Li Wangyu smiled in a relaxed and happy manner. Wang Yichuan's face was ashen and he lowered his head. Since you have something to ask, I will naturally answer everything that I know. This lowly official only hopes that the Duke can see this lowly official's cooperation and plead leniency on this lowly official's behalf. As long as this lowly official can be spared from death, it will be enough. Li Wangyu could naturally agree to Wang Yichuan's request. He did not care about the life and death of such a small character. What Li Wangyu cared about was the real culprit behind the scenes who could command Wang Yichuan and Wang Hu. Okay. I guarantee that you won't die, you. Before Li Wangyu could finish his words, he saw that behind Wang Yichuan, there were a few men in black who were also dressed in black. Suddenly, one of them dashed out, pulled out the blade at his waist, and viciously stabbed towards Wang Yichuan's back. Chapter 9:17. Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian didn't expect that one of Wang Yichuan's subordinates would suddenly launch an attack in such a situation. Everyone was caught off guard and could only watch as the shiny blade pierced Wang Yichuan's back and blood spurted out. Wang Yichuan's back was stabbed and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his head with a frightened and stunned expression and looked at the person behind him. You're actually his man. Aye. Before he could finish his words, he died and fell to the ground. The person who assassinated Wang Yichuan from behind pulled out the blade from Wang Yichuan's back without hesitation, turned the blade around and slit his own neck. All of this happened in a flash. Before anyone could react, 2 corpses had already fallen to the ground. Looking at Wang Yichuan lying in a pool of blood, Li Wangyu only wanted to curse in his heart. He had painstakingly set up a trap and the fish had already been caught. Who would have thought that such a thing would actually happen? Li Wangyu didn't even need to use his knees to think that the person who killed Wang Yichuan and then killed himself so cleanly must be a man of sacrifice sent by the real mastermind behind the scenes. This person must be responsible for monitoring Wang Yichuan. Once Wang Yichuan tried to rebel or had other thoughts, he would immediately kill him. From this, it could be seen that Wang Yichuan, the major of the Izhou Governor-General's office, knew a lot. If he confessed honestly, it would be clear who was hiding in the dark and plotting a rebellion. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. However, although Li Wangyu was depressed, he didn't care much. There was nothing to worry about this kind of person who hid in the dark and stirred up trouble. In the Tang dynasty, those who dared to rebel in front of Pai Lupi, except for his own son, were all dead. Did they really think that the eternal emperor Pai Lupi was made of clay? In the history of Wuxia, there were a total of 494 emperors starting from Qin Shi Huang. No matter how you counted, Pai Lupi could be ranked in the top 5. To rebel against him, wouldn't that be the same as an old man eating arsenic and tired of living? Li Wangyu's involvement in this matter was just a coincidence. Moreover, his and Su Changqing's lives were threatened, so he wanted to find out who was behind the scenes. Since the clues had been cut off with Wang Yichuan's death, it was better to leave this troublesome matter to Pai Lupi and the 100 Horsemen department. Wang Yichuan had brought 5 or 6 men with him. Except for one man who was a man of sacrifice who killed Wang Yichuan and then killed himself, the others, including Head Lu, had all surrendered. Li Wangyu did not have much hope for these people. Sure enough, the results of the interrogation of these people were the same. These people were only following Wang Yichuan's orders. They couldn't get anything of value out of them. However, Li Wangyu and Gao Shilian were clear about what Wang Yichuan had done in this rebellion. According to Wang Yichuan's subordinates, the subordinates who attacked Jiulong County were bewitched by Wang Yichuan. Wang Yichuan promised that he would give the subordinates a large amount of wealth, beauties, and even make them officials. Wealth moved people's hearts, so the subordinates were naturally no exception. Both sides hit it off. Wang, who was sent by Wang Yichuan to be in charge of contacting the leaders of the 5 tribes. On that day, Wang Yichuan was not trapped in Jiulong County by accident. He purposely stayed in Jiulong County to help the subordinates attack the city. Wang Yichuan did not expect Du Gufeng to react so quickly, sealing off the 4 gates at the first moment. He also knew that the subordinates lacked siege weapons and was worried that something would happen if they delayed. Thus, he pretended to be in a hurry to leave the city and ordered Du Gufeng to open the south gate. As long as the gate was opened, the subordinates lying in ambush outside the city would take the opportunity to attack and take down Jiulong County. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu, the founding county duke, would also be trapped in the county by a freak combination of factors, foiling Wang Yichuan's plan. Wang Yichuan came up with another plan. When the subordinates attacked the city, he ordered his subordinates to set fire in the city to create a chaotic atmosphere so that the subordinates could break through the city as quickly as possible. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu would come up with something like explosives? Not only did they save Jiulong County, they also scared off thousands of subordinates. Regarding this, Wang Yichuan could only scold the subordinates for being useless. He could only continue to pretend to be a good person in front of Li Wangyu. When Gao Shilian led the army to attack, Wang Yichuan did not panic. After all, he knew how dangerous Zhang Fei's camp was. However, he did not expect that in just a few days, the impenetrable Zhang Fei's camp would be broken through by 2,000 soldiers and all of the subordinates were captured. This made Wang Yichuan very worried as he did not know whether Wang Hu could escape or not. After all, Wang Hu knew too many of his secrets. If Wang Hu was captured, his head would probably fall to the ground. Hence, after knowing that Wang Hu was captured and locked up in Jiulong County's prison, Wang Yichuan anxiously led his subordinates to personally kill him. However, he did not expect that not only would he fall into a trap, but he would also be killed. As for what happened in Songzhou, Wang Yichuan and the person behind the scenes, and what Tuyuhun had done, these people did not know. After understanding all this, Li Wangyu's confusion was mostly solved. As for how to find the person behind the scenes and how to deal with the aftermath, that was Gao Shilian's problem and had nothing to do with him. Li Wangyu led the three girls and followed Gao Shilian to Qingdu County. Since he had been discovered by Gao Shilian, he could not escape. Furthermore, Su Changqing had achieved his goal of being knighted. Li Wangyu planned to play around in Qingdu for a while before returning to Chang'an. Gao Shilian had sent someone to deliver the news of what had happened in Yizhou and the discovery of Li Wangyu to Chang and city via an express delivery of 800 miles. Pai Lupi was naturally furious about this. On one hand, he hated that someone dared to collude with the Tuyuhun and rebel. On the other hand, he was angry that Li Wangyu, that bastard, had run away for a few months. Pai Lupi ordered the 100 Cavalry Department and Gao Shilian to continue searching for the culprit. He also ordered Gao Shilian to immediately send people to escort Li Wangyu back to Chang'an. Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders and say goodbye to Gao Shilian. Under the escort of a large group of people, he followed the tourist road and headed back to Chang'an. On the way to Li Prefecture, Wu Shixian saw Li Wangyu again and smiled bitterly. "Duke, you've deceived this lowly official quite a bit." Li Wangyu smiled and touched his nose. "Haha, Duke Wu, please don't blame me. I was just having fun." "Alright, where is Main Yang? Did she go to Chang'an?" "I have already ordered people to escort Main Yang to Chang'an. I think Duke will return to the academy." Before Wu Shixian could finish speaking, Niu Wu rushed in with a panicked look on his face. His words shocked Li Wangyu and Wu Shixian. "Langjun, something bad has happened. News from Chang, and says that Duke Du has passed away." Li Wangyu heard this and was stunned for a few seconds. Then his face turned pale. Chapter 9:18. Du Ruhui, courtesy name Kemming. He was the head of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's residence and one of the 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. He had served as the Minister of War and the Minister of Personnel. Together with Fang Xianling, he was known as Fang Mao Du Duan. He had assisted Li Shimin in establishing the rule of Jingguan. He was born in 585 AD and died in 630 AD, which was the 4th year of Jingguan. This was the record of Du Ruhui in Li Wangyu's memories. To Li Wangyu, Du Ruhui was no longer just a cold record in the history books, but a close elder. Although he wasn't as close to Du Ruhui as he was to Yu Shinan and Qing Yaojin, they were still close. Du Ruhui was also very protective of Li Wangyu. Because of Du He and Du Go, Li Wangyu's relationship with the Du residents wasn't bad. He didn't even need to report when he went to Du Ruhui's residence. He could enter directly and it was no different from returning to his own residence. Now that he heard Niu Wu say that Du Ruhui had passed away, Li Wangyu suddenly came to his senses and was annoyed that he had forgotten about this matter. How could he have forgotten that Du Ruhui had passed away in the 4th year of Jingguan? Li Wangyu suddenly raised his hand and fiercely slapped himself in the face, making a crisp sound. A red handprint immediately appeared on his face. His action startled Wu Shifeng and Niu Wu. They didn't know what had happened to Li Wangyu. Su Changqing, on the other hand, understood that Li Wangyu must have forgotten about the time of Du Ruhui's death in the history books and blamed himself. "Wangyu, this is fate. Even if you're in Chang, and you can't change anything. You should hurry back to Chang and as soon as possible," Su Changqing whispered into Li Wangyu's ear. Li Wangyu nodded with red eyes. "Changqing, you go with Avro and the others. I'll take Niu Wu and go first." Go ahead. Be careful on the way. Niu Wu, Zhang Xian, the three of you protect Wangyu." Li Wangyu nodded. He didn't say anything more. He hurriedly led Niu Wu and the other 2 guides. The 6 of them jumped onto their horses and galloped towards the tourist road. Just as Su Changqing thought, his heart was filled with regret. If it weren't for the fact that he had been living too comfortably for the past 2 years and had completely forgotten about this matter, he wouldn't have run away from home at such a time. If he had been in Chang'an, he would have asked Sun Simiao to diagnose Du Ruhui's illness earlier. With the help of penicillin, perhaps this generation's famous prime minister would not have died so quickly. Even if he and the medicine king Sun Simiao were powerless to reverse the situation, shouldn't he, as a good friend of the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, accompany this elder in his final days? He could only blame himself. When he left Zhengzhou and saw Du Ruhui's haggard face, he only thought that it was because he had been running around. He completely did not think that the 4th year of Jingguan would be the end of Du Ruhui's life. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu hated that he couldn't slap his own mouth a few more times. Niu Wu and the other 2 naturally didn't know what Li Wangyu was thinking, but seeing their Langjun urging his horse to gallop, they could only increase the speed of their whips and follow closely to protect him. No matter how good a horse was, it couldn't gallop for long distances. Therefore, if they wanted to hurry, they had to change horses. Fortunately, the tourist road had relay stations of various sizes that could be used to change horses. The reason Li Wangyu only brought Niu Wu and the other 4 with him was because there was a limit to the number of post horses. According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu, as a second-rank county duke who founded the country, could change 6 post horses at a time at the relay station. If there were more people, the relay station would not be able to provide enough horses for them to change horses. Li Wangyu's group of 6 was like an 800 li express delivery. Every 20 li they would change horses at the relay station. Changing horses didn't stop as they galloped towards Chang, and Li Wangyu galloped for more than 1,000 li without hesitation. Finally, on the 3rd day he rushed into Chang'an's illustrious Virtue Gate, covered in dust and exhaustion. Li Wangyu didn't even have time to change his clothes before leading Niu Wu and the others to Du Ruhui's residence. It was already the 10th day since Du Ruhui's death, but there were still many guests who came to pay their respects. Du Ruhui was the right servant and the founding duke of the country. Naturally, his funeral was very complicated and there were many rules of the imperial court. In the Tang dynasty, the death of a 3rd-rank official and above was called deceased, a 5th-rank official and above was called soldier, and a 6th-rank official and below was called deceased. From the size of the grave, the coffin, the burial clothes and the mourning clothes there were strict rules. For Du Ruhui's funeral, the minister of Honglu was in charge of the funeral, and the rules were similar to that of a noble. Therefore, when Li Wangyu rushed back, Du Ruhui's coffin had not yet been buried and was still resting in the residence. The news that Li Wangyu, the Duke of Huxian, had returned to Chang, and after disappearing for several months, spread throughout the Du residence. The guests who came to pay their respects all looked over. He didn't have time to greet the guests he was familiar with and rushed straight to Du Ruhui's coffin room to pay his respects to this venerable elder. But before Li Wangyu entered the coffin room, he saw several people rushing out. It was the 2 brothers, Du He and Du Go, dressed in mourning clothes and a group of foppish sons behind them. Li Wangyu was just about to say something to comfort the Du brothers when he saw Du He and Du Go. Their eyes immediately turned red when they saw Li Wangyu. They looked like they were about to devour someone, and they swung their fists at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, you bastard! My father is dead, why did you come back? I'll beat you to death, you